Welcome everybody to the Qatar Airways GKA Kite World Tour.
Inside the water, like everybody want to win. It's gonna be a good show.
We now have like the best showcase.
I'm here to win.
For me, freestyle is everything in my life.
Pressure is a privilege, brings out the best in us.
The level can fully be shown when the conditions are perfect.
It's time to show it.
Let's get it.
Who are going to be our new world champions?
Wherever you go in the world, one airline goes further to make it feel exceptional. Qatar Airways, going places together.
Good morning, good afternoon and good evening everybody, and welcome back to the live stream here in Cape Verde, Ponta Preta. I tell you what, conditions are as good as yesterday and the forecast says it's only going to get better. Will we see our champions being crowned here today? Let's find out, but before we go right into the action, let's check and look at the highlights from day number 1. Good morning everybody and welcome to the season opener of the kitesurf discipline. We are here in Cape Verde, Ponta Preta, this perfect right-hand pink wave. It is absolutely starting to go off. We have about 3 to 4 foot and the forecast says it's going to get to 6. We have registration going on now, a full fleet of athletes, but hey, who would want to miss these perfect conditions? Let's go and see what is going to be happening because we are going with action out there on the water. The contest opened with the women. Muna White won the competition here in 2019 in epic conditions. She opened her account with a bomb, scoring an 8.0 wave. As the conditions picked up, White didn't let up. The Hawaiian rider read the point break perfectly. She rode with huge commitment and verticality that the judges loved, earning her the best wave score of the day with a 9.23 and the highest heat total of a 16.83. Local Cape Verde favourite 14-year-old Julia Silva brought the crowd to their feet, showing no fear against the top contenders. Current world champion Capucine Delanois went toe-to-toe with some of the biggest sets of the day. She laid down some solid scores with her fluid link turns. This helped Delanois and the remaining rivals advance to the women's quarterfinals. Brazil's Kessiane Rodrigues began the competition on a high after winning the final event of the season in Taiba and moved through the gears with some stylish riding, powerful turns and flow. The men took to the water as the sun began to dip. Cape Verdean legend Mitu Monteiro came out of retirement to join the party. Just shy of his 40th birthday, he showed all his experience at Ponta Preta with a 7.67 ride. Hendrik Lopez drew similar acclaim. He attacked the wave with ferocity, but he also linked turns with plenty of flow, power and drive. The best was saved for last. Ayrton Cosolino led the heat with pounding hacks and an air 360. Machu Lopez answered back with commitment. He began riding backside, hitting it vertically and floating over foamy sections, but he switched the front side halfway through and snapped turn for turn, taking the win in the final heat of the day. What a picture-perfect start to an event. Ponta Preta proving why it is one of the best waves on tour. From dawn until dusk, we have had nothing but perfect 4 to 6 foot rollers coming in, and all of the athletes have been battling it out there. I can't wait to see what Cape Verde has for us in the future days of the event. Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to Ponta Preta, Cape Verde, here for the second day of competition. Conditions already are looking as good as yesterday or even better, and just look at what is going to be happening. I'm Josie Ashland. Joining me here in the booth, I have Liam Dredge. Liam, good morning.
Brilliant to join you once again, Joe, and as you mentioned, the beautiful Ponta Preta right here. Waves are firing this morning. Conditions are looking very similar to yesterday, and it's looking promising for the afternoon, so in store for a good afternoon of competition.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are going to be starting off with round number 3 of the men. Heat number 5 is going to be going up on the water. And I tell you what, we already saw out there yesterday these boys absolutely throwing down. We had highlights like Hendrik Lopez, you can see there going first in his heat, already through to round number 5. Also, Leonardo Grangeiro coming out of Brazil. Max Maxwell from South Africa scrimped his way past, holding it on that last wave, putting on a big performance. And then probably one of the biggest heats of the day, Machu Lopez, in pretty much the last 2 minutes of the heat, got an absolute bomb, was patient, and took it to Ayrton Cosolino, getting the win in that heat, meaning Ayrton is going to have to battle it out in round number 4. I mean, day number 1 was nothing but action.
Yeah, action was at its least, Joe. It was just super good from start to finish. And then looking now at the rest of the heats for round 3 of the men, we look at Mitu coming in to start on heat number 5, taking up Yaris Delomo and Gabriel Benetton. Now, Gabriel Benetton sure does shred. Heat number 6, Luca Gasparini, Nicola Abajev and Sebastian Ribeiro. And talk us through Heat 7 and 8, Joe.
Yeah, there we can see Clemaros here coming out of France, Artur Moraes and Reese Maesco. Then we have Lorenzo Casati, who won the Red Bull King of the Air and very impressive out here on the waves. Having a chat with him yesterday, and he just really does enjoy the surfing and to be in a different tour scene. Really cool to see new faces coming from all different parts, all different aspects of the sport. Charlie Martin coming out of the reunion. This young kid has a surfing style, and I really want to see him do well in this competition. He has always been the rookie, but he has yet to really go to his full potential. And then, of course, the man of the moment, James Carew, our current two times world champion, won the last event in Brazil. And I tell you what, I have him warming up pretty much in front of us now, and he is boxing. He has that warrior feel to him. He's amped, and he just wants to make some churrasco out there.
They must be super excited to get on the water, because yesterday the conditions were firing. I mean, what an afternoon we had, and those guys would have been just sat on the shore wanting to have Ponta Preta to their self. And as you can see now, that is our amazing location that we have for the first stop of the year for the Kite-Surf calendar. What an afternoon, what a day we have lined up. Conditions are only going to get better.
Yes, they are. We can see everybody is ready to rumble. We've got the jet skis out there. Some of the guys and the girls were having a little chill on the surf. And talking about the women, yesterday, Muna White.
Wow.
I tell you what, that athlete coming out of Hawaii, representing the United States of America, was absolutely ripping and putting the standard out through the roof. She was going, she was charging, there was commitment, verticality, flow, and the smile at the end of the wave. It is really so good to see Muna coming back. But let's not forget, the last time we were here, she was the champion of Ponta Preta back in 2019. She hasn't competed in 4 years, but I tell you what, it looks like she is in full form. And then talking about past champions, Mitu Monteiro coming out of, I'm not going to say retirement, but let's say coming out of a little break, because he was also our champion in 2019 and throwing down, and this is his backyard.
We've got it all. We've got it all here, Joe. All the big heavy hitters, the past champs, the young guns coming out. We've got people like Lorenzo Casati coming from that big air scene, transitioning onto the waves. We're looking for the all-round rider in the best locations in the world, and this is what we're going to get. Signed, sealed, delivered.
Yeah, exactly. You know, one of the things we want to achieve on tour is to have conditions from all different sides, all different angles. Because, you know, if you want to be called world champ, that is numero uno, the best athlete in the world, you have got to be able to throw down when it is picture perfect, and you have to be able to throw down when it is challenging out there. Adapting, this is one of the pillars of our tour, is to be able to adapt to the conditions as a world tour, and also for the athletes to be able to adapt to the conditions. It doesn't matter if on the case of the kite surfing discipline, you have the strapless freestyle. It's all about the spins, the turns, the flare, the tweak, and then we have the mix when it is a little bit about surfing together with the freestyle. And then in locations where, like this, where, you know, with perfect right-handers like we have here in Ponta Preta, the only thing you want to be seeing is turn after turn and 100% surfing, baby. 100%
surfing indeed. And our judges sure were given a treat yesterday. Flow, style, top to bottom turns, engaging the fins, and throughout the day we really saw the conditions get meaty around that sort of 3 o'clock mark. Hopefully it kicks in a little bit earlier today, but for you watching at home, you're in for an absolute treat.
Yes, we are. And talking about judging, let's have a little talk about the judging criteria. We had a chat yesterday with our head judge, and he said they are looking for, the word here in a spot like this is commitment.
Yeah.
The athletes that commit, that take the risk, that take the, you know, the time to look, to be able to go vertical, be able to hit that wave as vertical as possible in that sweet spot to get the money shot with the golden sunset and sunrise behind us and in front of us. This is what we want to see. Those riders that do go that extra knot are going to get rewarded as long as they stay on their feet. Because let's not forget, Ponta Preta, we have the swell coming from the west today, so that means that the waves are nicely aligned, coming and breaking down the reef. And then as the wind, we saw yesterday, Liam, that we are looking for that side offshore. Sometimes throughout some heats, we did see occasionally it go a little bit too offshore, and then the riders were having a little bit of difficulty staying on the wave.
They sure were. We did see the wind just sort of shift around. I spoke to Hendrik Lopez actually after, when the day, you know, came to an end, and he said exactly that. But I tell you what as well, Joe, there's two things that we've been really speaking about yesterday. Experience has been a big factor in this wave, and also the wave selection. Those two areas are really proving a point here for some of our riders.
Yes, there is, and we can already see some of the riders having a little bit of a tune down there, getting some of the beats as we are getting very close to be starting, having a little bit of information in from our race crew and race director Juan Antonio that currently we are on standby. So we're going to take a little breather. Everybody grab a coffee, grab a donut, grab some toast, or if it's the evening, grab a nice cold one and start to enjoy the show, because it looks like we are going to be starting very shortly. So bear with us. This is day number 2 here, Cape Verde, Ponta Preta, for the GKA Kite World Tour with our headline sponsor of Qatar Airways.
Okay, so unfortunately the wind is still a little bit borderline. You can see me too. The upwind bar was talking together. We're gonna try soon. Throwing the wind sometimes shifting to the side short direction. That means as soon as the wind shift, the wind drop. But looks like step by step is like a building a little bit, you know. So yeah, we will see. Maybe in the next 15 minutes, around 11:30, something like that. You see really upwind. I cannot see really big gust. But yeah, we're gonna stand by. We will see. Maybe some of the sailors want to try. But at the moment, still difficult, you know. Yes, really, we need a couple of knots more. Let's say 2-3 more knots, really, you know. For sure, less gusty. To keep this minimum strength. But so we are still in standby. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. 11:30. We're gonna give you an update. Okay. So it's, some of the sailors can try, like a Benetton. Gabriel is very loud, and then that is please, because it would be nice to get the feedback. You can perform on the wave. I'm pretty sure that you're gonna be struggling to win upwind, but also it's not enough for me. I need to know if you can probably ride, because the wave today, I could see that the forecast is wrong, you know. It's not too much to the north, it's still northwest direction the forecast. You see the waves are pretty solid, consistent, sometimes are same side than yesterday, but I could say it can be a little bit even more faster than yesterday. So for that you need a little more wind on the kite. And yeah, so it will be nice if you test, go to the water, warm up, give me feedbacks, because I would like to push as soon as possible. Maybe I need to extend the heat duration, maybe not, but in case I need to do, I will do as soon as possible, because I prefer to lose time, because the longer heats, I don't do nothing. I understand it's borderline, but yes, let's go to the water and try, okay? So let's go ahead, guys. Something happened gonna be soon, and I don't want to miss any single minute. Sorry. Please, all surfers, wingers, everybody clear the competition area. So, all the surfers, please. Duration gonna be 40 minutes to transition, 1 minute, and unfortunately I can feel from the other really dropping a little bit again. I like, you know, between Monteleone and here, but it's borderline, but it's building step by step. Right now, as soon as the wind shifts to the left,
Cabo Verde offers an incredibly diverse landscape, from exhilarating nature exploration and water sports to beachside pampering and cultural immersion. The sunny islands are a beach lover's paradise. With white sandy beaches, crystalline waters, and exciting water sports. The Census Islands call all nature enthusiasts and ecotourists. Mountainous peaks give way to lush valleys and surrealist volcanic landscapes where premium coffee and wine are produced. The Essence Islands are the cultural heart of Cabo Verde. Home to the two largest cities, visitors can explore the heritage sites while enjoying vibrant music, vivacious street life, and traditional food. Cabo Verde has it all.
bigger side. Again, guys, still for this round, maybe I'm gonna keep even for the next round, because I could say that now I start, by the way, later than expected, so don't make too much sense to keep pushing, you know, because maybe 1 minute a little bit off or not. Now they're trending again.
All right, so let's get right into it. As it is official, we are going to be going into flag sequence, and let's have a little look-see of what we have here today. Let's have a look at the competition area.
Because as soon as the wind shifts to the side short direction, you can feel that it's dropping.
Wow, there it is, Liam. That is the beautiful Ponta Preta, and it does look like that wind is starting to come in.
Yeah, it's just filtering through. It has been picking up gradually as the minutes have passed. A little bit of a later start today for day 2 of this competition, but as you can see, 3 kites up in the air out there, our first 3 riders. And what a heat to start off the day. 3 big, heavy hitters, as you mentioned. Gabriel Benetton, he's here to prove a point.
Okay, well there we can see, so these are the guys that are going to be going out there, and as you can see here on your screen, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting ready to go into sequence. We wanted to start a little bit earlier, but the wind didn't start really to come in. It was a little bit too offshore, and now it does look like everybody is starting to get ready to rumble. There you can see on your screen, that is the Italian athlete Yaris Del Olmo. I'm just waiting for some flag sequence to go, but just getting a couple of messages here from our race director. We are going to be going into sequence immediately because it does look like conditions are suitable, meaning that we are going to be starting off day number 2, Liam.
Day number 2, super excited. You can see some nice sets of the waves coming in now. No flags up yet, so here is Me Too, just having a little bit of a play, having a little bit of a fiddle out there, getting an understanding of the conditions before that green flag goes high in the sky.
Yeah, you can see him just, having a little look-see, having a little test. So there we can see Yaris Del Olmo. Gabriel Benetton is going to be out there on the court in the yellow lycra. Yaris Del Olmo in the white on the duotone red and blue Neo SLS. And then we can see Mitu Monteiro out there on the F1 machine. So Mitu Monteiro, just shy of his 40th birthday, as we said, coming out of, I don't like to say the word retirement, but coming out from a little breather and having this because, this is his backyard.
It's great to see him shred the wave. Yesterday he was putting on that show-stopping performance, and there he is, just body dragging. We've seen a few of the riders yesterday just body dragging their way back upwind, but that's the money shot right there. You can see Ponta Preta there. A few nice lines, but boy, oh boy, are we going to be in for a treat when those big sets come through.
Yeah, I mean, the forecast at the moment, it's saying 1.4 to 1.7 meters a swell at 18 seconds. So it looks like we even have a little bit more frequency than yesterday. You can see the crowd starting to come down here on the beach to watch the best of the best battle it out against themselves and Mother Nature, as Mr. Tronalone would say, as we are getting ready to go. There you can see yellow lycra. That was a Gabriel Benetton. So what is this competition about? It is about 100% waves, Liam, and we have heats of 14 minutes with 2-minute transitions as we're trying to slash that as much as possible to see if we can push and finish the competition today, because the forecast at the end of the week was looking good yesterday, but today isn't looking so promising, so we want to make the most of today because it is looking like going to be one of the best days of our waiting period.
The sports crew, you definitely wanted to push. When the conditions are here, it's important that everyone gets fully involved and gets on the water. We want to fire through competition and give you guys at home that are watching the best possible outcome, because when Ponta Preta is firing, it is a force to be reckoned with and a great show, a great watch. The crowds at the moment starting to build. Local time is 11:45, so crowds are starting to build. It's coming up towards that lunchtime period. Sun is shining, the wind is picking up, and the waves are coming in. We found that yesterday, Joe, I would say probably on average every sort of 4 to 5 minutes we were seeing those sets come in, and probably about 4 to 5 waves per set. What do you reckon?
Yeah, it did look like that. The frequency was definitely there, and I'm going to say it does look like it's a little bit more today. The tide is, we had a low tide of 11 o'clock this morning, and now it is going to be going up on the push. High tide is going to be around 5:30, 5:45, so just a little slightly more than yesterday, and already the size at this time of the day today is bigger and better. Wind is a little slightly lighter, but it does look like that wind is starting to filter in. I reckon a little bit of a thermal effect, because it does seem a bit warmer today. But I tell you what, Ponta Preta always prevails, and we are going to have some good action out there.
Sun cream weather today, Joe. It certainly is sun cream weather. Sun is shining, the wind hopefully will increase. We saw yesterday that 3 o'clock, about 3:30, it really did shine for us, and Mother Nature prevailed. And just on your screens there, our riders, Gabriel Benetton there in the yellow lycra with the core kites. He's actually a backside rider, so you'll see him just before he drops in on his waves when the competition gets underway. Just switch that stance, Matthew Lopez style. We've actually got quite a handful of those backside riders. Arsenio Diaz yesterday proving and shredding up the waves backside. Plenty of talent out here. We've got Mitu out there at the moment, just getting a feel and jumping in on a wave before those flags rise up, and then Yaris as well. So 3 big heavy hitters and a great afternoon of action coming your way. And just a few views here. You can see there, crowds on the beach just getting comfortable for a busy afternoon. Some nice rolling sets coming in. There he is, Mr. Gabriel Benetton. And just right now, we're going to have a little look at what's going on down at the beach. Have a little look at the public views, what they're checking out. And there it is, there's your competition spot.
All right, well, there we can see everybody starting to come down and enjoy the beach here. And it is official, we are going to be going into sequence. But before we do so, we're going to take a short break and see a couple of commercials. We'll be right back.
CV Móvel. Estamos ligados.
And welcome back, everybody, as we have information coming in. We are going to be going into sequence here for round number 3, heat number 5. Mitu Monteiro, Yaris Olmo, and Gabriel Benetton are going to be out there on the water, but there has been a change in the duration of the heat. Now the duration of heats are going to be 18 minutes of action with the 2-minute transition, but we are still holding down 12 wave attempts, and the top 2 waves are going to be scoring. Liam, what are our judges looking for?
Oh, they're looking for plenty of things. They're looking for that style, that flow, that definitely that wave selection as well, connecting all the turns together. And you can see there, that's what the crowd on the beach want to see. Judges, I thought yesterday, you know, at a spot like this, when you have such a amazing wave and when it really does pump, it is huge. they can tend to be, they're not giving away easy scores. They definitely want to see our athletes push the boundaries, linking everything up together, showing power, showing that flair.
Yeah, absolutely. That is what we want to see. The verticality and the commitment is a word that has been thrown around the hole yesterday. And also, let's not forget driving down the line. As this is a powerful and very, very fast wave, you really have to have pedal to the metal to be able to make it past those sections. And I tell you what, talk about a V12 or a V24 out there on the water now. The local, the legend, Mitu Monteiro, and this guy has a point to be proven.
18 plus 2. 18 plus 2, okay? 20 minutes in total. Okay? So please, tell them, okay? We need to be sure that they know.
And just Gabriel Benetton there, getting a nice little wave as he makes his way in front of the judges.
Okay, so
18-minute heat, 2-minute transitions. There's the eye in the sky, just showing you our competition area. That right heeling wave with all the way down the line, giving our riders plenty of opportunity to show some variety on each wave. And you can see crowds starting to just filter through on the left-hand side there, getting the best position in the house. But I reckon that up here in the live booth, we're sitting up high as well. We've got an amazing view, and we cannot wait for action to get underway in the first heat of the day. Local time now, nearly 12 o'clock.
Yeah, and there you can see, look at that. That is the Ponta Preta reef right out here in front of our streaming booth. And also out there on the water, you can see that set starting to come in on the wave. That is Yanis Del Olmo out there on the duotone, the Italian youngster, very talented strapless freestyler and also very talented surfer. So looking forward to seeing what he is going to be producing there. And just look at those right-handers peeling away.
Magical stuff, magical stuff. This is what these riders dream of, conditions like this. Perfect waves. And actually all of our riders have been here for quite some time, I'd say, training, preparing, because experience is a big factor and definitely needing some time to just get used to the conditions out here in Cape Verde. Definitely a spot which the majority of riders have all been to before. It's a little bit of a training ground sometimes in that winter season, in that off period, because the last event for us was over in Brazil back in 2022 November. James Carew taking the win over there. But this is a little bit of a different kettle of fish now. This is a different wave, different aspects, and who knows what's going to happen today and who's going to be making it through each of these rounds.
I tell you what, I can see Mr. Carew just walking past the streaming booth here, and I tell you what, all of these athletes, the fire they have in their eyes, because they know it's time for the bugs and the dogs to get out there on the water. And one of the things they also know, it doesn't matter what spot you are on the overall ranking, Mitu Monteiro in the water at his home ground, all of the boys have eyes on him because they know he can put out the goods and take this event.
Yeah, if you see him in your heat, wow, you've got to be on your A game, because mess with the ball, you're going to get the horns. And Mitu is out there. He's got a point to prove. He wants to probably win here at his home spot. And just while we're talking about a few of the riders, one of the local riders that really impressed me yesterday, Hendrik Lopez. That off-season since Brazil, he really came out. His family were watching here on the beach. He took it down, and he had probably one of my highlight heats of the day, Joe.
Yeah, absolutely. Hendrik had a banger of a day yesterday, linking those turns together. And like you said, Liam, he really did, you can see he was in a connection with the ocean. He had it going for him. Very, very impressive from see him out there. And yeah, really looking forward to see what he can do, because he also having a little chat with him in the evening. He said, you know what, I felt relaxed out there. And when an athlete of his category or an athlete on the world tour feels relaxed, that is when good things happen.
We've referred to that quite a few times, and once they get those 2 wave scores on the board and they know that they've got a couple of scores there and they've just let loose a little bit and ironed out those cobwebs, that's when the riders really start to be happy out there, and happy riding, happy waves, big scores. That's what tends to happen for these riders.
Yes, it does, and I can see already it looks like we're going to be going into sequence. I talk about having us on our tiptoes over here, Mr. Race Crew. So, yeah, it looks like we're going to have that red flag coming up in the sky. So a little bit of info on the kites. We've got guys out on 10s and 11-meter kites at the moment. I was talking to some of the boys. I can see Yanis is out there on a whip. He's on the 5-1 whip. And then we can see Gabriel Benetton and Mitu Monteiro. Also, both of those guys are out there on traditional surfboards. Gabriel on the core, Mitu on the F1. Going to be interesting to see what is going to be happening because we are getting into sequence.
In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. Okay, so the red is up, the red is up. This time gonna be only 1 minute red, 1 minute yellow, and then it's gonna be on.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is official. Red flag in the sky. So we are go down here. Day number 2, Cape Verde. I tell you what, I can feel the goosebumps already, Liam.
It's about time. We've been on the edge of our seats waiting for this competition to start. And here we go, getting into sequence, as you mentioned. Yellow flag currently up in the sky. So really shortly, we will be fully underway with the first heat of the day. 3 men on the water. We're starting with the men. Yesterday, we started with the women. But it's all systems go as we're going to round off where we left off yesterday.
Yes, we are. So yesterday we already see probably one of the first upsets of the competition. Matthew Lopez beating out Ayrton Cosolino. Matthew, very impressive out there. He was patient. He waited until the final 2 minutes of the heat, waited for that set. And I tell you what, to have that patience and wait out there, and seeing that clock tick down, that shows competition savvy. And he got that backside ride, switched it up halfway down, then went frontside. Big moves out there for him. But yeah, we are going to be getting on and starting off as there we go, guys. So 18 minutes and let's go.
And there we have Gabriel Benetton just going down at the back end of that wave. Nice little ride there from him coming out of Brazil. Has really put his foot on the tour last year. Big performance over in Dakar when it was firing in 2022 and then moved over to Brazil and here in Cape Verde. But this is the man to beat. This is the man to watch. The local Mitu Monteiro getting fully amongst this wave, engaging the fins, linking the turns together, using every part of that wave as he continues onto this flatter section, this mid-section. And is he going to find himself a little maneuver on the back end of this one as it starts to just get a little bit smaller? You can see there pumping his way and just pops out towards the end of the wave. Definitely one of the favourites here. A local favourite. And they'll all be here to watch him. And there on your screen, Yaris. Next up. Just waiting. Just waiting for that next set of waves to come through. Gabriel there and Mitu managing to just get one wave on the board, as all riders now making their way to the edge of the competition area for that next set to filter in.
Yeah, we're just waiting to see what the numbers are going to start to come up. Both of these boys already threw down in their first wave. Let's not forget, Liam, 12 wave attempts. Top 2 waves are the ones that count. And it looks like, if I'm not mistaken, I can see people running down the beach, meaning it looks like Mitu Monteiro is going to be changing up his equipment.
Looks like it might be a board change as well. So it might be something that we see today as well. A lot of kit changes. Maybe riders want to go up or down a kite size.
All right, so Yanis Delomo dropping in. Already laying out a nice turn here. And look at this set coming through, Liam.
Looking beautiful. You've got Yaris on one, Gabriel just behind him, but full focus here on Yaris on your screens. Just going through this flatter section, trying to get past the whitewater before putting in another nice maneuver at the top of the wave there, linking the turns together.
Yeah, all the way down. And I can see also Gabriel Benetton has grabbed away. So we're going to be looking at that one as well as soon as it is finished. And let's get a replay of that last wave. Here we can see Yanis Del Olmo dropping in. Let's just enjoy this beautiful ride. All right, Gabriel Benetton, this was his wave. Up and over. Very nice backside ride. And we have been seeing the quality of this young surfer. And I tell you what, at the moment, it looks like Gabriel Benetton is leading this heat so far as we are waiting for Mitu Monteiro to get back in the water. But I can see him out in front of the stream booth. It looks like he's just about to jump back in. And there we can see the crowd starting to gather here on the shore to see some of the important crowd and action out there.
And there is on your screen, Gabriel Benetton working that core kite, just blast himself back upwind after that last wave. Very talented surfboard rider, but also very good when it comes to strapless freestyle as well. Seen a lot of videos online of what he can throw down, but it's full-on waves here at Ponta Preta, and you can see a couple of the crowd members there just enjoying the location, enjoying the spot. The sun is shining, and the action is now underway. And just Mitu there coming in for a quick board change earlier. And let's see how that board change is going to impact this next wave. Because it looks like there's a few nice little rollers starting to appear, starting to come in. But decides against that one now, turns back around. You can see wind's a little bit fluky, but I'm sure that it will kick right up shortly. It did do this yesterday afternoon. It was sort of switching around a little bit. It's a gusty spot here at Ponta Preta, but these are the best kitesurf athletes in the world. So we like to throw them all sorts of conditions and make them work for it. And just looking out the corner of my eye, definitely having a little bit of a flat spot now with the waves, but as we previously mentioned, we're seeing Nice, good, solid sets coming in every sort of 4 to 5 minutes, so I wouldn't go anywhere anytime soon.
All right, well, there it is. So we are just a little bit over 10 minutes to go out of this 18-minute heat. And there it is. Yes, Gabriel Benetton already 2 very nice waves, a 5.67, 6.73, Mitu Monteiro, 497, Yanis de Olmo, 417. All 3 of the athletes are up on the top side of the upwind part of this competition area. Plenty of time for this to change up.
Plenty of time, just under 10.5 minutes. And just waiting for those right waves to come. It's, that's the thing with the kite surf. You don't know all the time when they're going to appear, and when they do, it's super important that you get fully engaged with each set. Make every part of that wave count. Try and connect those turns. Show the fluidity, power, drive. That's exactly what these judges are looking for. But it's also about picking the right gem, finding that needle in a haystack when those sets come through.
Yeah, it is. And, we have out there at the moment, it is the leader, Gabriel Benetton. Let's not forget this guy finished 5th in the world last season and came kind of out of nowhere. He was the rookie, and especially in that last event in Taiba, wow, did he impress us. Now, we also saw him over there in Tarifa, where he became the Big Air World Champion with the beautiful one we have there. And now just looking at him here in the waves, very, very complete rider.
We always refer to that, looking for the complete rider, and Gabriel Benetton is definitely up there. He can do it all, and he does it all very, very well. But on your screens right now, Yaris just pumping his way out back towards the edge of the competition area, waiting for those next sets to come through. And just a few of the crowd members there just enjoying themselves, topping up the tan here in Cape Verde. And 9 minutes now on the clock.
Yeah, still the sets, it looks like it's lulled off a bit, but we are just a little bit over low tide, so now we are starting to come up on the push. I mean, yesterday we saw that some of the biggest sets start to come in around 3 o'clock.
Yeah, I agree with that. And when they did come through, it was a spectacle. We were absolutely loving the position we had here, bang on the beach in the booth. Couldn't have had it any other way. What an afternoon of action, and fingers crossed, and it's looking promising because the forecast is teasing us. It's telling us, look, I'm going to give you what we had yesterday.
Yeah, it is, and it is pretty much, it's a little bit more side shore. It said that in the morning it was a little side, and then it's going to be a little bit more offshore. But let's see, because I tell you what, it's not mattering at all here to Gabriel Benetton. Boom! Talk about appearing on our screen, but decided against that one and has gone back out the back. And here we have Mitu Monteiro. Watch out, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have a little look-see. First turn, check turn there for him. Not going to the vertical part. He's waiting it out. He knows this wave well. He is deciding. Is he deciding against it? Yeah, he has decided against that one. So not quite happy with that wave. So he's going to be going back out because he knows up against these 2 riders, he has to pull off the goods. It did look like that wave was going to open up, but there, one good smackaroo. So, hey, one-hit wonder, but still needs to be getting up those scores if he wants to have a chance of going past Gabriel Benetton.
Just getting those early scores on the board. You can see he's got a 4.97, so that last wave will just give him that second score. We always refer to it. Just having those 2 scores on the board just gets that little bit of a flow going for each of the riders out there as we approach the 7-minute mark. So heats are 18 minutes long now, just bumping up a little bit because conditions are, a little bit challenging, but they're getting better every single minute. As you can see, a nice set is starting to appear now, but yet no rider managing to get on one of those waves. But hey, more waves will follow. More waves will follow.
Yeah, and also it's saying that the wind at the end of the day is going to be picking up a bit as of 1 o'clock. So it looks like we're going to have 16 to 19 knots is the idea. And then also the swell is going to be increasing both on period all the way up to its calling 2.1 meters of swell in the evening. And it's at 15 to 16 seconds. So that is the most updated forecast we have. So that is kind of what was predicted, that it is going to be one of the best days of the week. week. And there we can see Monteiro. He is cruising and perusing and looking for that gem, as he knows that Gabriel Benetton at the moment is in the driving seat of this heat.
And the second score there for Mitu, just dropping a 2.00. So still sitting in second position. Yaris needs to get that second wave, that second score on the board, as he's not far off, just snatching that second position, but plenty of time left on the clock. And here on your screen at the moment, the core rider, Gabriel Benetton, your heat leader, just waiting and switching around to backside, decides against that one. A little bit of a flat section, but it looks like there's a few little rollers coming in from the distance, so sooner or later we're going to start to see these riders pick and choose the wave that they want, choosing that right wave that can take them all the way in on this right-hand break through the middle section in front of the judges and getting those all-important scores.
Yes, it is, and already we've just gone past, so we are starting to be on the push of that tide, so definitely that will help. It will give the waves a little bit of an umph to be able to have some more action out here. If you're just joining us, welcome to Cape Verde, Ponta Preta, the season opener for the Qatar Airways GKA Kite World Tour of the kitesurf discipline. Currently we have the Brazilian Gabriel Benetton in first position, second position Mitu Monteiro, the legend from these waters, and then we also have out there Giannis Delonmo out of Italy. Just under 5 minutes to go, 18-minute heats, 2-minute transitions, and then what are the judges looking for? Commitment, power, drive, fluidity, style, and just ripping every little millimeter of water out there in this beautiful peeling right-hander. This is 100% surfing, ladies and gentlemen, and at the moment you have one of the top surfers, the F1 rider out there with the yellow and blue, that man on your screen, Mitu Monteiro.
But again, not wanting to get on that one, little coming in towards the shallows, and that's where the riders don't want to be. They don't want to be catching these waves too close into shore because it's extremely rocky here. Gets a little bit sketchy, a little bit dangerous, and if they can catch the right one out the back, that right-hander should peel all the way nicely and give them plenty of opportunity to display their talents.
All right, well, there we can see our judges there just having a little look-see. Those are the guys giving the kudos, the shackers, the points and the names of the riders out there on the water. And I tell you what, it is looking like out the back we have a set coming through, and that is really where we want to see the athletes bringing it together. And with the final seconds of this heat, we've got probably only 3 minutes to go. This could be that last chance for the scoreboard to be mixed up.
Yeah, we talk a lot about those buzzer beaters. That really gets us going. That really excites us. But right now, Mitu catching this wave. This one's shaping up to be a little bit nicer. Big snappy turn. The crowd is loving that. Goes in for that second one. A little bit on the mid face of the wave, but gets a little bit of a shower there, going for the barrel. Third turn, really working the board, working his equipment, making the most, and a little bit of an air. This guy has had his breakfast right now. Talk me through the back end of this wave, Joe.
He is not stopping. He got the air, the traditional, the Josh Angulo style, all the way across that big section. Mitu Monteiro. I tell you what, they say patience is a virtue and patience is key. And this guy is taking it to Ponta Preta. It looked like he was on a chill out there, but I reckon he just had something and went all in. I mean, you know, you have got to put all of the cards on the table, and that was the moment to do that. Now, this is going to be very interesting. Let's have a little look-see of what the judges have going to be given to him, because what he needs, he is going to need probably about something of an increment of around a 6 point something ride, just waiting for total confirmation on that. But wow, what a way, exploding front and center. And I tell you what, it looks like he might be running back up the shore, but eyes out to the water, because I know both of those guys, Giannis Delonmo and Gabriel Benetton, they are in position. Is there going to be another set? Are we going to see a buzzer beater? Let's have a look.
1 minute 30 on the clock. On your screens now, Gabriel Benetton. Take nothing away from this young rider. He can sure shred it up, and if he gets a similar wave to Mitu, we could see a very, very similar run. But wow, We were waiting patiently, and that delivered. What a ride there from Mitu. Scores still to drop for that one.
Yeah, and there it is, the final 60 seconds. The final 60 seconds as we are just waiting for confirmation on that score. I'm hitting the refresh button on my computer like there was no tomorrow. Not even the Energizer Bunny can do the rhythm we've got out here. It is insane already. Mitu Monteiro has really pushed the boundaries there on that wave as we are just about to be coming to the end of the heat. What a way to move forward.
What a way to move forward. That score still yet to drop, but it's definitely going to improve that 2.0. And waiting patiently as we enter the final 30 seconds of this heat. On your screens right now, that in the white, Yaris in third position.
All right, so there it is, the final seconds. Is that going to be enough? We are going to have to find out as there that heat is finished. Really great riding, waiting for final confirmation to see if Mitu Monteiro has done enough. Is that last wave going to make the difference there for Gabriel Benetton? But before we do, let's have a little look at the recaps of that last heat.
Cabo Verde offers an incredibly diverse landscape, from exhilarating nature exploration and water sports to beachside pampering and cultural immersion. The sunny islands are a beach lover's paradise. With white sandy beaches, crystalline waters, and exciting water sports. The Census Islands call all nature enthusiasts and ecotourists. Mountainous peaks give way to lush valleys and surrealist volcanic landscapes where premium coffee and wine are produced. The Essence Islands are the cultural heart of Cabo Verde. Home to the two largest cities, visitors can explore the heritage sites while enjoying vibrant music, vivacious street life, and traditional food. Cabo Verde has it all.
Welcome back, everybody, and we just saw that last heat, heat number 5, round number 3, and now it's time for heat number 6. Luca Gasperini from Italy, Nicola Abdadjiev from Bulgaria, and Sebastian Ribeiro from Brazil. When it comes to surfing, Sebastian Ribeiro is always a force to be reckoned with. He has won events. He came 4th on the general ranking last year, and he has been throwing down some surfing style on the gram. Been here for about a week, and everybody knows this guy, when it comes to wave events, is always a dangerous contender. All right, well, there it is. We are already off, and that is, we can see Luca Gasparini here on the inside, the Italian, throwing a couple of whipperoonies around as he goes for his first wave out there. Very talented strapless freestyler and also a very talented wing foiler. So waiting to see some of the more action out there. Let's have a look. Let's not forget Nikola Adabjiev, that man there on screen, that the RRD athlete, also Red Bull athlete, and then Sebastián Ribeiro. Sebastián Ribeiro, who we have in one of the best surfers we have here on tour. A very long and open bomb going all the way down and just linking move for move, turn for turn. Let's see what he has there. Waiting for some scores to come in. Yet another surf, nicely surf wave there from Sebastian, the Brazilian athlete, 4th overall last year, and he is hungry. Had a little chat to him yesterday, and he is calm, cool, and collected, but he just wants to get deadly out there. There are no friends in a competition. All right, so it looks like a little bit more. Some lines are coming back towards us as there we have in the yellow lycra, Sebastián Ribeiro started, drop in, first big open face hack all the way off the top. This is one of the things, this is where Sebastian gets the point. You could pretty much just let go of the kite and he would be surfing this wave exactly the same. He uses the kite to improve his skills, not to use it as an excuse to be able to get past one section and another. Such a talented young man. And that was a very nice wave there from him. Let's see how the judges are liking that one. A couple of good hits. All right, well, there it is. There we can see both of the riders going at Sebastián Ribeiro in the lead so far. But talk about being in the lead. We are going to go down to the beach with the legend himself, Mito Monteiro, winning that last heat.
So, Mito, here we have it. You're at your home spot, your first time back competing in 4 years. Just talk to everyone at home watching, and how does it feel for yourself to be back here, Ponta Preta, the waves are firing. Talk us through it. How does it feel for you?
It's so nice to be out there on the water. Today the wind is a bit tricky, it's not so strong. So yeah, sometimes you need to come out, run, but man, it was a lot of emotion. Everyone tried to help me and I feel a lot of responsibility, so this is like a lot of pressure. But man, I had a lot of fun, just in the water and feel everyone in the beach support me. I'm super stoked to be here. So I just glad, to be here.
And just talk us through that last wave there. As you said, it looked tricky out there. The wind's definitely a little bit fluky today. It's a little bit difficult, but just right there, wave selection, me and Joe talk about a lot up in the commentary box. It seems to be a big factor here at Ponta Preta.
Yeah, of course, because the wind's not so strong, so it's hard for you to go upwind. So yeah, I just wait, to choose the best one, and I have a chance in the last second to find this nice wave, and then I say, okay, I'm gonna go till in the end of the wave. And I did my best, and I passed my heat. So let's see the next one. Ciao, ore.
Exactly. Good luck in the next one. All the best. And there we have it. Me too. We'll see him later on.
Wow, thank you, Mita, and thank you, Liam. It is so cool to see this man back in action, coming out of a little bit of a breather. Let's not forget this guy just shy of his 40th birthday, the 2019 champion. All right, so now let's get back to the action out here on the water and have a little look at the score graphic to see how we are doing. And there is the beautiful view we have here of Ponta Preta, just outside of the village of Santa Maria here on the island of Sal. And watch out, here we can see dropping in Lucas Gasperini, currently in third, wants to improve on his scores. Nice open face wave here, but he is a little bit too far down on the shoulder. And I can see that it looks like Sebastian Ribeiro also at the back is going to be dropping in a way, so we will get footage of both of these. Let's have a look. Lucas Gasperini, mid-face turn, but goes down. Sebastian Ribeiro, boom, off of the top, all the way. Had another couple of good turns there at the beginning as well. Whack! Going up second time. He is not stopping. The kite right in that sweet spot. Riding it all the way, and he's going to get off of that wave. Yet another good ride there from Sebastian. There he is, a big set here. Nikola Adadziev, the Stylmeister coming out of Bulgaria. Nice open face hack. Getting it, timing it nice and right. Can he get past this bottom section? He's going to have to whip around. Yes, he does. Up and over again, smooching the top of the wave, keeping the speed. Nikola Adadziev, a very talented surfer as well, with a very nice and long, easy, taking it easy. He hasn't got full throttle, that is for sure. And you can really see him just letting that tail loose when he gets a little bit more vertical at the bottom section of this wave. But he is definitely going to be happy with that one, as his backup score is a 2.33 and a first wave of 4.00. He is definitely going to be improving on that. But at the moment, it is Sebastian Ribeiro, 12.16 in the lead. And there we can see a little look and a little say hi from above as we are just getting ready. And I can see everybody on there. So hello, Mr. Drone. And hi, everybody here from the stream out there in the stream booth as we are just starting to enjoy action out here in Ponta Preta, round number 3. So the winner of round number 3 will be making it through to round number 5, and then the 2 losers of round 3 will have to battle it out in what I like to call the dungeons, where round 4 is the first elimination round. That means that whoever loses is going to have a one-way ticket off of this island. So yeah, now the definitely important heats out there on the water. Sebastian Ribeiro, as we are just about 10 minutes to go. Let's have a little look-see of what is happening, because it is the Brazilian leading second position, Nikola Adadziev, and third, Luca Gasperini. But there is a set coming our way. All right, so we're just waiting for that set to come in. Looks like we have a little bit of an internet problem at the moment, so we can see the timer there is frozen. There is currently 6 minutes left. We do apologize for that. Sometimes in these remote locations, it does get a little fluky when it comes to the network, but we are doing our best to resolve that as quick as possible. All right, so a little bit of a lull in this heat, as it does look like we are going to have some lines coming towards us. Just over 5 minutes to go. So far, Sebastian Ribeiro is in first position. There he is out there on the yellow lycra, and both him and Nikolai Davdiev are making their way forward all the way out to the back to see who is going to have that priority and be able to get out on that wave first. It does look like Seb has the upper hand, as we now just under 5 minutes to go. So there we have it. The internet is back. 4 minutes and a half. 14.53 there for Sebastian Ribeiro. He is absolutely throwing a couple bombs. And Liam, welcome back. So cool to see Mitu with a smile on his face.
Yeah, he seemed to be really enjoying the time down there, and he seemed super pleased just with the amount of support that he was having down on the beach. Everyone cheering him on, and the smile on his face said it all. He was really enjoying his time on the water. Super happy that that one wave came for him, and he was able to ride it from the top, through the middle, all the way to the bottom.
Yeah, even got a little shampoo, a little bit of a wake up then, a nice little air there, Angulo style. No, really, Mitu. Once again, experience is key here. We saw it with Matthew. They are patients, but hey, that patience game is a hard one to play, because if you don't play your cards right, you can be waiting out there. You know the set isn't come through, but then Mitu, he did know he needed about a 6-point average wave to be able to go through in first position. So a 6.0, he knows he's not going to get that on a small one. Waited it out. The earth, the ocean sent him a little bit of energy, sent him a little bit of love. He was able to handle it, and there you go, first position, making his way through to round number 5.
Yeah, it shows you the difference sometimes. Other riders may have just gone and tried to catch any little tiny wave that was possibly there, but Mitu, as you mentioned, just sat out there, waited, the right wave came, and that's why he's still in first position. But heading back to this heat, Sebastian Ribeiro, wow, he's up there in first position, big score, 14.53, just with 3 minutes left on the clock. So plenty of time for another nice set of waves to come through, and let's see if any of these scores advance and mix things up a little bit.
Yeah, I reckon, you know, there's still definitely enough time for there to be one set to be coming our way. And Sebastian Ribeiro, if I'm not mistaken, I'm just double checking here, he has just had the highest scoring heat of the competition so far. Just going to do a double and trick. Yep, so he has had the highest scoring heat of the competition so far of the men. So already showing that he is a force to be reckoned with. And there you can see 14.53. We saw Matthew Lopez also yesterday get an absolute killer with a 13.13. And then Mitu Monteiro also with a 13.20 in that last heat. So it looks like the top dogs, the top athletes are around that 12 to 14 to 15 mark. That is where the kudos are. And talking about some action, I can see lines starting to stack to the horizon.
And a beautiful view there of our exact competition spot. Just getting busier and busier. Great wave we're treated to here, and lines are for sure starting to appear. And let's see what action is taking place on the water, because these waves, they're looking good. They are looking good.
All right, so Nikolai Davdiev taking a little look behind, but he is going to be out there on the first wave. I can see Sebastian Ribeiro out the back of the booth also engaging, so we're going to have two surfers here. Here we have Davdiev, big open face hack, making his way down past that first section, getting that kite low. This is where they have to speed line it a little bit to be able to get past that foamy part. Is he going to be able to? No, getting closed out there in the middle. And here we can see Sebastian Ribeiro. We will get a replay of the beginning of his wave, but let's just enjoy the bottom half of this, because I tell you what, he's past the foam ball and he is going to be riding this one all the way to the bottom.
Just continually putting in these nice linking turns. You can really see that surfing style coming out in Sebastian's riding, the way he just sort of opens up his body, lets loose, and that flow. You can really see it in these Brazilian riders.
Absolutely, and all the way to the bottom. All right, so 20 seconds to go, and all of the athletes are out of position, but this is the man. Let's have a little replay of this last wave all the way down. Got a very nice first good hit, and then he made it all the way to the bottom. And this is why he gets the top scores. He just engages drives. You can see powering through the fin, using his body, not using the kite. And look at that, off the top. Picture perfect out there by Sebastian Ribeiro. And yes, that is official. He is going to be making his way through to round number 5. Great work there from the Brazilian. And I tell you what, the highest combination score of the day. Sebastian is here to mean business. All right, well, what a heat. I tell you what, let's have a little look at the recap of that last heat out there on the water, because there were some bombs coming down the line.
CV Móvel. Estamos ligados.
And welcome back, everybody, as we continue to round 3, heat number 7 of the Kite-Surf men. Clement Rosero coming out of front, coming out and about to play now, as it's their first looking at the waves yesterday. And on your screen now, Clement riding back competition. And now he's with his kite as the green flag is up in the... As right now it's looking a little bit quiet. And out the back I can see Artur Moraes on the Ozone, and then Clermont is working the power in that, and we do apologise just briefly while we just sort a few of our cameras, a little bit of a quiet spell out in the water, so we're not missing too much just yet. But you can see on your screen now, just coming into action. Here we go, Reese humping along down the line, big open face turn at the top of that wave. Ponta Preta here, shifting that board, engaging the fins and down the course of this wave, really working the kite centimetres of water out of this wave, because as he approaches this middle one over the front of the boards, the clock 18-minute heats, while Reese is up there and they have a score dropping shortly. Nice view of our competition area, the right-hander that starts on the right-hand side of your screens. That's where the riders tend to position themselves at the start of their rides, and then they ride it all the way through past the crowd and then out in front of where our judge tower is. And you can see there a couple of lines. We are just working on fixing these camera angles for you all. And right now there's not a lot of action, there's not a lot of motion in the ocean, I must say so. But plenty of time left in this heat. So please do not go anywhere while we sort these slight technical issues out. And there we go, we're back in the mix now. Just under 13 minutes on the clock. 2 scores now dropped for Reese. 2.87 backing up that 5.33. So out in front with an 8.20. And here we go again. The Canadian dropping in for his third wave. Plenty of speed, little bit of an air time, but unfortunately that board just gets the better of him and goes underneath his feet. Not able to stick on that one. And I can see out the back there on your right hand side, there he is, the Frenchman, Clermont, backside rising, but just getting wiped out by that one as well. All riders just trying to get a little bit of a feel for the conditions. Challenging waves out there. And we always refer to that wave selection, picking and choosing the right one that comes in each set. And there you can see just a few of the riders assessing what's out there, choosing what kite size to take out, what board to ride, because we've got plenty of equipment down these neck of the woods. You've got the down the line surfboards, which are a little bit more pointy at the top. And then you've got something like the duotone whip, a little bit more of a stubby nose. We see James Carew ride that one. It'll be interesting to see what board he takes out in his heat later on. But looking at the kite sizes, we're around the 9 and the 10 meter kites. Wind is starting to get a little bit more consistent. It's definitely been a little bit gusty, a little bit fluky at the moment. But now the action is going on to Clermont, who's found himself on yet another wave, currently in third position, but again getting taken out, and out the back, Ponta Preta now on your screens, getting involved in yet another wave. He has a 5.70, the highest scoring wave of the heat so far. And just going through this middle section, and you can see this is probably one of the most challenging parts of this wave, just purely because at this current tide state, it does close out rather quickly, so the riders are able to get those first initiated turns in, and they've got to go full beans, full power, get past that middle section before they're able to put in those turns at the back end of the wave. just under 12 minutes remaining in this heat. 18-minute heats, 12 wave attempts, but only 2 of which will count for all riders. Day number 2 here at the GKA Kite World Tour Kite-Surf discipline. First tour stop of the year. So everyone is very excited to be here. And here's a replay of Clement's last wave. Scores are dropping. And then just there getting caught up with Arsenio Diaz in the back, Artur Moras, sorry, in the background on his wave. Big top turn there, engaging those fins. Sort of a little check turn in the middle before getting closed out and not able to ride that one through. But it's looking like a big set is coming our way at the moment. Let's get all action on the water. Here we have him, the Canadian, Reese. Engaging, big top turn there, putting all the pressure through the fins. And again, working this wave from start to finish, going through that middle section now where the wave can tend to close out a little bit, but manages to keep his speed, keep the momentum going. Still on the wave and going for a little bit of a small barrel there at the end before coming out of that one. That'll be a nice score, looking to improve on that 2.87, but here we have Clement, 0.57, the lowest score, and you can see just a frustration there. Didn't quite drop in. Maybe had that kite a little bit too high. That kite position is so important when it comes to riding these waves in an offshore spot. If that kite is too high, these riders can get pulled off the top of the wave. So having that kite in the right position at the right angle is critical to continue the momentum forward. And here is the replay of that last wave. You can see that middle section there, Reese being able to pump through it. But here we have some live action from Clement, diving the kite, working, backside riding, showing plenty of style. A very, very good surfer. Spends a lot of time in Nazaré. And you can see that is in his style, but definitely wanting to get a little bit more vertical on those next turns. That's a little bit better. That's a more of a snappy, big turn, letting go of the bar, letting loose, loosey-goosey as the back end of this wave is coming to an end. You can see there just looking over his shoulder, he knows it's over, but we still have plenty of time on the clock, 7.5 minutes, and let's just have a little look at the scores after this replay. Big top turn there to start the wave off. And you can see really working the kite, a little bit of a check turn in the middle part of that wave before working it. Again, plenty of spray, engaging the fins. Look at the drive that's going through the legs. Maintaining the speed, getting through that middle section. A real leg burner there for Clement. On your screen now, your current heat leader with a 12.20, the Ocean Rodeo rider, Reese. Great style. A very good character to have on tour as well. A fun guy to be around. And was out here yesterday watching all the heats from start to finish. Couldn't wait to get out. And there you have all your kites. All the kites rigged up. The Cape Verdean flag flapping in the wind. Definitely a little bit more consistent now. Riders really starting to enjoy the conditions as it's only gonna get better. Time will show you that these waves are going to start to really come in and pack a real punch with 6 minutes on the clock. Boy, oh boy, this heat is not over yet. This heat is... Okay, on your screen now, Artur Moras dropping in for yet another wave. These guys aren't slowing down. Third wave here for him. Engaging, big, big, big top turn there, but you can see pumping the board, just wants a little bit more speed. That's a little bit nicer there, getting to the top of the lip. Working the kite, looping it down to keep the momentum. It is going for the bow, but doesn't quite get deep enough as it comes into towards a shallow section, so got to be a little bit wary of the rocks. But working every part of this wave before backing out and saying thank you very much for coming. I'll be here all week. And this surely is a real good set because the Frenchman, Clement, nearly going off the top of that wave there, but managing to drop back down. Big top turn there, but board goes away from under his feet. It is non-stop action here. This is a big set. Reese now on your screens. Just under 5 minutes. Plenty of power, plenty of speed. Going for a big air, grabbing the top of the board. But just going down, one of the biggest air maneuvers we've seen so far in the competition. Looked like he over-rotated there on that one and wasn't able to stick the landing. You can see just going around a little bit too much there. Another good angle, grabbing the nose of the board to keep the board underneath his feet. And one of those riders that no matter what the condition, always rides in boots, Reese does. He's coming out of Canada, a little bit chilly in those neck of the woods. And he must just enjoy having that feeling, that grip on the board a little bit more. Even in Brazil, he was rocking the booties. But what a set of waves we were just treated to. All three riders there being able to engage. And I reckon Reese had one of the bigger sets, one of the bigger waves in that set there, but wasn't able to stomp that landing. Just under 4 minutes. Let's have a little look at those scores. 12.20 for our current leader. Artur Moras sits in second position, 8.67. And Clement with an 8.33. So super close still. Anyone's game. Who will be making it through to round 5? The other two riders go into round 4 and battle it out. But here your heat winner on your screen now has caught himself another big wave, big top turn, and a little bit of the foam ball though. Wants to get a little bit cleaner again, just catching that foam before getting eaten up. And Clement is on an absolute bomb. I don't know what's happened, but Mother Nature is providing the goods because these riders are getting treated to some absolute pearlers. Big waves coming, but it's proving a challenge. Closing out on these riders. Got to keep the momentum, keep the speed. As we enter the final few minutes of this heat, and I can see as well out the corner of my eye, James Carew getting ready to go out on the water. But here is the replay of that last wave. You can see just putting that turn up, not in the right section of the wave. And again, getting caught up as the wave continues to just close out on Reese there. But Clement out the back just had the slightly bigger wave and wasn't able to stomp this landing here and just gets wiped out. But nevertheless, this is what we want to see. This is what the judges want to see. Full commitment into each and every wave that gets thrown their way. Get the deck chairs out. Crack open a cold one. Boys are enjoying the spot here. Cape Verde, Ponta Preta. One of the best kite surf locations in the world for waves. Perfect right-hander. It has been firing for weeks here now. We've been treated to amazing conditions, and it's only going to get better as Reese goes again, dropping in. This one's shaping up to be nice. Big top turn there. Nice way to start. Let's go with the bar. But again, generating that power. Second turn is nice. You can see really snapping the tail of that board out. Going for a little bit of a barrel. The long hair, just flicking it behind him. Lovely little barrel there. Before Artur Moras is catching up on the wave behind, just riding the foam ball here in front of the judges. That wave looks to have come to an end. You can see slowing up. And we're just going to catch a replay of that last wave for Artur Moras. Here it is, dropping in. You can see working himself. Big top turn there. Really driving through the legs. Getting nice and low again, just opening, letting that left hand off the bar, opening up that body before riding through that flatter section where the wave tends to close out. And some scores are dropping. And there it is, your current kite surf world champion, James Carew, entering the water. The Australian powerhouse has been here for some time now, training, getting used to the conditions, A brilliant shot there from our camera guys. Current world champion entering the water. So big heat coming up as we enter the final 15 seconds of this heat with Reese still in first position. And there we have it. Red flag goes up in the air. So that is that heat over. Wow, we were treated to some really nice waves in that one. And let's hope it continues as our world champion now, James Carew, heads out onto the water. And while we wait for that next heat to get underway, let's go and have a little look at the recap from that last one. Welcome back, and as we enter just another heat, round 3, heat number 8. Big heat coming up. Here are your riders. Lorenzo Casati coming out of Italy, Red Bull King of the Air champion, switching things up here. Charlie Martin out of the Reunion Island, very talented surfer. And then the man that needs no introduction, James Carew, the current kitesurf world champion coming out of Australia. Big heat, 3 very talented riders. And this is going to be one that you do not want to miss. All we've got to keep our fingers and toes crossed for is that Mother Nature sends us those beautiful waves, because all 3 of these riders can rip and dip it up. The duotone rider there on your screen, James Carew, has been out here training for quite some time now. Quite close with people like Francesco Capuzzo, Hendrik Lopez. They all enjoy having a little bit of a dabble out there and just having a session together. But let me tell you, James Carew is extremely focused when it comes into competition. The competition hat goes on, and he is not here for a party. He does not want to mess around. There is one thing in his mind, one goal at every comp, and that is to take the win. And you can see on your screen now, green flag is just about to go up as James Carew is dropping in for his first wave. And straight away going for that air maneuver. I reckon we're going to see Mr. Carew go for a few of those, because he sure does enjoy a little bit of an air time. And Joe has just joined me back in the booth. And Joe, James Carew, you know him extremely well. He's out on the water now, and I was saying one thing for sure is he is focused as ever.
He definitely is. You know, he always has that warrior kind of gaze, and he has the power. We've been seeing him on the gram. He's been here for almost a month, and he is ready to rumble. Did just miss the grab on that one of that last turn, but opening up. But let's not forget, he is up against Lorenzo Casati, who was the Red Bull King of the Air this season, and also really putting in some great performances in the wave. And Charlie Martin, who for me is always my underdog at a surfing contest.
Yeah, we love to see those riders that have that surfing background. And there we have Bruno Cagier just looking on, watching the action take place as we enter this next round. And wow, if we can get those similar waves from that last heat onto this one, we're going to be treated to such a good 18 minutes. because there you can see all three of your riders just finding the rhythm, finding the right position as waves are starting to filter through.
Yeah, we can see that icon, looking out there. We have James in the yellow making his way out to the back. Lorenzo Casati there also just shaking his head, getting the old water off. And Charlie Martin also at this corner of our stream is all the way out the back. They are just going to be patient. Waves are taking about 5 to 6 minutes in between sets. And then let's not forget, today we have the high tide is going to be at 6:19 in the afternoon. So just 20 past 6 in the afternoon is going to be that high tide. And at the moment, it's looking like we have 2 meters at 17 seconds. And here we have, dropping in one more time, James Carew, your current world champion. Let's see what the Australian power has house for us for this second wave. Up and away. First check turn, going back down. Wave is nice and peeling, opening up nicely. Second, not quite getting to the top, but putting his legs in. There it is. Power, no stopping him. It is full throttle, pedal to the metal. Watch out. Here comes the freight train. All the way down the line. 3 or 4 big, powerful hits. Not going super vertical, but kind of playing with the wave. But one of the things we like about James is how he opens the hips. He really goes. And here we can see also one of the other riders there in the back. And it looks like, I reckon, we're going to be looking for an air finish. A little bit of a pop and a hop and a skip and a jump there from the Australian. Not too bad, not too bad. Nice second wave here for the current world champion. He is just warming up out there. All right, so Lorenzo Casati. Here we can see the replay there of him. Nice and up and over, keeping it easy. These are the kind of vibes we want to see. Representing Italy, this young man just joined the Cabrina family. And I tell you what, it is looking like it is suiting him very nicely, just going off the top there. So there we have both of those waves from the boys. And now we're going to be having a look at the scores that are going to be dropping. As at the moment, James Carew is in the lead and waiting for the generals' numbers to come in on that second wave and looking like a very decent score. Great riding here from all of them, but it looks like the world champ is on top form. All right, Lorenzo Casati, nice exchange there on that first wave, going a little bit too far out in front. Judges are going to be taking that off. We want to see them continuing on the power of the wave. Oh, and losing the kite off the back, so that's going to be a no-show for him on that one. Now, Charlie Martin coming out of the Reunion Island. Here we go, it's wave for wave. Boom! Shaka-laka! Big wave and going out as well. And coming in behind out there in the yellow Lycra. It looks like we're going to have James Carew, just waiting for him to come in shot. Here he has. We get the replay of that last one, going for a big air all the way down the line here for the Australian. Up and over again. Look at the difference of the speed there from James. A couple of very nice maneuvers there from him. But I tell you what, those hacks from Charlie is what we want to see. And the youngster from the Reunion Island throwing down here in Ponta Preta. All right, James looking for a little finisher here at the bottom. All right, let's have a little look at the replays of those last waves, because what a set we saw come through. Here we have Charlie Martin coming out of the Reunion, breaking it up, going easy all the way down. So here he has, up and away. Look at that, little bit of a mid-face turn, and this was the smackaroo. This was the one right in the critical section of the wave off the top and getting the speed. And here we can see James Carew powering his way through that first section, airing out right in front of the judges' tower. And then a couple of check turns here at the end. Just the power and the speed of the Australian. You can really see a difference out there. And now we are talking, ladies and gents. Now we are talking. And there we can see Diddy, one of the locals here, having a little look and having a little see. All right, there we go, there we go. Nine minutes on the ticker. All of the athletes trying to make their way back up to the top end of the competition area. And now it is time to wait for yet another set. As we stand there at the moment, it is James Carew in the lead. And he has just thrown out the biggest combination heat of the competition so far with his first appearance out there on the water with a 15.57. So it looks like the current world champ in top form. And look out, because here comes the youngster, Charlie Martin. He had a 3.07 for that one-hit wonder, but this wave is looking like it is winding up nicely. Engages, sets his rail off the top. Big hack, almost losing it going off the back there. Now look at the peeling Ponta Preta. Great timing all the way down. Keep it together. Come on, Charlie. Little check turn, going back to the power section, waiting for it to get vertical. This is where we can get the hack. Two great surfing timing here from here. I tell you what, the boy's on a roll. Can he keep this one together? What good wave selection this young man has had. And he has hit that wave every single time in the sweet spot. Great riding there. Charlie Martin coming out of the Reunion Island. I can't wait to see the scores on that one. Look here, we're going to have a little look-see at the replay. All the way down, you can see engaged body language. Sets the rail, smack off the top. Almost gets pulled off the back, manages to keep it together, go down. Now this, for me, this was the turn. Up and over, all vertical. Dropping down, keeping that speed. And linking it straight into another little check turn back to the power section of the wave. Charlie Martin definitely having a point to be proven here. Great riding there from the young Reunion athlete. And now I can see it looks like we got more action happening out there as James Carew is eyeing up yet another wave. All right, deciding against that one, deciding against it. All right, so it looks like Carew has made his way back up to that top mark together with the other two athletes of this heat. As I'm waiting for scores to be dropped for that last wave there from Charlie. Talk about hit it in the sweet spot. Great riding there from him. Really, really good riding there from him. Combining. And here we have. All right, James. Is he going to engage? Yes, he is. Here we go. Up and over, just a little bit of a whitewash up and across the foam. Boom, lays it down. Oh, but goes down after that turn. Unfortunately, losing his edge. And now it looks like Casati is going to be taking the opportunity here. And let's not forget, the winner goes through to round number 5. And the second and third position will have to battle it out there in round number 4. Kasati deciding against that, dropping out. So it looks like it's back to the blue board for all of these guys and see if they can hit the next set. So a little look-see at that last wave there from Kasati. Here we go. Manages to get a good open carve here. But then as he got caught up, it did, you can see, started to close out on him at the end of this section and just decided against it. All right, and there we can see the crowd starting to come in here. The top section of Ponta Preta as we start to get to these heats. Round number 3. This is the final heat of round number 3, and then we are going to be having round number 4 coming our way, which is going to be the first elimination round. If you lose there, it is a one-way ticket home. James Carew once again having a little eye. Is he going to be going for this one? Yes, he is. There it is. Looping that kite down, powering away, but got caught up on the power section there, so that is not going to be enough. Yeah, you can see just got caught by the lip there, not being able to get that board above him. So that's going to be a wipeout for him. But still, 15.57, highest combination score of the day out of the 20. Are we going to be seeing perfect 10s? Will we see that 10.0 from someone? We will have to find out. But as it stands, I am very impressed with Charlie Martin. He was throwing down some bombs. Let's see if he can get a nice backup score as we're just waiting for sums to be updated as the action continues on here. Round 3, day 2, Cape Verde, Ponta Preta. And there we can see Diogo also having a little look-see and getting all of the images. As I said, we have seen some of the best kite surfing we have had yet. 2019 was that epical swell, and we've had some decent, very nice sets come through yesterday and today. And the forecast is saying by the end of the day around 2 meters. Will we see the swells get bigger and better? I cannot wait, as we are already going through into round number 4, where now it starts to get serious, as on that round is when people will start to be eliminated and have a one-way ticket home. All right, we can see some lines starting to make out on the horizon, meaning that I reckon we're going to be seeing some riders engaged. Yes, it is. There we can see Lorenzo Casati in front. Coming out of Italy, the current Red Bull, king of the air. Here he goes. Engaging it down. Nice timing off of the top. Let's see, it gets a little bit of an edge drop now, and this is where he has the speed to get past that section. He does make it through this time, but gets closed out, so that's going to be a crash for him. James Carew straight off the back. Boom! Off the top. Perfect picture. Perfect timing there. Big cutback here for James. Up and over again, just working it. Make sure he stays in that power section of the wave. Letting that tail loose. He is on fire out there at the moment. Pushing, powering. He's looking for that air section. He is looking at this bottom half. And a little bit of a floater. Ollies up over the lip. All the way down. The current world champ is leaving nothing in the tank. And this is where he's going to get that little air 180, letting the fins loose. And what a good wave there from the Australian athlete, James Carew, with little less than a minute to go. Well, there it is. It is official. So it is James Carew who is going to be making it through to round number 5. World champ on top form in that round number 3. And now let's have a little look at the recap, because there were some absolute killers in the last heat of that round.
Okay, and here we have it. Next up, we move now into round 4, heat number 1, and it's a battle of the Brazilians. This is a huge heat coming your way. Gabriel Benetton against Pedro Matos. I cannot call this one. This is going to be to the wire, and just fingers crossed that we're going to get conditions, because it's looking like this heat is starting off with a bang. Big lines coming our way. On your screens right now, Pedro Matos. Let's see what he's got in the locker for us. Big second turn there, but unfortunately not being able to keep the balance on his board, and just goes down. But it's early doors, I must say so. And here's the replay of that last one. You can see here, nice top turn, but just on this second one, going down and getting caught up in that wave. Pedro Matos riding for Duotone is putting a quick turn here, so he is not messing around. He wants to get going and keep busy. 13 minutes still remaining. And just while we continue on with this heat, Joe is down on the beach with our previous heat winner, James Carew.
All right, everybody. Well, standing here with James Carew, 2 times world champion, coming off on a win in Tiber. First heat here in Ponta Preta. Number 1, not too bad, mate.
Yeah, mate. I didn't feel so good on the water. You know, the wind is super hard. You know, it's a lot harder than it looks. But yeah, I got a couple good rides. The waves are super nice. You know, opening a lot and super smooth. So yeah, job done.
One of the things we can see with you, James, is the power. You have the speed. You are really flowing down that wave, and I saw you mixing it up with a little bit of an airs. But hey, there are some youngsters here, and one of the guys I know all of you are looking at, Mitu Monteiro, 2019 champion. The last time we were here, it was also nice to have him back on tour.
Yeah, so good to have Mitu here. You know, not only does it throw a bit of a spanner in the works, but he shreds. I mean, he's the guy from here, you know, and he's a legend. So hopefully I get to have a hit against him. It will be good.
And also, we've been seeing you in the winter. You've been going on some, you know, not too small waves back there in Nazaré. Do you really feel that the surfing background helps you when it comes to this picture-perfect location? Because, you know, we have to be true out there. Those waves, they're barren. It is nice and hollow. It is so cool to have a 100% pure surfing section here on tour.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about being in the water, you know, practicing those body movements over and over and over again. So just being in the water, whether it's on a surfboard, on a kite, whatever, it helps. And yeah, hopefully you can see it this event.
Wow, now, man, I'm going to let you be. It's time for you to make some churrasco. Go out there. It looks like you're on a roll. James, congratulations, and I will see you back out. Thank you, guys. Liam, back to you.
Brilliant stuff there. Great having some words from James, who just fired himself through in first position. And now back to that Brazilian action that's taking place right now on the water. We've got a battle between Gabriel Benetton and Pedro Matos. Two friends off the water, but I guarantee they will not be friends on the water for the next 11 minutes because both of them wanting to move through and progress at the first stop of the year. And here you can see Pedro Matos just charging down the line. Little bit of an air pop there, grabbing the front of the board. And again, 2 for the count and manages to stomp that one. So probably one of the first times we've seen a rider go for 2 air maneuvers on the same wave. So judges will be liking what they see, a little bit of variety, but again, it comes down to that full commitment, giving it full beans, and those connecting turns as well. So airs are well and all good, but you've got to be doing the other business at the start and at the end of the wave, connecting those turns, showing power, showing that flow. That is what our sports crew want to see. And on your screens, running for core, Gabriel Benetton in the white jersey. In a nice, good spot at the moment as he just hovers like a vulture, waiting for that next set of waves to come through. And we're probably seeing that second or third wave in each set is proving to be the one to catch. As I'm looking out of the corner of the booth and I'm seeing a few little rollers start to come in. I'm seeing a little bit of movement as Pedro Matos on your screen. Is he going to decide that he wants to join this wave? It's looking like so. But he's joined it towards that middle section, gets that first turn. Going to need a little bit of speed to get past this section. As you can see, pumping the board. Big second turn, engaging those fins, driving through the rear of that board. Another turn in the foam there, but still managing to keep his positioning. You can see there fighting with the kite a little bit. It's clearly a gusty session. Challenging conditions for our riders. But hey, Pedro Matos, one of the top surfboard riders out there. So, you know, we're going to throw him all the difficulty, all the conditions his way. And on the replay here, you can see getting involved. Big turn to start off this wave. Flatlines that part before another backup second. Huge turn. Look at the spray coming off the lip of that one. Scores now starting to appear on your screen. Do apologise for the slight delay on that front. As Pedro Matos' 2 scores there, a 6.97 made up from a 2.67 and a 4.30. Gabriel Benetton has had some waves. And those scores will come in. And on your screen, you can see on the right-hand side there, he's starting to join this one. Switching against it. Didn't like what he fancied. We normally know when Gabriel is going to start engaging on a wave because he switches and goes backside. So he's a backside rider. So as soon as you see that little switcheroo on the feet, you know exactly what is coming next. Just under 8 minutes remaining in this heat. Who is going to make it through? Who is going to make it through to round 5? So round 4 consists of those that finished in second and third place in the previous round. It is knockout from here, so the loser of this round will be getting a plane home. And let me tell you something, with conditions like this, everyone wants to stay here at Ponta Preta. Why would you ever want to leave? You've got this location to yourself. You're sharing it with one other rider. That is very, very rare. So these guys are going to be wanting to stay here for as long as possible. 9.83 now for Pedro Matos, so an improvement on his previous score. Gabriel Benetton still waiting for some scores to drop for him. As there is a 1.93, so that's not going to be enough. But still a second score on the way. There's some little rolling waves are starting to come in. One of the smaller sets at the moment, but it's getting to the point now where Gabriel Benetton's just going to want to get that second wave score under his belt. And then he can start having a little bit of fun, enjoying his time out there. 6.5 minutes left on the clock. And Pedro Matos there just pumping his way, trying to get a little bit of momentum going, a little bit of speed. Entering that 6-minute mark now. Still waiting for that next set of waves to come through. Plenty of time on the clock, plenty of time on the clock. First stop here of the GKA Kite-Surf World Tour. We've been busy this year with the freestyle riders. We started over in Qatar, then we moved to Colombia. But now the third event for the GKA year, but the first event for the kite surfers. We're out here in Cape Verde. Busy, busy year ahead, but full focus is on this event. These riders are going to want to start the year off well, start with a bang. So here he is, Pedro Matos, current heat leader. It's definitely gone a little bit quiet out there. Just up and down these riders, waiting patiently for the next set of waves to come. Last couple of heats, we've seen some really nice sets come through. But this heat here, definitely quietening down a little bit. But let me tell you one thing, when it comes and when those waves filter through, boy oh boy, do they provide an absolute playground for our riders. It's getting a little bit boogie down here on the beach. The vibes are playing, the DJ's mixing and scratching those decks. I'm going to want to get up and do the old 1-2 step soon. 4 minutes left on the clock. Gabriel Benetton, work to be done. He's going to have to get the shovel and start digging because there's only 3 minutes and 50 seconds left. Come on, Mother Nature, throw him a bone. Let's see a nice set of waves come through. You can see here he is, on the left-hand side of your screen. Gabriel Benetton. Is he going to be dropping in on this one? It's looking like it's going to be a good one. He switches to backside, drops in, dives the kite. Here we go. Keeping that momentum, but doesn't like what he sees. You can see in the body language there, a little bit frustrated. When you've been watching this wave fire from yesterday in the last couple of heats, and then you go in and it just quietens down a little bit. Must be a little bit frustrating, but Pedro Matos making the most out of every part of it. Does a little bit of an air there. Probably not going to be enough to advance on his current scores, but nevertheless, it's always nice to, get the feet wet, get the hair wet, get involved in one of the waves out here in Ponta Preta. As you can see, that just there, Gabriel Benetton didn't fancy it. Just the wave closed out on him, and also it's going to get to the point where it starts to get really, really shallow the closer in they come. And by that point, he thought, nope, I'm all right. I'll go back out there, have my priority, and wait for the next one. Because he needs a 7.90 to advance, something that's definitely doable for a rider like Gabriel Benetton. But to do so, he's going to need an absolute monster to prevail for him.
Cancelled, guys. The heat was cancelled. So we're gonna run later. We're gonna keep the scores until the last, let's say, 4 minutes. Okay.
Okay, and just with 2 minutes left on the clock, I can see the heat has been cancelled. The heat has been cancelled. So just waiting to find out confirmation on why that has happened. But the black and the white flag is waving high in the sky. So that's it. The heat has been cancelled. Scores will remain, but we're currently on the pause. And you can see here Gabriel Benetton getting caught and munched up as that kite is in the water. So we will try and find out the reason why that has happened for you guys and girls at home. And there he is in the water, just trying to get everything together. That's going to be a little bit of a mess. What we refer to as maybe a little bit of a bird's nest with those lines. He's going to have to spend quite a bit of time on the shore sorting that one out. Good to see the riders here helping each other out. And just while we're waiting to just find out the reason of why that heat has been cancelled, we're going to have a little bit of a recap from those heat highlights. And just coming back to you all at home as we continue just to find out the reasoning behind why that heat has just gone on cancelled. Plenty of work going up, but we're just going to have a little look at the graphic here of what is to come, because keep yourself busy in front of your TVs, in front of your laptops, because at the moment Gabriel Benetton against Pedro Matos in that heat number 1. Heat number 2, we've got Francesco Capuzzo against Nicola Abadjev. Heat 3, Artur Moras against Elvis Nunes. And Heat 4, Charlie Martin against Robertny Barros, the Cape Verdean powerhouse. That is what we've got coming up for you. And then we continue on. Heat number 5, Titik Lopez against Luca Gasparini. Titik, one of the Cape Verdeans as well. Heat 6, another Cape Verdean. They're keeping busy on this event. Arsenio Diaz against Yaris Delamo. Heat 7, the North rider Camille Denoir against the Big Air world champion for the King of the Air, Lorenzo Casati. So plenty of action coming your way. Boy, oh boy, is round 4 tasty. And I'm just looking out of the corner of my eye. We can see the jet ski there with Gabriel Benetton's kite. Yeah, good shot there from our camera team. As you can see, the jet ski just trying to figure things out over there as we just go on a little bit of a pause.
One, two. Okay, guys. So yeah, so you know the heat is cancelled, the heat is up. So we want to restart, you know, the sequence from the last 6 minutes of the previous heat. That means that the
So a little bit of information, that heat has been cancelled because of a lack of wind. And we will be resuming back with that heat shortly, and we'll be going from 5 minutes remaining. So just sit tight as we continue to just wait around, and I'm going to go and find myself a rider who's going to come up here and join me. So hold your horses just for this minute.
Especially in the last part of the heat was really bad. So we want to restart, you know, from the last 6 minutes. But the way the heat that is in standby is the heat number between Pedro Matos and Gabriel Verde. Ok, não dá a espera dali 6 minutos. Que ali Pedro Matos e Gabriel Benetton vem outro minuto dali a 6 minutos. Judges want to restart the heat again. 6 minutes. Pedro Matos against Gabriel Benetton. The way to start. 6 minutos não depende pode começar aquele mesmo hit. Man and man, Pedro Matos e Gabriel Benetton. Round 4, heat 1.
Okay, just while we're having a little look here we go. Francesco Capuzzo is joining me here in the booth. Francesco, how does it feel to be here in Cape Verde? You've just come from New Zealand for a wing event, but you're here, the waves are pumping. Talk us through the conditions.
Yeah, highly, I'm good. It was a long travel from New Zealand. Actually, I was here before New Zealand to train a little bit. Then I went to Cape Town for some shooting with RRD. Then straight back to New Zealand and then back here. Feels good to finally score some proper wave here in Ponta.
Yeah.
Was a long time we were not seeing that. Actually, since my best event so far, I had in 2019 here. We had scored amazing Ponta, and now we are back here after 4 years with another good condition. Actually, right now the wind is a bit light, to be honest. I was ready for my heat because I'm just after Pedro's heat. And I was ready. I have my kite here, my 10.5 ready, but just right now the wind dropped completely, and hopefully we're gonna restart pretty soon. And yeah, I will be just after that heat.
Yeah, and you're a guy that likes to keep busy on tour. So you do your windsurfing, you've got your wing foiling, you're here for the kite surf. You'll be also participating in the wing foiling. Just talk us through your competition. How does your year look? You must be on a plane pretty much every single week of the year.
Yeah, basically that. Like, I used to be more like relaxed, chill, just watching the competition, just book the fly and go. But right now I'm pretty busy with wing foil events for sure, because I'm both competing in surf free fly slalom and wave, freestyle wave, let's say, and racing as well, and kite surfing now. So I have my agenda very well planned. Right after here, I'm gonna go back home just for 3 days.
Just for 3 days?
Yeah, for my father's birthday, and then from there we're gonna go straight to Leucat for the next event.
Yeah, the next GWA event, Leucat.
Exactly.
And then we continue on, and we're just going to keep going and going and going. But going back to this event, before I let you go and get ready, what do you think of the lineup? 28 men, and all of which, I mean, it's a real strong lineup.
Yeah, actually we used to like see, okay, maybe I have an easy draw, maybe I have easy hit. There's not anymore.
No easy
Like,
hits.
I just go and feel like a final and just go for it, because actually the level is so high, especially in this condition. Everybody are ripping backside, front side, and I just want to go and have fun, to be honest.
Yeah, well, we like seeing you on the water. We love watching you because, you know, you're backside riding, so elegant, really fun to watch. I'll let yourself get prepared, get ready. Francesco, great to see you in your busy schedule.
Thank
Good
you very
luck with
much,
the rest of the
Liam,
competition.
and I want to say hi to all my family. Ciao a tutti dall'Italia, seguiteci e sarete pronti per la prossima hit? Lo staremo a vedere.
Perfect. There he is,
Ciao
the
a
man,
tutti.
the myth, the legend, Francesco Capuzzo, everyone. Brilliant to talk to Francesco Capuzzo there, a real character on tour, someone that everyone loves seeing down at the beach. And just while we are on standby, we're just going to sit back, relax, enjoy the vibes down here at Ponta Preta, and as soon as competition gets back underway, don't you guys worry, we'll be right back in the booth.
Okay, so we go again, guys. Okay, guys, so let's go in sequence for the AP down. Attention, judges, are you ready? We go. The AP down is coming in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, down. The AP is down. In 1 minute, the red is coming.
Ready. And welcome back, everybody, as we are getting ready, because I tell you what, Liam, it looks like that red flag is back up, meaning that we are less than 3 minutes to starting, and that transition time has gone down to 2, so it is about ready to go. What happened there? The wind conditions weren't suitable, so in that heat was abandoned, but they are going to restart the heat, and they have an additional bit of time, 5 minutes, so we're still going to see some waves out there.
That's exactly what we want to see in this battle of the Brazilians at the moment between Gabriel Benetton and Pedro Matos, and that was not a heat I want to miss. And really good as well just to have Francesco Capuzzo in the booth briefly there and giving his mindset into not just this event in Cape Verde but also how his year looks, because if there's one guy on tour that keeps busy, it's that Italian stallion, Francesco Capuzzo.
I tell you what, the kilometers this guy does to go for the different water sports. I will call Francesco always a waterman. Windsurfing, kiting, you name it, the guy has it. I don't even want to imagine the size of this boy's garage is. And it is non-stop, and he is such a cool guy on and off the water.
Super cool.
For me, he is the definition of an ambassador. That's what you want as a brand. You want a guy that is always smiling, that can help, that can give some information, talks, all the vibes, all the chill. And I tell you what, his mum makes a mean pasta.
Now you've got me jealous. The Italian pasta, I want a little taste of that. But cool, I've just had lunch here, Joe, and now I'm hungry again. But going back to the competition, going back to the action, because that's what we're here for. Pedro Matos, Gabriel Benetton back on the water. Green flag goes high in the sky. 5 minutes on the clock. Let's see what these guys have in store.
Yeah, it does. And with true Brazilian style, you can see them both just next to each other. Pedro Matos has the lead, so he is going to be sticking to Gabriel and trying to not let him get those set waves. But now it doesn't look like there's a lot of energy out there as we are waiting to see the first set. Gabriel Benetton, Pedro Matos, two of the powerhouses of Brazil, and there is bragging rights to be won out there.
And they train together a lot as well, probably at home, you know, back in Brazil, finding and searching for those waves. So definitely some bragging rights to be had. And I was saying before, friends off the water, but when they're on and battling it out, there's no friends to be had out there.
Yeah, and there we can see it's about 10, 11 meter kites out there at the moment. Some of the guys on 9. The wind is a little fluky, and we are about to go and get ready. And here we are as we continue on. So it looks like Pedro Matos is going to be the first guy to jump in on the wave. And he's looking at the back to see Gabriel. No, all right, Pedro, he is going to be engaging. Take a little look-see.
Pedro Matos here, generating speed. Big first top turn there. Flatline in this section, just trying to beat the wave before it closes out. Airtime, lands it, carries on, rides this one. Big middle section there, big turn. Again, pumping down. Focus now onto Gabriel Benetton, backside riding, just flatlining this section. Definitely going to be wanting to, you know, alter things up, but gets taken out by that one. Focus now back onto Pedro.
Yeah, I mean, it is action left, right, and center. You can see both of the guys throwing turns, but Pedro having the upper hand on that one, and he already has 2 big scores. So Gabriel Benetton pretty much has to start to do a wave dance out there, because he is going to have to get 2 scores if he wants to be getting past Pedro after those waves, because there is some big numbers coming in for the young Brazilian coming out of Rio, Pedro Matos.
Benetton as well is in a good position at the moment. While we look at this replay from the last wave, Pedro lays that airtime, grabs the front of the board just to keep it under his feet. Then we went and focused onto Gabriel Benetton, the stylish backside rider on your screen just on the right-hand side there. In a very nice position, but he's got to pray that a big set comes through. He's going to need 2 big or 1 big scoring wave or 2 nice scores. Because at the moment, Pedro Matos is just a little bit downwind and is not in the ideal position if that next set comes through any second now.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And yeah, we are looking at, I reckon Pedro is going to be improving. And I tell you what, Gabriel, he is going to have to get a groove on, because now it looks like it is flat out there. We are not seeing any waves to the horizon. He had the opportunity with that wave to make it through, to be able to try and get that back up or go for a combo. But Pedro Matos talk about getting the ace out of his sleeve, threw it down and there, some nice hacks, and is very much in the lead so far. So let's have a little look, see what is going to be happening on this heat.
And on your screens now, Benetton dropping in. This is got to be a good wave. Starts off with a nice top turn there. Completing it off with a second backup. That was better, but just gets wiped out. Has never been able to find the groove, and the nose of the board there just going into the side of that wave.
Yeah, you can see the pressure has got to Gabriel there. That was an unforced error once again. You can see not the mindset that we are used to seeing from him, and unfortunately, I tell you what, that error is going to cost him the heat because 90 seconds to go. There is no way that Gabriel is going to be able to get a second score, but he would need pretty much a 10-point ride, and there is only 1 minute to go. I reckon that was the nail in the coffin, mate. We are just waiting for the final buzzer.
And here you can see just that unfortunate mistake that went down for Gabriel Benetton, not being able to stay on the board and continue that wave. He will be absolutely kicking himself out there because he's a true competitor, had some good events last year, and unfortunately just never really be able to find the groove in this heat.
Yeah, and here we can see Pedro Matos looking to see if there's a wave behind him. No, he isn't. Engaging, swooping that kite down. Here we go.
Oof.
All right, first big hack all the way around. Keeps the power. This, you can see the surf style. Boom! Off and under the lip, not leaving anything out there for contention. And deciding against it. And in the back, I can also see Gabriel, a big open face hack. He's putting it all on. This is all or nothing. Everybody poker. It is all in here for Gabriel Benetton. Can he get past this section? No, he can't. And that one is stopped all the way in front of him. So that is definitely not going to be enough to get past the likes of Pedro Matos. And there it is, red flag in the sky. So unfortunately there for Gabriel Benetton, that's it. That's all, folks. It is a one-way ticket home. He has been eliminated from the competition.
Okay, guys, I want to give you the count of this time just to help a little bit to the two sailors on the water, same sponsor Nicolas Abayev and Francesco Capuzzo. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
Welcome back, everybody, and we are about to go. Coming up next, we are going to have heat number 2, round number 4. Nicola Abdabjieb going up against Francesco Capuzzo, who we just had here in the booth. Always cool to catch up with Francesco, and now it's time to go down to the water as green flag is up, and there is a set coming our way.
So we got waves out there. Woo! Who's that? Who's that? Who's the green? Francesco. Okay. We got the guy Francesco backside. Wow.
All right, straight off the bat, Nicola all the way down the line on this inside beauty. And I tell you what, also I can see out of the corner of my booth, Francesco Capuzzo putting on a very nice wave. So really looking at both of these boys are on fire. All right, here comes Nicola all the way down, and Francesco Capuzzo making his way out back to the impact zone. And I tell you what, it looks like we have some waves coming our way. Are they going to be able to make it out there? We will soon find out. All right, so we can see the wind is looking so fluky out there. They are making their way out to the back. And then you can see Francesco there swooping left, right, down, and center out there on the RRD equipment. And it looks like that wind has gone offshore again. And we can see here on the inside, you can see it's a little bit glassier. I wonder what the race crew is going to be thinking. Nicola has made it all the way back up the back. So I know they are looking at the conditions with binoculars, and I can see them making the adjustments and deciding what to do. We saw a cancellation of the last heat where then we restarted with 5 minutes more on the old ticker. Pedro Matos going through. Gabriel Benetton, unfortunately, has been eliminated out of the competition because now we are on round number 4. What does that mean? Round 4 is elimination. This is a little place I like to call going down to the dungeons, because whoever loses in these round 4, and they are men-to-men heights, they are going on a one-way ticket home. So now this is where everything gets serious, because if you make a mistake, if you don't perform, that is it for you in the contest, and there is no one who wants to go home early. All right, here we can see that last wave from Francesco Capuzzo. Up and over, nice open face off the top, releasing water out of that last wave. And here you can see engaging one more time, nice and slow-mo all the way along. Bada bim, bada boom there from Francesco Capuzzo. Let's not forget Francesco back in 2019 came out in 4th position, and really, really good to see him putting the groove and the moves on right now. All right, so Francesco Capuzzo dropping in. It looks like we have the yellow lycra coming at us. A little bit of a check turn, trying to send himself up. Both of these athletes I can see out the back. Nicola as well. We were seeing the replay of that. All right, Francesco is off. Let's go to Nicola. Nicola Adamtiev. Boom! Right off the top, hitting the lip there. That is what we want to see. Now going down the line, trying to speed it, but he is going to get over, getting caught behind that foam ball. So neither of these riders managing to get past that second section. So that is going to be a low score for both of them. They are equal out on the numbers. Let's see who has done enough to be making their way through into first position. Here we can see the replay there of Nicola. Got the beginning of that, we caught the end. Let's see how he did it. You can see body language. He is such a laid-back guy, but when it comes to getting the groove on, he really does push it. Got the kite in the wrong position there, losing the opportunity of that first hit. This second one does engage better, hits it in the sweet spot, releasing that tail, getting the water going high. One more hack. But this is where you can see he just lost the board and was a little bit too late not being able to get past that middle section here in Ponta Preta. But still, it does look like, I reckon, out of the two waves in between him and Francesco, Nicola's was slightly better. So he has a small advantage with 8.5 minutes left on the clock. And then we can see the crowd starting to come down to the beach here and start to enjoy the best of the best out there on the water. Day number 2 of Ponta Preta, Cape Verde, the season opener of the kitesurf discipline here of the Qatar Airways GKA Kite World Tour. And now dropping in on the white, coming out of Bulgaria, Red Bull rider Nikola Adagiev, who is your current leader, looking like a very nice set wave. Let's see what he has. Digging in that rail. Good check turn, open, loosening out, opening up those shoulders. Here he comes around at the bottom. Once again, that pulled lay back, nice old fanning style, powering through those fins. Turn number 3, linking it together. This is a very nice wave here for Nicola. And I can see also Francesco there in the back. We will get in a full replay of him after this wave. But it is Adamtiev here on the bottom. It is synchronized surfing between these two. This is what we're talking about. This is what we want to see. And Nicola going down on the inside. Francesco Capuzzo following it all the way to the bottom. And what an exchange in between these two RRT teammates. Let's get the replay there of Francesco Capuzzo. All right, so here we can see the beginning of that wave from Francesco that we didn't quite get. Nice size out on the set, mid-face turn there just to be able to keep the speed. Goes a little speed run down, keeping it down. This is where he starts to get a little bit more pull. Mid-face hack, almost loses it there, but keeps it together. As we are just waiting for some numbers to be dropped. Both of these boys throwing down. But I reckon Nicola a little bit more style on some of those turns is going to get the higher end. But Francesco Capuzzo keeping himself busy. And let's not forget this man was 4th position here in 2019. And he is looking to improve on that or at least equal it. But he is going to have to get past Nikola Adamtiev, who at the moment seems like he is in sync out there. And yet another set, and look at it, white lycra. Here we have the Bulgarian Tornado coming at you. What's he got? First turns, hitting in that rail, getting that kite down, but missing out on that turn. What a shame. That is a missed opportunity there for the Bulgarian. But still, there's quite a lot of time, 5.5 minutes on the clock as we continue on here. Round number 4 of the competition, elimination round, is out there on the screen. Francesco keeping himself busy once again. Here he goes. I can see Liam coming to the booth with a little hop, skip and a jump, but Francesco up and away. Now that is what we're talking, and we have Nikolai Georgiev in the back going hard. I tell you what, these boys are leaving nothing in the tank. It is lines for lines, turn for turn down here, day number 2. Now this is what we want to see. This is surfing, ladies and gentlemen. Nikolai just losing his feet there on that one. And he's just going to have a little play down here on the shores. He knows that not going to be a scorer, but it is the Bulgarian Adamjiev in first position so far, as we are just coming up on 4 minutes left. All right, so here we can see Nicola tries that edge, but you almost lose it again. You really got that, get that kite down. I was talking to Hendricks yesterday. You really do have to get that kite on down in front of you for it to be able to pull you back onto that wave. And we saw Hendricks Lopez yesterday, one of the big highlights. The youngster was not taking any prisoners, and I reckon he is going to be a force to be reckoned with. Now round number 4, elimination round, so there's one person going to be going home, and we have a battle in between these two team compadres out there, Adamjiev and Capuzzo dropping in.
Here he is on your screens now, dropping in with just over 3 minutes left on the clock. The vibes down at the beach, Joe, I must say, are absolutely bouncing and popping off, because right now sets are coming our way. Some of the bigger sets of the day in this heat, and Francesco Capuzzo not managing to stay on that wave and just comes off the top. And I'm just trying to see out of the corner of my eye if Nicola was able to get one of those set waves, but unfortunately not. Let's have a little look at the scoreboard. Boy, oh boy, it's going to be a close one as we come to the final stages of this heat.
Yeah, he had a little bit of a wiggle, a little bit of a wobble there on that wave from Francesco going off of the back of it. But we can see both of the athletes making their way back up to the right-hand side as we are looking for one more set to come our way. And now both of them down there at the bottom. They are looking to see if they can have the possibility to get one more wave as we are just entering the last 2 minutes. I can see Mint and Ines down there getting ready as well. Some of our team members getting close to the shore. Because, I mean, you know, the Colosseum, the theatre that we have here at Ponta Preta, because you can sit on the rocks right in front. And I reckon if you threw a stone a little bit hard enough, you might hit one of our riders, because they are about 10 foot from the shore.
You couldn't be any closer if you tried, though. You could not be any closer. And you can see it here on the view. They are right on top of the wave. They may as well get a surfboard and join them out there.
I tell you what, and I mean, you know, that is a very tempting proposition, mate. We've been watching perfect waves for the last 2 days. And I tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, if you hear the stream going silent, it's because we are out there.
Can you surf?
I could try.
You can dabble?
I could dabble. a little dabble, a little dibble is always go down wrong. No, we can go out there on the surfboard and have some fun. It is so cool to be back in Cape Verde, because also the vibe that is down here and the catchphrase for Cape Verde, the official phrase for Cape Verde is no stress. And that just says it all.
No stress. Well, I'm definitely not feeling any stress here with these perfect prime conditions up in the booth. Waves are firing now. We are coming into towards the final few seconds. 45 seconds left on the clock. Mr. Capuzzo has got some chasing to do, but right now it looks like Nicola is going to be able to drop in on another bomb before this heat's over.
Yeah, there you can see the Italian, vamos, moving it through, but it is Nikolai Adamjiev here on the inside. Francesco is going to have to get a miracle if he wants to be able to get another wave. He is out there waiting for it to come through. Nikolai Adamjiev, there is one, little bit less than a minute on the clock as we continue on. There are no waves out there on the horizon. Who is it going to be? Who is it going to be?
Replay here of Nicola's last wave. Nice turn there. Not so much aggression and power going into that one, but nevertheless he is still in that first position. And that is it. Red flag up in the sky, and it's looking like Nicola is going to snatch that first position. as we go and have a little look at the recap from that heat.
Yeah, we're just waiting for those numbers to come in, as there's just one more confirmation score, but it does look like Adavdiev has done enough, but we will find out after the best action there of heat number 2, round number 4.
And as we wrap up the replay from that last heat.
Welcome back, everybody, as we are starting. Artur Moraes is going to be going up against Elvis Nunes. All right, so those are the boys that are going to be going out. Elvis Nunes, Artur Moraes. Artur, another Brazilian, and I tell you what, we've already had a Brazilian upset because Gabriel Benetton is out of the competition.
Big rider there to be out a little bit early on. So Artur Moraes here is going to be wanting to advance through to heat number 5, round number 5, sorry. And he's up against Elvis Nunes, the local Cape Verdean, who sure has been shredding up the waves. He's been in action yesterday in quite a few heats, and it's looking like a nice set wave is going to be on the way for both of our riders now. Just trying to identify who is on this wave because it's looking big.
All right, so we can see him out there. Boom! Hitting it hard. Moraes, very, very nice surfing from the Brazilian, but going down after that one, the Ozone rider. That is what we're talking about, some turns. What a shame that he missed that last one.
Yeah, just looking at the replay here, just gives you a little bit of an idea for the size because it's big waves out there and a big first turn there. Backing it up with a nice second turn, just getting caught up in the foam of the wave there. So that's a wave scored though for Artur Moraes, but definitely going to be hindered by that little bit of a collapse.
Yeah, I mean, here we can see Elvis Nunes. So this guy is a local as he comes down the line out there on the north charge. Let's see what he has for us. Trying to get a little bit of a shampoo cover-up. Does make it, but pays the price and gets caught on the inside. So unfortunately, that is going to be a wipeout for him. But I tell you what, even though Moraes got hit on that second section, there are some numbers coming through because that was very stylish riding.
Stylish riding indeed. Just having a little look now with you, Joe. They're just starting to drop and soon will appear on your screen. It's looking like a good first wave for Artur Moraes out of Brazil on your screen right now. Just over 13 minutes left on the clock. Good heat remaining, and I can see, there we go, on your screen in the middle, Lorenzo Casati is going to get ready for his heat because he'll be up shortly, but full focus back onto the water now. 30 minutes, Elvis Nunes, that first score has dropped to 0.50, so definitely one he'll be wanting to improve, but still, the big score from Artur is yet to drop.
There we can see him having a little look-see at that section, but deciding against it, going back out. I mean, all of these guys can produce the goods. We know that. They can produce the moves if the wave is with them. But sometimes you see some of the athletes getting and scavenging and trying to get on some of these inside waves, which do not have the scoring potential. We saw it at the likes of Matthew Lopez yesterday. Patience, waiting for the set, but also the pressure on you because you have to perform there and then.
Yes, it becomes very, very technical and tactical. You know, just choosing, waiting. It's a patience game out there. You've got to be willing to wait for that perfect little right-hander that Ponta Preta can deliver. And at the moment, you can see that score from Artur Moraes has dropped to 5.97. Good first score under the belt. And we always refer to, you know, just getting those first two waves under your belt, feeling confident. And boy, oh boy, he's going to be pleased with that one.
Well, you know what they say, we're cooking with gas now. We ain't here for a haircut, mate. And this is why Ponta Preta is one of the best waves we have on tour. And it is so cool that as soon as that waiting period opened, it has been firing. This is why we're pushing so hard yesterday and today, because it does look like today, yesterday and tomorrow are the 3 days that the swell is there. It says forecast is saying about 2 meters at 16 seconds by the end of the day, 16 to 18 knots, and then tomorrow a little bit more on the waves, a little bit less on the wind, so hopefully there will be a little bit more of a breeze. As we can see, sometimes when it shifts to that offshore, to that northerly, it does get glassy here on the inside. You know, ideally we want it to be northeasterly to be able to filter through cross side offshore, and then also the swell is always coming here at the moment during this wake from the west, which is picture perfect for this break.
Picture perfect. It's super, super good. Green flag still up in the sky, flapping away. All the flags going in the wind now. Conditions really starting to shape up nicely. We had a little bit of a drop in the wind, in the breeze a couple of heats ago, but as you can see, those white caps are starting to form a little bit. It's looking good, and Artur Moraes now on your screen is about to drop in for his second wave, and it's looking like it's shaping up to be a good one. First turn, bang, nice hit on the top of the lip there. Continues the power, backing it up with a nice sort of mid-checkpoint turn there in the centre of the wave, and this is where it starts to flatten out that little bit, but he's making every part of this wave count as his speed just starts to come to a halt and he starts to get a little bit in the shallows.
Yeah, he knows this one has scoring potential because he had that big first hit, driving, setting that rail all the way at the top, hits it on the lip and even airs and lands out of it, almost going underneath. Very good ride in there from Moraes. I really love how committed, the engagement, the power. I mean, just look at this. This is commitment. Sets that rail and holds it all the way up, vertical, boom, oof, and pretty much under the lip. Picture perfect turn there from him.
Yeah, driving through those fins, and I just love watching it when that left hand just lets loose and they open up that chest and they really just carve against the wave. Beautiful stuff. Picture perfect, if you ask me.
Yeah, no, that was great. So just under 10 minutes to go as we continue on at round number 4, heat number 3. All right, well, Moraes getting right back in to the impact zone, and it looks like he is eyeing up a section over there, Liam. It looks like we've got another set coming through. The period is getting closer and closer. It looks like waves are getting more frequent. Having a look, is he going to be engaging?
You can sort of see, yeah, looking over his left, looking over his right, trying to see if there's a better wave, and decides against that one. It's getting to that time, similar to yesterday. We saw this happen with conditions. 2:20 in the afternoon. The men got underway about, I'd say, around 3 p.m. yesterday, and conditions are starting to get similar. It's starting to build. The sets are starting to come in a little bit more frequently. It's looking like the rest of the afternoon sure is going to be a treat. It's going to be cinematic here at Ponta Preta.
No, absolutely, and this is why we come to Cape Verde. We have had some of the best kite surfing at this location over the last years, and it is so cool to come back. So last time we were at this break was about a week before the world shut down with the pandemic, and it's so cool to see friends, family, the vibe. A big shout out and thank you to Josh Silva and to Giada for making this event happen, and all our event partners and our headline sponsor of Qatar Airways. It is so great to be back in action. A couple of years is off. We have got back to the new normality, and I tell you what, it is never better.
No more fighting over toilet roll or flour, Joe. That was what it was like in the UK. You couldn't get anything. And just over 7 minutes on the clock. Get out. Artur Moras still in first position with a 12.47. Elvis Nunes, plenty of work to do. As you can see, I'm just looking out of the corner as well, going through that slight flat spot. But here we have Elvis really shifting his way onto this one. One of the smaller waves of the sets. Just not being able to keep the momentum going on that wave as he was coming in towards the shallows. And coming up now, 7 minutes on the clock. Elvis just going down there, but manages to find a wave on the way out. And he's turned and he fancies this one. He likes the look of what he has. But probably that's not the right choice there from Elvis. He probably should have gone out towards the back and just been a little bit more patient, because, you know, if you're not patient in these circumstances, that's where the errors start to occur.
Yes, they do. And here we have them moving their way forward. Moraes there in the lead with a 12.47. Elvis Nunes at 0.5 at the moment. And there it is, a 2.67. So updated there. He is definitely going to have to put his gear on if he wants to make his way through this heat.
And here we are. Just over 6 minutes left. Another score now dropped for Elvis, a 2.17. Still not going to be enough. Quite the way off chasing Artur. But, you know, anything can happen in this game. Waves definitely starting to be that little bit more frequent now. So riders will definitely have that in the back of their minds. You can see here, Artur Moras just looking left, right, up, down, just trying to see what is on the horizon. As you can see on your screens, there's a few little rollers, and although it doesn't look too much just yet, I can tell you now that there's definitely a little bit of movement out there. We could be expecting a nice set of waves to come our way very, very, very shortly. A 9.80 is what's needed for Elvis Nunes to take the lead. So pretty much got to get a perfect wave, or in the next 5 minutes get two nice good waves. But at the moment, it's this guy on your screen who is making the most of it, all out there, but just getting caught up. Not enough speed going through that section of the wave. And as it closes out on Artur Moras, he gets wiped out, as you'll see in the replay. Nice first turn, getting nice and low, driving through the back. Plenty of spray coming off the back of that wave, but it's just this section where the wave starts to close out. And he goes down, face planting into the Cape Verdean waters. And as you can see now, this is the set we were talking about, and it's looking very, very good indeed. And once again, both riders are shredding up the waves. We've got Artur out in front, but Elvis on your screen at the moment has got an absolute bomb. This is a huge wave, one of the biggest we have seen so far today. Keeping the momentum going. Is he going to be able to stick this second turn? Got to jump and drive the kite. Didn't quite get vertical enough, but still plenty of speed, plenty of momentum going through. Puts on the brakes a little bit. As you can see, working the kite, but not getting enough turns on the wave. Judges will be wanting more from a wave like this, and that's better in the pocket. But unfortunately, the back of that kite catches the back of the wave, and Elvis Nunes is not able to continue the momentum on that wave. What a shame, because that was most certainly one of the bigger waves we have seen today. It did not stop from start to finish. That is a kite surfer's dream there. And we're going to just have a little look at Artur Moras there, because full focus before was on Elvis, and this was the bomb that Artur Moras was on before. The Brazilian working this wave from left to right, up and down. What a set of waves that was. The waiting game sure was over. Wave selection, experience, big factors to be considered here for this event. And just under 3 minutes on the clock and scores to come in. And let me tell you something right now. That last wave from Artem Moras is looking tasty. It is looking good. Waiting for the scores to drop. And there it is, 8.27. One of the highest scoring waves so far in the competition. We saw Sebastian Ribeiro up in the 14s with the combined score. Going to have a little look and see if Artem Moras has beaten that combined score, because that was an incredible wave. 8.27. Take your hat off, sir. He sure has been keeping busy, pumping through with the legs. He's going to want a little bit of a breather after this heat. Elvis Nunes, plenty of work to do though. And scoring a 4.57 on that last bomb he took. A nice wave, but judges definitely deducting points because there was just that lack of turning going on. Didn't quite find himself in the right position on the wave, but nevertheless kept it going and rode it till the end. And there he is on your screen in the yellow lycra. Elvis Nunes looking over that left-hand side. Another little bit of a set coming, but nowhere near the same size as that previous one. Coming in towards 90 seconds left on the clock. So this is it now. It's game time. Elvis needs an 8.04 to take the lead, and we know it can be done because look at that score from Artem Moras, 8.27. It can be done. But it's a combination of just waiting, being patient for those big sets to come through. And then once they do come through, making the most of every part of the wave. And sets like that haven't been so frequent. And Elvis now just hovering. He's on a wave at the moment, but it's nowhere near that last set. But nevertheless, let's see what he can do. He's dropping in. Got the momentum, flatline, little bit of an air, grabs the rail of the board, but goes down in towards the shallows. Not able to stomp the landing there. Another little bit of an unforced error from Elvis Nunes. This guy has been busy the last couple of days. Numerous heats. He's put on some absolute stompers. But it's looking very challenging now. And he's not going to do it because there's no waves on the horizon. And Artem Moras has scored some absolute bombs out there. 14.77. Elvis Nunes 6.74. Red flag is up in the sky. Not sure if this wave is going to count or not. But nevertheless, here he is. Artem Moras on that final last wave. Flatline in this section. Just rides the foam at the top of the lip. Goes all the way down in front of the judges, having a little bit of a play on this one. And what a heat that was. I cannot wait to see the recap from that highlight because those were some bombs out there.
Passos cu fake perfil po care și-ar astus Majorura chimbo și-o e carigoasă
falha na vida de alguém.
CV Móvel. Estamos ligados.
And welcome back as we continue to fire through the men's division. Kite-Surf men, round 4, heat 4. Charlie Martin, Reunion Island local, against the Cape Verdean Robertni Barros. Big heat. I mean, every heat is a big heat at the moment. And there we have Qatar Airways GKA Kite World Tour flag flapping in the wind. It's all systems go, go, go here on day number 2 of the Kite-Surf World Cup, first stop of the calendar year for the 2023 tour. And it's been a fantastic start. We wouldn't want to start it any other way. Big purling waves, right-handers, starting and finishing, going on for miles and miles. The fun never stops out here. The fun never stops. And there we have the scores on the board, but no waves yet to be caught. 14 minutes on the clock now, as we're firing through heat after heat. Robertni Barros here, one of the locals, knows this wave very well. And there he is on your screen, riding one of the duotone D-Labs with that Alula material. Charlie Martin out the back on the Cabrina gear. And I'm just having a little look while Robertni Barros is making his way out. There looks to be a few of the set waves coming in. Let's see if Charlie Martin is able to drop in on one. It looks like he is. Yes, here he is, the man on your screen, Mr. Charlie Martin. Big top turn, but getting swallowed up and not able to continue on that one. That wave has shaped up beautifully, as you can see on your screens now, but that sun is obviously setting that little bit more as the afternoon carries on. So we do apologise for the slight glare on the screen, but don't you worry, we've got plenty of angles to cover this action. As both riders on the right-hand side of your screen there making their way to the edge of the competition area. Robertni Barros doing the old switcheroo, coming back down the line, trying to catch one of the back-end waves of this set. But here's the replay from Mr. Charlie Martin, just getting caught up. A little bit of an unforced error here, just going down over the front of the board. And Robertni Barros now on one of the smaller ones, but this one could peel up and face up nicely. Nope, thinks, I'm all right, thank you. This one is not for me. 12.5 minutes left on the clock. First score dropping soon for Charlie Martin on that first wave. Won't be anything too big, but nevertheless a score on the board. And a score on the board is a good score. You never know when the sets are going to come through. Probably every sort of 4 to 5 minutes at the moment. I'd say the good rolling waves are coming in, but you never know what's going to happen. There you can see both riders on your screen. Nice shot of them both there. One coming in, one going out. And again, a few nice waves starting to appear now. Both riders out the back. Charlie Martin here on your screen, a very talented surfer. He's going to ride this one. Can he keep it together? Let's wait and see. First turn is nice. Nearly loses it on the top of that wave with that kite a little bit high, but nevertheless sticks it. A little bit of a check turn on the mid-section. Puts on the brakes, dives the kite, looking for a little bit more speed. Needs a little bit more drive, a little bit more momentum. Right in the top of the foam on this one. Does drop back in. Fourth turn, really laying it down, but you can see there, losing the board under his feet. Unfortunately there, just missing out as the wave was coming into the back end. And the first score for that first wave, 0.50, so nothing to scream and shout about. But we still got plenty of time left in round 4, heat number 4 of the men. And here is the replay of Roberto Barros just going down, unfortunately, and he's on your screen again. Looks like he's going to catch another wave. But nope, doesn't fancy it. And there's no reason to question Roberto Barros' choice because he is a local Cape Verdean. So if anyone knows this wave well, it's going to be those guys. So he's decided against that one, wants to back out. 10 minutes left in this heat. So, you know, we're going to see another 2 or 3 sets come through. And that second score for Charlie Martin, 0.40. So a couple of small ones there. But Roberto Barros still waiting for a score to drop. Just out there, just chilling out, enjoying the sun. But will definitely be wanting some of those bigger waves to come through. We saw in that last heat with Artur Moraes and Elvis Nunes, that big set come through. One of the biggest sets of the day. And the score to back it up, an 8.27. He is not here to mess around. And there you have it. You couldn't be any closer if you tried. Crowd absolutely loving the vibes down here. Getting busier and busier. Local time is 2:40 in the afternoon. And right here on your screen, Roberto Barros switching to backside. Just groove it around. Big inverted turn there. Yes. Loves that, and you can see really keeping it together. Flatlining this section of the wave, keeping the speed. Another big snappy turn. Plenty of aggression, keeping it together as he's now in front of the judges. But going down, and meanwhile in the back, Charlie Martin getting swallowed up whole on that wave. What a couple of waves there. Roberto Barros, 2 massive inverted turns, really getting the nose of the board up into the pocket of the wave. Unfortunately going down towards the end, but it will be very interesting to see what the judges score this one. You can see here, it was a little bit of a monster that chased him down the line. Big open turn there, really engaging the fins, and this is where he had the momentum, he had the speed. Putting the brakes on a little bit for this second big turn. Boom! Thanks for coming. And then this is where he nearly lost it. Just dropping back down. Looked a little bit messy, but held it together before going over the front of his board. Meanwhile, Charlie Martin was on this one. Couldn't get that first turn fully engaged, and a little bit of an unforced error there from the Reunion Island local. Just under 8 minutes, but a couple of scores to drop. 4.10 for Charlie Martin, a 0.40 for Roberto Barros. Plenty of time left on the clock as set waves are coming in thick and fast. And here we go, another big set coming in, and it's Charlie Martin who's getting engaged first, dropping in, nice big snapping carving turn to start with. But just there, you could see the frustration, didn't like what he saw, maybe not enough speed going into that one.
Yeah, deciding against that wave, and I tell you what, Barros as well also, they're so close in between these two boys, only 0.6 of a point, and here we have Barros dropping in again, one of the top surfers, QS surfer this man has been, and off, can he give it together, holds it up, does he get up? Yes he does! How did he manage that? I give him A for effort.
I can't believe he managed to keep it all together there, the old wobbly legs, the wave nearly took him out, but you know, he held it together in that section, and off he goes again. Crowd sure did love that one.
Yeah, they did, and they're liking what they see. You can see everybody just watching it out here in the front. There you can see that. Off the top, smackaroo. Gets underneath, stays on his board, and there, here, like true surfing style, gets back up. But that is not going to be enough for him as we are just coming up on 6 minutes. And I tell you what, my underdog, Charlie Martin, is starting to get a groove. But that Roberto is very, very close to him.
Very close. Needs a 1.70 to just snatch that lead from Mr. Martin, who's currently in first position. Plenty of time left, but both riders making use of every single set wave that comes that way, and it's looking like something is on the horizon. There's a little bit of motion in the ocean out the back.
Oh, there is. The washing machine is starting to go into spin, and I tell you what, we have full steam ahead. Both of the athletes are up there at the top mark. They are in position, and if I cannot, doesn't mistake here, that is Charlie Martin. Okay, Charlie from the Reunion Island, dropping in the youngster. Come on, Charlie, give us some moves. Oh, he was having a little look-see, but deciding against it, engaged in the rail. First turn, a little bit of a check turn just to keep the speed down. Now this is where he has to start to get a groove on. Big off the top, letting that tail loose. Very nice. Can he get past this next one? Yes, he does. Picture perfect timing, going all the way. The Reunion athlete, turn number 3. Now we are talking. This is the surfing we wanted to see from this young man. And just look at the body language. Look how he is putting forward pressure on that foot. A very nice wave there from him. I reckon he's going to go up into first place after that one.
Yeah, that's definitely going to improve on that 1.83. I had a few goosebumps watching that one. Every turn, started off with that first check turn, put the brakes on a little bit, but every turn on that wave just got better and better and better. The flow and really engaging full momentum and the power that was going into the turns, engaging the fins. But oh my word, Joe, just look out the back. There are some missiles coming in.
Yeah, there are definitely some big waves. Look at that. Lines are stacking to the horizon, and it does look like we are getting ready. There he is, Roberto Verde. Ravros is coming down as it is about to happen. Big set wave coming our way. There he comes, the Cape Verdean surfer. What has he got for us? Dropping in.
It's a big one. It is a big, big wave. Here we go. Big, nice turn to start off the wave. Keeping the speed through this middle section now. Crowd cheering. Everyone's going nuts here. Is he going to be able to drop back in? Keeping it. Oh, I thought he was going to keep it together there, but unfortunately going over the front of his board after getting a little bit of airtime.
Yeah, he just missed out there. Unfortunately, came on jump, but went and smacked down. That is not going to be what we're looking for. But Moretni, a very, very impressive ride. Pushing the feet out, really dabbling with that power. And here it is. Here's the replay. Look at that. Shabang! Now, this is the kind of surfing we want to start to see. But hey, elimination round is on the screen. Round 4, if you get kicked out now, as we said before, it is a one-way ticket home, and nobody's going to be giving you a handkerchief for those tears.
No, they're not. It's going to be a one-way ticket home, like you said, and with conditions like this, it's really starting to come in now. I'd probably say that we're seeing those sets still at about 4 to 5 minutes, but in each of the heats, we're seeing one really big set being thrown into the mix, and it's just picking and choosing when those waves come. That last set, definitely the biggest of this heat so far, because we've got 2.5 minutes remaining on the clock. So, I reckon we're going to be treated to another.
I definitely think we are too, yeah. So as it stands at the moment, it is Charlie in the lead, 9.73. Then we have Roberto Berni is out there in second position, but getting some of the bombs. And we can start to see some of the athletes making their way through.
6.20 there for Charlie Martin on that last wave. So just pushing himself that little bit further in front. But the local Cape Verdean, Robertny Barros, you can't take anything away from this guy. If anyone knows this wave well enough, it is Robertny.
He does know, and you can really see the surfing style, low and engaged. All right, Charlie. Yet another wave, taking off on a good one. This is actually peeling down the reef nicely. Second turn, yeah, leaning back there, the Cabina rider. Up and over again, keep that kite high. There he goes. Now he wants to get past it. Can he get all the way down? It is a speed run to get past that section. It does look like he is maybe going to be able to make it. He does. So now, just losing the edge at the very end.
And Robertny Barros making use of the wave behind, but it's looking like Charlie Martin had the better of the two, as both riders now are heading back out towards the edge of the competition area. The time is ticking. 1 minute left on the clock. Scores on the doors are dropping down hot. Are we going to see a couple more waves coming? Are we going to see them?
Oh, we will have to find out. Let's see what is going to be coming our way. But I tell you what, there are some big numbers. Now we are talking. All right, so 30 seconds on the ticker, Liam, meaning that it is getting close to the end. Charlie Martin at the moment is in the driving seat. Is that confirmed? Yes, it is. 11 points. The youngsters pulled it out. Next up is going to be coming Titik Lopez, who had a hell of a day yesterday, going up against Gasperini. But still, all right, Roberti is on a wave. Could we see a buzzer beater? We will soon find out. I am going to put a bottle of Portuguese wine that this could happen. Are we going to see it? Yes, we are.
Diogo Cardosa. Brilliant guy. And here we go. Roberti Baus on what is going to maybe be his last wave of the day. Right in front of the crowd, but going down. Going to need some armbands for that one.
Yeah, unfortunately, that was looking like a nice one, but getting that wipeout on the inside, I do not think that's going to have the scoring potential to be around that 7 point that he needs there, because he has a backup score of a 3.37 is his highest, so he would need something around the 7-ish, 8-ish to be able to take Charlie out. So I reckon that is not going to be enough, and yep, that is confirmed. So making his way through into round number 5. A big round of applause for Charlie Martin as we continue on. Titik Lopez is going up against Luca Gasperini. And welcome back, everybody, as we are back on out there in the water. Titik Lopez, Luca Gasperini. This is round number 4, heat number 5, and there are the boys getting ready to throw down Cape Verde, Italy. Let's go, let's go. As already we can see, Titik Lopez has about a 2-point wave coming his way, and we have a Luca Gasperini with a 1.5. There we saw a nice replay of that last wave from Titi Lopez and Luca Gasperini, Italiano. Andiamo, vai, getting in. Let's not forget, whoever loses is going to be out of the competition, and nobody wants to be going home early. Let's see what the Italian rider has for us here. Okay, bottom turn. Nice and laid-back style, this man. Not quite getting the power, and he is going to have to go out of that section, getting karate chopped there by our wave. So now both of these riders are going to be making their way back up. Gasperini is out there on the yellow roller, and we have Titi Lopez on the white dropping in. Here he goes. Titi off the top, but going off the back of the wave. Judges are going to be deducting points for that. He wouldn't have made that if he wasn't on a kite. Here we go again. Shakabang. That's better, but once again you can see getting pulled. Judges are going to be slashing that score like Freddy Krueger, as this is elimination round out there. Heat number 5. Local rider Lopez up against Italian athlete Gasperini, who is about to drop in on the yellow jersey. Day number 2 here in Cape Verde, Ponta Preta. What a couple of days it has been so far. We have had Ponta Preta throwing out beautiful right-hand pawn break waves, and it doesn't look like she is going to be letting up at all. 2-meter swell at 16 seconds is what we've been told and what the forecast says for today. Waves are up a little bit tomorrow. The frequency goes down slightly. So we are going to be pushing all day long until the very end.
Direction of wind, good waves.
All right, big waves coming in. Titi Lopez is going to be the first one to take the one down the line. Here we have the local Cape Verdean. What's he got for us? Look at that face. Oh, getting a fumble. Unusual, unforced error there for Titik. And now Gasperini has had the doors left open for him. Is he going to be able to take this advantage?
Here we go, Luca Gasperini. Okay, di trás no Titi. Boa, nice turn.
Lopez coming down, and he is redeeming himself on this one. Now the crowd is starting to make some noise as he gets closer. I can hear the MC starting to make the crowd and the shouts. There is the applause. That is what we want to hear, the local support. And Gasperini also all the way out the back, waiting for his chance to prowl, as he is circling out there like a shark. And I can tell you there are some waves coming his way. Titi Lopez on the screen, just hear that replay. A little bit of a foam climb here, gets that kite down. Make sure he drives himself down the line. A little bit of a mid-face turn there just to keep himself along. And this is where he starts to get busy. This is where he starts to get loosey-goosey. It is all about getting rail to rail, surfing. This is what we want to see. And Gasperini now on a very nice set wave, front and center in front of the judges. Didn't quite time that right. He is going to have to get a little bit more speed if he wants to keep going. Gasperini straightening it up now. He's going a little bit more vertical. That's more like it. Is he going to be able to keep the speed, keep on his board? Going all the way down and to the left. All right, Titi Lopez, look on the outside. A big open face bump. No! Taking a risk and going a little bit too hard on that one. What a shame. He was right in position for one of the best waves we have seen out there all day. Is he going to be able to get one out the back? Look at the replay. Just went a little bit too hard and got caught up. Timed it slightly late and got hit on that foam climb, and boom, came down like a ton of bricks. Well, I tell you what, these boys are in business as we are 8 minutes to go, and we have already had a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 waves from each one of these athletes. Your leader in the white, Titi Lopez. Second position, Gasperini. But it is close. 5.84 for the leader. 4.60 for second position. Who's it going to be? Who's it going to be? All right, Gasperini. A little bit further on the left. It looks like these waves are opening up. All right, here we have him. Over and away. Trying to get on. Can he hold his board together? Yes, he does. Just fumbles through that one. Both the athletes on waves. We will be getting the one from Titik after the replay. Gasperini all the way down. Now we're talking. Doubling up. Those are the two athletes. Wave for wave. Move for move. Here we have Lopez all the way. Yeah, can he keep going down? The crowd is going wild over here in Cape Verde. All the way to the bottom of the competition area. Titik Lopez in a demanding position as he is going to be your current leader. And I'm just waiting for some numbers to be dropped, and we've even got a claim. Wow, Titik Lopez, talk about throwing down. He is not wanting to leave the competition and is in first position so far, just waiting for some scores to be dropping in. I can see judges having a little look at the numbers coming up. But I can tell you one thing, he is definitely going to keep that commanding lead. Luca Gasperini is going to have to mix it up and get some groove if he wants to keep getting past the local Cape Verdean. But there is loads of time on the clock. 6 minutes of action to go. Plenty of time to get another set or two. So we are still going to be having some fire over here. Ponta Preta just coming past 3 o'clock in the afternoon at local time. All right, we can see there we have Titik once again dropping in. He is picking off some bombs out there today. All right, big open face hack, but once again got caught out and munched by the big set wave. Gasperini is going to be coming down in front, deciding he's taking off on the waves a little bit further over to the left. Let's see if this works for him. This is turning out to be a very nice one. All right, Gasperini making his way down. Let's see what he has. Gets that kite nice and low, making sure that he can stay on the wave. Couple of check turns. Still needs to get a little bit more vertical if he wants to be getting the scores. Looking better, but lets off mid-wave, a mid-face turn. And he is going to be chilling and cruising all the way to the bottom of the competition area. But if he wants to get those higher numbers, he's going to have to engage, get that verticality. At the moment, he is kind of cutting the turn halfway short, mid-face, and the judges are really slashing those scores apart. All right, TT looking to try and go for another one. Trying to make sure if he can stay and still get what he is looking as the moment. All right, switching it up and going backside, showing the variety out there. All right, he was going front side before, now going backside, so showing what a complete surfer he is. A couple of nice turns on that big set wave. But I tell you what, he is in a commanding lead. 5.37 and a 3.67. Are we maybe going to see an increase on his backup score? Gonna be interesting. I don't reckon so. As there it is, Titik Lopez, first place. 3 minutes left on the old buzzer. And we can see the crowd starting to pack in here on the beach as there's 2 minutes left of this last one. Making their way down and getting there, because this is where some of the big heats start to happen. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. We've still got about 3.5 hours of competition to go here today, as we are going to push as far as possible. Currently in round number 4, we are going to try and go all the way. But we can see Ponta Preta is not letting up, giving us those perfect right-handers. And now it's coming to that time in the afternoon to just continue enjoying the action out here. 90 seconds on the clock. And here we can see both of them trying to make it through. All right, Titik switching it up, going backside. So he has a very complete rider, I can see. Oh, nice hit off the top, keeps it together. As this is opening up nicely. Is he going to be improving his score, trying to push the board to get a little faster, be able to get past that section. And Gasparini is patiently waiting for a set. Let's have a little look, see what he needs. Gasparini needs to improve one of his waves by about 2.5 points. So he needs it to be about a 5 if he wants to make that happen. And there it is. There's everybody starting to get the vibes down there. This is what we're talking about. Everybody having a look. Even got the old shade down there so they can stay all afternoon. Gasparini dropping in. Now, this could be his last chance. He wants to have a big score if he wants to be making it through. The Italian rider. A little bit of an ollie pop there on the middle of the wave. But not what he was looking for. Red flag in the sky. So what that means, it is going to be the local Titik Lopez is going to be making his way through to round number 5. And unfortunately for the Italian Gasparini, that is going to be it for here in Cape Verde. But he is also going to be joining the sister tour event of the GWA Wingfoil World Tour, where we will see him out there on the wingfoil. And now, while we continue on in this competition, let's have a little look at the recap from that last heat. Welcome back, everybody, as we are continuing on. And next up, we are going to have Arsenio Diaz is going to be joined by Yaris del Olmo here, heat number 6, round number 4. Cape Verde versus Italy. There are the two boys ready to get dirty down here. And Arsenio Diaz, Cuncuño as we call him, put on an absolute bomber of a show yesterday. Let's see if he can continue it on in the competition. And there we can see some of the crowd starting to get in. We are going to be seeing some reactions out there on the shore, because the local boy Cuncuña is in the water, and I know that crowd is going to get on their feet. All right, there it is. Arsenio Diaz coming in. I can already hear the beach throwing and getting loud over here. All right, Arsenio just getting closed out, unfortunately. Not being able to get in, and we can see everybody just starting to wait, starting to like what they see. One of the local boys in the water, Liam, always is going to make a difference.
Yeah, just straight away when the local guys hit the water, you can hear those cheers from start to finish, supporting the local crowd. And here the replay, Arsenio just riding that backside but getting caught up in that foam there, not being able to put that efficient turn in. But now it's all systems go as we continue with this heat in round 4. So firing through the heats, we have released the women today, so we won't have any women's action later on today. But full focus on the men. And just as we wait for the next set, we're going to have a little replay of that last ride from Arsenio Diaz. Dropping in. Big top turn there. That backside riding so elegant. And just as this wave just started to crash out on him, he kept the momentum, kept the speed, but you can just see there, sort of looked down into the dumps and thought, a little bit frustrating, as that wave just didn't continue to keep that face nice and open. And the duotone rider now out the back, Yaris del Olmo from Italy, looking for the next wave to jump and have a little nibble, have a little bite. And here he is on your screen, dropping in for his second wave attempt. This one's looking good. Out the back, it's got a little bit of size to it. First turn, what's it going to look like? Just sort of a little bit of a break, a little bit of a halt. And as we carry on, big turn there up the top. This wave has really formed out nicely as it starts to go through that mid-section. This is where the riders have to keep the momentum, keep the speed, get past all that white water, and then put in that next turn. Very nicely done there from the Italian, but just going over the top of the wave on that final maneuver, not being able to come out of that wave efficiently. But nonetheless, big wave, nicely ridden there from top to bottom, as you can see on the replay. Just fighting against that kite, keeping all systems go, pumping the board through that middle section. And then coming out with a nice turn up the top there. Probably wanting to be a little bit more aggressive next time, showing the judges a little bit more power. But it's still early doors in this heat. Couple of scores on the doors. Arsenio Diaz 2.83. Yaris del Olmo 1.17. 12 minutes remaining in this heat, whilst both riders make their way back up towards the edge of the competition area, because the next waves will soon be underway. They're firing from all cylinders. And the local time, it's 3:15. So the sweet spot. This is when yesterday was absolutely pumping right through until sunset. And by the looks of things and the way it's going and the forecast on the cards, we're going to be none the less. It's going to be absolutely pumping from now until that golden hour.
Yeah, it certainly is. High tide is at 6:20 in the afternoon. And we actually saw it was from this time yesterday that we started to see the size of the waves increasing. And I tell you what, it looks like an absolute repeat. Some of those sets are the biggest ones we've seen all day. And at the moment, it is Yanis Del Olmo in the lead. But Cuncuña Arsenio Diaz is waiting out the back. And I tell you, that way he was attacking the wave yesterday backside. Let's see if we can see a repeat of that today. But Yanis taking it to the local Cape Verdean, and he is not leaving anything in the tank.
Yeah, you can't leave anything in the tank, Joe, at the moment, because guess what? If you lose, you're out.
Yeah.
And no one wants to go home. That's the big difference from today. If you lose, you are out. So both riders fighting for it, a place in the next round, chomping at the bit. And here we have Yaris on this nice looking wave here. Wants to show the judges a little bit more power. Let's put the accelerator down, Yaris. Let's see what you've got.
Yeah, getting a little bit more kite, a little bit high. Needs to get it yanking if he wants it to happen. I can see some of the guys also here on the shore directing, giving them a hand. It is a big crowd, and everybody is starting to whistle. Everybody is starting to make the noise as they're going. Yaris also there, Arsenio Diaz. So we got move for move, trick for trick. Now we're talking. Arsenio here. Going to be engaging. Can he get it up? Yo! Bada bing, bada boom. And Yaris as well. Oh, we have a battle on our hands. We have a battle on our hands.
And a brilliant shot there, being able to just witness both of those waves, both of those riders. And there's the Stoke on the beach. And you can see there on the right-hand side, Wesley Brito, one of the wing foiling athletes, enjoying the kite surfing scene as both waves there opened up super nicely. We've got a kite down in the dumps at the moment, but I'm sure, a little bit of a gust will get that bad boy back in the sky.
Yeah, absolutely. It looked like he just got caught on that wave, but wow, those were two very good ones. And let's see how the scores are going to be coming up after that. All right, so here first it's going to be the replay there of Yaris. This starting off, getting a nice hack, keeping the speed there, Liam. And it was this second section where he really went past it. And now he does need to get a little bit more power. Yaris just lacking a little bit more of that attack. But as he got down to the bottom section, looked like he was throwing that tail a little bit more.
Yeah, nice back end of the wave there, but just going down on his last maneuver. But that middle section, definitely you're needing speed to get through because, starting the wave off, you're able to put those big turns in. We're probably seeing the riders put in 2 or 3 of those big maneuvers, and then you hit the middle section where the wave flattens out, and it's important that they keep the momentum, they keep the speed. Otherwise, if they don't put their foot on the gas, that wave is going to close out on them, and they're not going to be able to just show the judges what they're made of at the back end of each wave.
Yeah, absolutely. And we just saw there, that was that wave of Yaris where he did pick off one of the big ones of the set. And now both of them back in position as we are waiting to see if there is going to be another exchange, because there is still loads of time. Arsenio is currently in second position.
Big waves coming in now, Joe. There's a big set on the horizon.
All right, so Yaris racking it back now. This is where he has to get that power. Come on, Yaris, dig that rail. Yes, he does. That is a little bit more like it. Starting to get his groove here, the Italian. Making it together. Let's have a look here. That goes out, letting it loose, holds it together. Yeah. Yaris Del Olmo. I tell you what, he can sense he's in first position and looks like he's going to be aiming up. He wants something in the air section. Is he going to be able to pull it off? No, he isn't. Another good wave there by Del Olmo.
Nice wave. The judges will definitely like that one. Definitely, at times I thought, he's going to lose it. He's going to lose it, because just looking out of the window, the kite was a little bit high at points, as you can probably see on the replay. But really started this one off. That was a nice maneuver there. And just going through this section here, you can see a little bit wobbly, but keeps it together. This is where that kite is a little bit high, pulling him off the wave. But by then, the wave has sort of calmed down a little bit. It wasn't nibbling so much.
Yeah, no, it did back off a little bit there, so he wasn't able to get that air section. And now, Arsenio Diaz all the way up the top, waiting for a set, waiting as he knows he is in second position. And we saw him get some very decent scores yesterday around the 5s and the 6, but hasn't been able to pull that together today. He is waiting for his opportunity, but he is going to have to start to get a groove on, because let's not forget, whoever loses this heat is out, as it is elimination round number 4.
And on your screens, you can see just going through that period where riders waiting for that next wave to come in. Just under 6 minutes now on the clock. And just looking at those scores, a 9.34 for Yaris in first position. Arsenio Diaz needs a 3.05. Now scores have been updated. So still some work to do, but plenty of time on the clock. And just looking out, it's still looking nice and mellow. Flags are blowing nicely in the wind. Conditions really starting to shape up nicely. Picture perfect stuff now. Wind's definitely a lot more consistent. Nice direction. Ticking all the boxes now for these riders, because you know you're going to need the conditions to fire. Every wave counts. And on your screens you can see both riders about to drop in to another wave.
Yeah, Titic Lopez, the last time in 2020, who was in the last heat, made it all the way through to round number 6. And we can see this is the quality of some of these local athletes. And then we saw Arsenio Diaz only able to make it through to round number 5. So, you know, this is kind of the cutting point for a lot of the locals. Let's not forget also Mitu Monteiro, Edson Casolino, Machu Lopez. These are the heavy hitters. Are they going to be joined by their compadre Arsenio Diaz? We will have to find out, but no, it's definitely looking like we are getting, as soon as those elimination rounds come, that is when some of the damage starts to happen. And at the moment, the Italian really showing his potential here, and we will have to see if he can hold on to it, as there's still 4 minutes to go in this heat round number 4.
Yaris clearly enjoying himself out there. A couple of nice scores, and we've referred to it earlier on in the day. If you've got those scores under your belt, you know, and the smile comes on, you're just starting to enjoy your riding. You see that pressure just comes off those shoulders a little bit. And we saw it yesterday with Hendricks. We've seen it with, you know, as focused as James is, you know, he really loosens up as the heat goes on. And, you know, riders just really enjoying the conditions and being in Cape Verde for the first stop of the year.
Yeah, no, it is. That is what, you know, to enjoy this and to have these kind of waves is how they want to start a season, and this is the reason that we come here. And now Yaris Delonimo there, 4.33, so increasing a little bit more. Arsenio really has to get that base score up. His best score is better, but no, it isn't. So he is really going to have to improve on both of those if he wants to take out the Italian. But I tell you what, it looks like there's lines, and it looks like Yaris is going to be engaging on yet another set wave.
Yeah, it's looking like it's cooking out the back. Yaris on this absolute monster here. Big first turn, but just getting yanked off the top of that wave. That is an unforced error there from Yaris. He will not be happy with that little mistake, because the way that wave has started to then peel out in front of us, wow, that's a one to be missed.
Yeah, no, he is definitely not going to be too happy about that one, because he wasn't able to make it. Will say he is picking the good ones, though.
Yeah,
Arsenio at the moment is not picking on the set waves. He's not in position where he has to, and this is why his scores are suffering. Both of these guys yet to really perform on one of those waves, but Yaris did with that nice score of a 5.17. Arsenio looks like he's eyeing up a nice set wave here. Let's see what the local boy has. I can already hear the beach starting to whistle. Arsenio Diaz, let's go.
And you can hear the crowd on the beach as he puts in that first turn, backing it up with a second. Needs a little bit more juice in the tank as this wave starts to continue. Nice second turn. Plenty of power going into that one. Diving, really getting rail to rail on the board. Keeping the momentum going, but going off the front. Looked a little bit bumpy as that wave came into the shallows.
Yeah, you could see that first turn just going, but still, even some of those turns were flat. They weren't vertical. He was not getting back on that angle. I mean, his window is shutting. We were coming up on 90 seconds to go, and he is going to need something pretty damn big if he wants to have an opportunity of going past. He is going to improve on his score. So if he can stay in position and hope that a set is going to come through in the next 90 seconds. He might have a chance, but Yaris Del Olmo putting in the work early has definitely made a difference.
Yeah, wave selection. We've talked about it before, and we'll talk about it again. Choosing the right one, that's one of the judges definitely looking at which waves the riders pick and choose, because there's some absolute showstoppers out there, and if they manage to pick and choose the right one, boy oh boy, well, that could help their score. And just on the replay from Arsenio Diaz now from that last wave, started off nicely, but as you mentioned, Joe, just lacking that little bit of urgency on some of those turns, not quite getting vertical enough before going down at the back end, as you can see on your screens now. Just under 40 seconds now, so final ticking away.
Yeah, and Arsenio here on the inside, he is going to start to scavenge. It does look like a set might be coming all the way in the back, but I don't think it's going to hit here in time. So he is going to have to look for, because he needs to improve his scores by a 1.38. So he needs to be getting something around a 5 if he wants to have the possibility of making his way through. So he is going to look for something. Is he going to be able to get on a bump as it is the closing seconds? There it is. As we are up, so that is the timer. Red flag in the sky. So Yaris Del Olmo throwing it down early, and he is going to be making his way through to round number 5. And unfortunately for Arsenio Diaz, that is going to be it for him. What a heat. Let's have a little look at the highlights.
Dođo të sigi durunjas passus Ku feki perfil po care șarastus Majadura kimbo shewe carigosu Ezi menino que o leva
CV Móvel. Estamos ligados.
Welcome back, everybody, and we are now going in heat number 7, round number 4, and look at that lineup. Camille Delanois, one of the top riders on tour, is going up against Lorenzo Casati, who is coming in here on the surfing discipline, the Red Bull King of the Air. Let's have a little look. Let's not forget that Camille Delanois last year, he came in 10th position on the overall, one of the best strapless freestylers, and now has been putting the dues in and putting the training in on the waves so he can get further up on that overall ranking. Lorenzo Casati, he is a big air extraordinaire. That is why he is the Red Bull King of the Air this season. I mean, you can see this guy 30 to 40 foot in the air, spinning, looping, down, you name it, this guy does it. And now looking very handy here on a surfboard, getting ready to go in the water. This is elimination round. Let's see who is going to be able to continue on in this competition.
Green flag is up in the sky, so here we go. Time is ticking, and two big heavy hitters out there. Someone's O has got to go in this heat, and none of them will want to be going home just yet. As you mentioned, Casati, a very well-rounded rider, and treating us to his specialities here in Cape Verde. And Camille definitely has been pretty good so far. This competition has ridden some nice waves, but he's got a busy heat now because he's up against one of the world's best all-round kiters in Lorenzo Casati.
Yeah, so let's have a little look-see as both of them are waiting for a set, and it definitely looks like there are some lines starting to come on the horizon. So it's going to be moments before these boys start to engage and come down the right-hander that is Ponta Preta. And if I can see out the corner of my booth, it looks like it's going to be Casati, the first guy to shoot out that first bullet.
And there he is on your screen, rocking the yellow lycra and the helmet. Safety first when conditions are absolutely firing, but decides, nope, don't want that one. 13 minutes on the clock. No scores just yet. Riders taking their time, picking and choosing the right ones. And there you have it. Crowd is filling. Beach is getting packed.
Yeah, everybody coming down to see the best of the best out here in Ponta Preta, and this is the event season opener. This is what we want to see. Perfect waves. It is 100% surfing, and now both of these athletes just looking for a spot to continue on and to continue alive in this competition, because whoever loses, that's it for him here in Cape Verde.
No one's going to want to go home because tomorrow's looking really nice as well. Good conditions over the next couple of days. We are all systems go for the men in this competition today. Lorenzo Casati there on your screen. Nothing quite happening at the moment. Few little rollers coming. Let's see if these start to form into bigger set waves, but there's definitely something happening. There's a little bit of energy in the ocean out there, and it looks like both riders could potentially be finding their first wave of the heat.
Yes, they can. So let's have a little look-see who is going to be going out there first. All right, Casati out the back, and we have Delanois here on the inside. Both of the boys dropping in. This is what we want to see. All right, not yet of them getting that turn. Casati off the top, a little bit of a smackaroo. Camille really straight lining it so far. He needs to start to get some turns if he wants to have a chance here. All right, turn number one, and there from Delanois. Coming down, Casati as well. Both of the boys at the bottom as they are all the way to the backside. Neither of them really be able to perform too much out on that wave. Let's see who's going to get the bigger score.
Two nice waves there, but coming in a little bit close to the shore and just trying to sort of get past that section and keep the speed going. As the replay here shows both riders on your screen. Nice shot there. Both putting in that first turn. Nice waves. Camille there, a little bit of a check turn. You know, you can see really pumping, keeping the momentum going. Needed the speed to get past this section. And then the replay from Casati, probably exactly the same scenario. Managed to get a sort of a first check turn just there, and then it was just a flat line past the white water.
Yeah, they didn't really engage that second bit of the wave. Just got a couple of turns, like you said there, Liam. Not going to be big scorers at all. And looking at it here, I reckon Casati is going to get the higher of the two and get a medium score, because he did get two semi to decent turns. And we're just waiting for those numbers to drop as our judges are locking them in. Day number 2 here, Cape Verde. And now the big dogs are starting to get in the water.
And there they are, a couple of the big dogs with 10 minutes on the clock now. So, you know, definitely wanting to catch a few more waves, start getting that second score on the board, because both riders will have one score now from those previous waves. It's most likely not going to be anything too special, nothing to scream and shout about, but plenty of time left. And just looking out of the booth as well, I can see a little bit of rollers coming through, so it could be all systems go once again. 2 consecutive waves here for our riders.
Yeah, there we can see Camille Delanois. All right, this is looking like a nice one, opening up and peeling down. What has he got for us? Pretty stood still at the moment. He's going to have to gain some speed if he wants to get past this one. Camille Delanois dropping in out there on the north charge. What has he got? Up and over, a little bit of a foam climb, but unfortunately, wave 1, Camille 0.
Just got a little bit eaten up on that section, wasn't able to keep it going. And Lorenzo Casati on your screen now must have saw that being upwind. This is his time to have a little bit of a bite and go a little bit further ahead, but a couple of scores have dropped, and as you can see, 5.13 for Lorenzo and Camille chasing with a 2.83, so plenty of work to be done.
Yeah, and then we can see some of the crowd just cruising and cruising and chilling down here. And now, I tell you what, Lorenzo Casati all the way out the back. This is looking like a very nice set wave all the way over on the right-hand side. Here he is, engaging that rail. Check turn to make sure that he can keep that speed. This is where he has to start to get more vertical. That's better. Letting the tail loose, going off, and he gets the second check turn. Now, can he get past this section? Yes, he does. Lorenzo. Si, senor. 2 linking, a little bit of a combo there with 2 complete turns. And floating, airing in, just going off of his board there. But Casati is taking it to the Tour veteran Camille Delanois at the moment.
And it's looking like Camille has also found himself a great wave out the back, while the replay from Lorenzo's last one is on your screens now. You can see, puts that little check turn in, gets a little bit more pressure on the bar, and this was the highlight of the wave. Nice big top turn there, plenty of power going through the board. Nice flow from top to the bottom, keeping on the rails and driving through the fins. Look at the spray that came off that lip there.
Yeah, they ain't messing around, that is for sure, but they know what is up for stakes, what is up for grabs. As it stands, it does look like Camille's second position, Casati in first, and we're just waiting for scores to be dropped on there. But I'm going to go as far as saying it does look like Casati has the upper hand and is getting the better set waves and laying the moves in. But a veteran like Camille can pull it out of the bag at any moment. This is not going to be over until the buzzer.
And both riders heading back out while we see the replay from that last wave of Camille. As you can see, really shaping up quite nicely. Nice starting turn there. Got a little bit engaged with a little bit of the foam and just keeping the speed through this section. Nice second turn, definitely wanting to be a little bit more aggressive, showing a little bit more power on the next one. That was a little bit of a better turn, but just stalling up and getting caught on the back end of that wave.
All right, and there we have another one out the back. So Casati out there in the yellow lycra. 6.5 minutes to go. Still plenty of time, as I reckon we're going to be seeing a few waves coming our way. And it does look like there is a set starting to make a little bit out the back there.
Both riders now tempted, but didn't fancy it there. You saw Lorenzo could have potentially dropped in on that one, but decided against it, and the good decision, because I can tell you now that that wave has closed out. Probably wouldn't have been a nice one for him. And they both know that there's a few bombs coming down now. You can see the rollers shaping up, and it's looking like riders are tempted. Camille, I can see, has just turned around, coming in, left foot forward, looking like he's seen something on the horizon. But on your screens there he is.
But he is way far out and to the left. He is completely out of position. That is not going to be where he wants to be. If he can get back a little bit further up on the right, he might be able to get on one of these set waves. But I think he is going to, yeah, there you can see, he's going to be turning around and decided against it. But wind once again looks like it's gone a little bit more offshore, meaning that the riders are having trouble to get back into that impact zone where they can grab yet another set wave.
And with just under 5 minutes left, Camille's definitely going to want to get into the right position because time is ticking, and before you know it, those 5 minutes are up. And currently sitting in second position, really having to work that kite. Now the wind's just done the old switch around. So hopefully, you know, things will get a little bit more consistent with the breeze, and these riders will be able to find themselves in that critical section where they can begin the run on their waves. But fortunately, it's a little bit flat out there, so we are in that break of the swell. As you can see there, Camille on the screen, riding the north gear with the carve and the charge. Lorenzo, the Cabrina rider. And we just turning around now. A little bit more motion out there. You can see that wave just behind Lorenzo is starting to form. It's starting to build. It's getting a little bit bigger. Pumping the way down the line here. Is this wave going to form? Doesn't like it. Thinks, thanks, I'm okay. I'm going to wait around a little bit longer.
Yeah, deciding against that one. All right, so Camille here, he is really far to the left. He's got another wave, but he is more than half away from Lorenzo Casati out there. And I tell you what, the clock is ticking, Liam.
It is ticking, and not much time left. And, you know, if he doesn't sort that position out in the competition area, he's going to struggle to find that wave, because needing to improve on that combined score of a 5.20, Lorenzo nearly doubled it with his 10.03. So work to be done for the Frenchman out there. He's going to need to hope that the set waves come in and either get two nice scoring ones or just hope that he can shred up an absolute bomb.
Yeah, no, he really needs, I mean, we can see there, he needs to improve his scores by more than a 4, and he needs to improve both of them. So that is a very, very difficult out there on the water. And now we can start to see, as down in front of us, I can see Ayrton Cosolino getting ready, because he is going to be going out on the water next. All right, now we can start to hear some noise down here in the crowd, because Cosolino is going to be going in the next heat, and he is just about to get in the water.
Going back to this heat, it's just under a minute and a half left. I don't think I've seen any rider have so many boards with them at the start of the heat. He's got about 4 boards down there, Joe, with Ayrton, so I wonder what tricks he has got up his sleeve.
Yeah, and here we can see Casati again on this wave, and I tell you what, this is opening up nice. He hasn't really got the drive yet, but now this is where we want to see him starting to go. Boom! Off the top, Casati looking to improve on that backup score of a 4.50. Camille Delanois also a nice turn there. This it could be the difference of the heat, but no! Delanois going down, and that has not been able to be possible. So it looks like, I'm going to call it, I do not think Camille is going to be able to do enough to continue on in this competition.
It's looking like it's going to be a challenge with just 30 seconds left. So it's got to be one wave now. One wave could be the separation of him either going home or staying in the competition. And as he is coming in towards the competition area, there looks to be a little bit of a wave. With just 15 seconds on the clock, Camille Delanois looks to be joining. Let's get full focus on Camille out there on the water.
Yeah, here he comes, here he comes. All right, this could be it. First little check turn, not getting the verticality. Needs to get it if he wants to be getting those high scores. Come on, Camille, bring us some action. Casati also there. Red flag is in the sky. Here he goes. Camille is just straight lining this one as we speak, and unfortunately has not been able to put the turns in until the very bottom. What's it going to be? What's it going to be? As it does not look like that wave is going to be enough. So we are going to have to confirm scores, but before we do, let's have a little recap of that last heat. All right, well, there it is. Ayrton Cosolino going up against Clément Rosselló from France. This is one of the heats we have been waiting for. Ayrton Cosolino, the specialist, the alien as he's been known, one of the guys to push strapless freestyle to where it is today. And Clément Rosselló, when it comes to wave riding, this guy can throw down. We've seen him at Nazaré. We've seen him at some of the big European waves. And now, how is he going to do out here in Ponta Preta? It is a start, 16 minutes on the clock. It is go, go, go.
He's got his hands full on this one up against Ayrton Cosolino. Clément was actually out this morning before we even began with competition. He took the old surfboard out and, had a little dabble out there just without his kite. And now here he is in the competition and up against one of the biggest names in the fleet, Ayrton Cosolino, who finds himself in round 4, heat number 8. And a tough cookie to crumble here. 16 minutes on the clock, and let's see when those first set waves are going to start to appear.
Yeah, it does look like we have some things coming our way. Who is going to be the first one to fire a bullet? Ayrton looks like he's just fishing a little bit on the inside. Had a little bit of an upset yesterday. Matthew Lopez a little bit more patient and got the win. And now I can see him moving. There he is, Cosolino. All right, dropping in. Let's see what the Cape Verdean representing Italy has for us here. Up and away. Over the top. Bada boom! Pushing it over. Using the lip to come down. Good start here for Cosolino. He is not leaving anything up for grabs. Going for the front roll. Can he land it? No, he doesn't. Cosolino Airlines, ladies and gentlemen. All right, Liam, it looks like Clément is about to drop in on a wave.
Yeah, here he is on your screen at the moment. Would have seen that one that Ayrton just shredded up, but decides, nope, don't fancy that one. Maybe there is a bigger one out the back, and there, what a great shot there from the drone. You can see Ayrton making his way, but here, Clément on your screen, just on the right-hand side, has dropped into his first wave. Big backside turn to begin. And here you can see going from rail to rail. That's what he's looking for. A little bit more aggression, a little bit more power into the wave. Getting caught up with the foam there, but sticking it together. And now out the back, Ayrton Cosolino on his second wave.
Yeah, there he is engaging. Ball off the top. Can he come down? Goes off at the back of the wave only, but using the kite to be able to get back in that. The judges are going to be scratching that score. You can see even Ayrton coming all the way in. But Clément, a very nice and commanding wave on that last one. I reckon it is going to be very close in between these two guys because they were two very good waves. Here we can see the replay. Ayrton Cosolino dropping in. That was his second wave there, Liam.
Yeah, dropping in. You can see there, getting that first turn really nice and high, but getting caught on the top of the wave. It was questionable. No one thought he was going to be able to drop back in, but boom, there he goes. And then before you know it, the wave closing out on Ayrton, and he was just a little bit too in the shallows for that wave to continue. And now the eyes in the sky with 12 minutes on the clock and some scores on the doors. Ayrton in first position with a 7.40 made up from 2 waves. And then Clement just sitting closely behind with that nice score of a 4.97 for 1 wave.
Yeah, very nice. And here we have Clement one more time. Boom! But going a little bit too over and losing his feet there on that backside ride. These boys are not leaving anything out there. This is wave for wave, punch for punch, pound for pound. Cosolino dropping in. All right, this is looking like a nice one. Here he goes. Off the top, pushes off the lip. Ayrton style engages straight up to another one. Look at the speed. Here he goes. He is not going to be stopping. And there goes the tail. The fins are out. And well, he's going to be looking for the air. There he goes. Gets the front row. Oh! Just missing out on that freestyle move. But he just keeps the crowd on their feet, and it is show time.
This is it. We are here. It has arrived. Conditions are firing. The wind's pumping. The sets are coming in thick and fast. And what a heat this is. We knew that this heat between these two riders, these two teammates, was going to be close. Both riding for duotone, and on your replay now you can see Ayrton just going for that air, that front roll, grabbing the rail of the board, but unfortunately not being able to finish that one nicely.
Yeah, and there we can see some of the crowd starting to get the vibes, getting those hands in the air. That's what we want to see. That's what we want to see. And I tell you what, there are lines stacked to the horizon. Watch out, because there is a big wave. Clement, look at this set, digging a rail, going across. He's let go to try and let some of that speed out. Can he keep it together? There he is off the top, 6 it and stays on. Both of the boys are out there. Clement, there you can see Ayrton Cosolino on the bottom, Clement on the top. Oh, Clement long. He is going for it and not leaving any time. Look at Cosolino.
This is non-stop action. I'm on the edge of my seat. Ayrton Cosolino going for one of the biggest airs we've seen in the competition so far, but not being able to stomp the landing. My word, what a 30 seconds of action there. Clement Rosarero, there's a big score coming. It's looking good, Joe. It is looking good.
Oh, it is. What a wave there from Clement. And you can see Ayrton pushing. He wants to get back. He wants to get back to the top of the wave. And let's see who is going to get there first.
And here it was, the highlights of that last wave. Just trying to spot, I think it's Clement here on this one. And boom, you can see there, we thought it was over, and then dropping back in, letting that bar just go, letting that power off, and big rail turn, bang, thanks for coming, drops back in. He wasn't finished with this one. Again, floating on the top and putting in numerous turns, rail to rail. The momentum sure was there for both riders.
Yeah, and here you can see Ayrton. Just look at the speed. I mean, look at that. Boom! Water all the way down to Boa Vista, and then going for this huge air to end it off, but was not able to get back on top of that. But big moves there for the Cape Verde and Cosolino. But at the moment, Clement Rosarero, I tell you what, these boys are pairing out, and I have a feeling Clement might have just done enough to go out in front of that wave, where we have to wait for those scores to drop in.
The best thing about this heat, Joe, is that we've still got 8 minutes left. 8 minutes left, and the action has been non-stop. Bang on halfway at the moment. Both riders, a couple of scores to drop. Will we see a little mix-up in the pot? Great shot there of our drone in the sky, just showing you their positioning, and you can see exactly where those rollers are coming and where this famous wave starts. Oh my word, are we gonna see a big set come through again?
Oh, I hope so, because there are some lines getting out there, as we can see. Looking out of the corner of the booth here, we have front row seats. All right, Now dropping in, it is Cosolino. Here he goes, gets past. I don't know how he made it through that bit of foam. He's going to have to speed across it if he wants to start engaging. Right, first turn off the top, lets that tail loose. That is what we're talking about, Ayrton. Now at the bottom, Clement at the back as well. Both of these boys, it is hand on hand. Ayrton using the lip to get past that section. Clement engaging again. Big top turn there from Clement. Here comes Cosolino. Up and away. They are not letting off, both of these guys. We are going to be losing our voices by the end of this stream. There it goes. Clement, a nice little floater. And is Ayrton going to be looking for something at the bottom? No, he isn't. Clement going down. Wow, Liam.
That wave just kept on going. Both riders really downwind on the left-hand side of the competition area, and it is a fight up to the top now. And Ayrton Cosolino has put his kite in gear 5. He is chomping at the bit, making it to the edge now, racing Clement back. And as we look back on the replay here, we can see Ayrton just tearing up the face of this wave, trying to put all the turns in nice and consistent, showing power, showing flair, snapping the tail, pushing on the fins, and it's looking like we've got another wave here for Ayrton out the front. But the replay is consistently showing with Ayrton not over, still going, putting in those turns, getting on the foam there, working all the way down right in front of the judges. And you can see there that turn. Don't know how he got out of that one, Joe, as you mentioned. What a long wave that was.
Yeah, and there we can see this is the replay of Clement while we're just waiting for these boys to get in. And that is a big move coming your way. He all the way down, as you can see, just turn after turn. And while we're waiting, and now I can see some action out the back. Here we have Clement dropping in on yet another set wave. He is in first position. Oh, Clement, what a way to do it.
Great start for Clement there, just over 5 minutes remaining. He is sitting in that first position, but look at this wave, how this one's forming out. He's getting past that middle section, putting in numerous turns up and down, showing fluidity, showing flair, the power. But hold on a minute, out the back, Ayrton Cosolino on the right-hand side. There he is on your screens, letting the left hand out, showing how good he knows this wave, all the way to in front of the judges, past the crowd, but just on that section. Wave looks like it's caught up on him.
Oh, I tell you what, Ayrton is in a sticky situation at the moment because Clement has got yet another big score coming his way, and Ayrton now, I reckon he has to get flying out towards the back of the area because it looks like there are some lines of another set coming his way. He's trying to see if he is in first or second position. As it is right now, he is in second, and Clement is about to get another big score for this wave. Liam, run me through this ride.
Well, you can see straight away putting in that big top turn, nice and vertical. Look at the nose of the board out, pointing to the moon. And then you can see as well Ayrton joining Clement on the back of the second one in. And boy, oh boy, he's got some work to do. It's close, but Clement really coming into his own. Ayrton here riding this wave, putting in those turns. Nice spray of the water there, pumping through the tail of the board, letting it loose, loosey-goosey. But right now, he is keeping himself busy.
Oh, he is, and now he's going down the line. There you can see he's hitting the knocks, and he's accelerating through. Boom! Letting go of the bar and making sure that tail gets all the spray. Here it goes. We're looking for the air. No! Closing out in front of him. He goes off the top, lets the tail loose again. Clement also making his way down as he is going backside. I tell you what, the Frenchman is giving the ex-world champion a run for his money at his home break.
Wow, just look at Ayrton on your screens there. You can see how much sort of aggression he's driving through that board, just really trying to put his accelerator down, get up there first to be in the best position possible. I reckon he knows now he's in second position. He knows probably he's got some work to do, but Clement is in his element at the moment. He loves surfing these big waves, and that is exactly why he's currently sitting in first position on a 13.76.
Yeah, there we can see. So Clement dropping it down and coming around. Here he goes. All right, up and over. Just trying to make something bigger of that score, but he already has 2 big numbers up there. Ayrton Cosolino is now right up next to the top mark, waiting to see if that set is going to be coming his way. There we can see him all the way over on the right-hand side of the screen, because as it stands, Clement Rosselló is in first because he was putting in some huge turns. Are we going to see Airline Cosolino coming our way? We need to see a big move if he wants to make this happen. Now it is when he is going to start doing his wave dance, his ocean dance, his wind dance, the old Irish jig, to be able to see if that set will come his way, because I tell you what, less than 2 minutes to go.
All right, it's going to be 1-2 stepping out the back, waiting for that next wave to come, and you can see on the screens as we watch Clement go out the back and get himself back into position. There are some nice rollers. This one is looking like it could potentially be one of the bigger set waves that we've seen, and Ayrton Cosolino dropping in like it's hot at the moment, waiting to put that first turn in, engages. Big start there, getting up on the lip, definitely wanting to show a little bit more power on this next turn, but look at the size of that wave. Little bit of an air time as he goes through this middle section, getting past this white water. Third turn, boom.
Yeah, Ayrton's going to need a big 7 if he wants to be able to take this one home, and he is racking everything that he can do. But Clement is also on yet another one. I tell you what, it is coming down to the wire, Liam. Ayrton at the bottom. Has he done enough? Is he going to be doing enough? He is not letting it go.
Word.
Clement here on the inside as well. The backside riding of both of these duotone boys, these teammates. Yikes! I mean, they are not letting up. And I tell you what, I have a feeling that there is still not going to be a shift on the leaderboard. Who's it going to be? This is nail-biting stuff.
There is the replay of Clement. Just such a elegant backside rider. Really enjoying the conditions. 3, 2, 1, boom. That is what we're looking for. But there's definitely been some more vertical turns from the Frenchman as he makes his way down that section, the midsection. And there is the turn that he was looking for. That's the one he had in his back pocket, and that is why he is currently sitting in that first position. Wow. 13.76 to Ayrton's 12.40. Are we going to see a change in the scores? We will have to wait and find out, because the red flag is up in the sky.
I tell you what, it could be possible, because I'm seeing some big numbers on that last wave of Ayrton. We are waiting for confirmation. But before anything happens, what an incredible effort from both of these guys. That has been the most exciting heat we have seen so far. So while we're waiting for confirmation, we are going to go to the highlights of that final heat of round number 4.
And here we go, as you can see on your screens, Ayrton Cosolino coming through the rocks. And let me tell you something, everyone tuning in at home, Ayrton Cozzolino has done it. He has managed to snatch the win right at the buzzer. First buzzer beater we have seen all competition, and there he is on your screens. The Red Bull athlete sure did have the wings on that one. He must be absolutely frothing, because what a heat that was. Heat of the day, heat of the competition. It is firing out here in Cape Verde. Ponta Preta, my word. Someone get me a cold one, because if the rest of the heats are going to be like that, I don't know how me and Joe are going to be able to cope. And you can see there, family, friends, the vibes, the shackers, it's all going off down there. And Joe has just sprinted out the booth, because we're going to hope to have a few words soon with Ayrton Cozzolino, who hopefully we will see again in action later. Let me tell you something, down on the beach, it's like he's won the competition. As you can see, people surrounding Ayrton there. What a heat, what a moment. This is why we come to these locations. This is the GKA Kite-Surf World Tour. And let me tell you as well, throughout the year 2023, this is not the end, this is just the start. And we have you a little treat, because Joe is down with Ayrton now. And let's have a little look as Joe is now down on the beach with Ayrton. So let's get a few words with Ayrton Cozzolino.
Okay, 1 minute, they're ready, sir. Okay, round 5, heat number 1, Pedro Matos against Henrik Lopez. The heat is on.
And just after that delay, we are now ready. Sorry, it was a little bit busy down there, as you can see, but Joe is down with our heat winner, Ayrton Cozzolino.
Okay, 10 seconds. You ready for the countdown?
All right, everybody, I'm just standing here with this man, Ayrton Cozzolino, #1 in that heat, continuing on the competition. Ayrton, congratulations.
Thank you, man. Wow, that was tough, you know. I don't know, I feel like a lot of pressure, you know, like home always be with us big pressure, you know. But now I will try to relax and have fun, you know. But I did what I did, you know, I did the best. The wave is there, the wind is there. It's just me, you know, a lot of pressure, but thanks for everyone for the support, you know. I will do my best.
Ayrton, it must be so nice to be able to have your family, the friends, everybody here. Yes, it does have the pressure, but somehow at the end of that heat, you managed to put it together. But I have to say, Clement, he gave you a run for your money, eh?
Yeah, man. I mean, everyone wants it, you know. When they come against me, they want to kill me, you know. They're like, they have the best serve when they come with me, you know. So I have to do my best, otherwise, yeah, you know what I mean, you know, like. Now I have tough 1, 2, James. We've been training here together. But man, it's the game on, you know, like everyone is here. I will try to find some barrels, some big pockets to do some turns, and hopefully some big air, yeah.
That's what I want to see. I want to see the Cozzolino Airlines. Ayrton, congratulations. Ayrton Cozzolino, everybody. Liam, back to you.
What a moment down there on the beach, and great to get a few words with a past world champion, Ayrton Cozzolino. But it's not over yet. We are going to keep rolling with the punches. Next heat is up and ready to go. Yellow flag in the air. And let's see who we have competing in this next heat. And there we go, Kite-Surf. Round 5, heat number 1. Wow, this is another showstopper. Pedro Matos coming out of Brazil against Henrik Lopez coming out from Switzerland, but here from Cape Verde. Knows this wave probably better than anyone else out there. And he was shredding it up yesterday, and here he is on your screen. Henrik Lopez diving in for his first wave, showing the style. Really letting that tail loose there, riding for F1 against the duotone Pedro Matos. who is going to take this one. Every heat is like a final now, as that sun begins to just drop down and set. Local time, 4:10. So that is good news all around as we fire through the remaining men's heats. Hendrik Lopez against Pedro Matos. And again, Hendricks keeping busy, letting that tail loose. Is he going to be able to continue the momentum on that wave? Decides, nope, I'm okay. Pedro Matos at the moment out the back, just being patient and waiting for the right wave to come, because that's the second wave for Hendricks as we look at the replay here. A little bit late jumping into that one, and then goes down the steep ladder, puts in that first turn here, boom, and just loses that back foot, as you could see. Kite then went a little bit high, pulling Hendricks off that lip of the wave. But the set waves are coming in thick and fast now. No excuses for our riders. Wind is pumping, probably got a good 18 to 20 knots now. The 8 and 9 meter kites are up and flying high in the sky. And it's this guy on your screen, the Brazilian, Pedro Matos, who's going to show us that style that he's famous for. Working the kite. Big turn there as he continues the momentum, carving around on that down the line board. Big turn, plenty of spray. If you want to shower, go and stand behind that wave, because he's not done yet. Letting go of the bar, pushing down this wave. Numerous turns, keeping the power, keeping the flair, linking every turn together, dropping back in, because you know what, he's still hungry. It's not over yet. Really is down on the left hand side of the competition area. A couple of scores now dropping for Hendricks, who has just gone down, but wow, keeping it together, using that kite to its full advantage. And just a nice turn there, but he's looking for more. He wants more. This kid is hungry. Letting that left hand off, opening up that body as he comes in nice and close towards the crowd. And I reckon he's ejected out of that wave because he wants to have priority out there. Pedro Matos, as you'll see in a few short seconds, is going to start to appear on the left-hand side of the screen as both riders are blasting their way up into the right section to jump on the next waves. And just a little replay of that last wave where Hendricks nearly lost it. Went diving for a couple of seconds on that wave before rejoining it. And I'm just having a look at some scores dropping. Looking like Pedro's wave just a minute ago is going to score quite nicely. Hendricks with 2 wave scores. Pedro just the 1 at the moment. And there it is, 7.10, made up of a 4.10 and a bang on the money 3. Pedro's score will be dropping any second now, as it's just being finalised with our judging team. That was a long wave from the top through to the middle, all the way down to the bottom. 12 minutes on the clock. Here we go, men's round 5, heat number 1. And there it is, Pedro's first score, 6.60. Waves on the horizon, waves on the horizon. Here we go, another big set coming our way. Hendrik Lopez on your screen, current heat leader. Picking and choosing when to drop in, and it's looking like you can see both riders there on your screen. Hendrik Lopez dropping in first, but let me tell you as well, there's a big wave that Pedro's caught, but here we go. Hendrik Lopez. Nice first turn, crowd are loving it. He is a local here, so the family and friends are watching. Boom, but just getting caught. An unforced error there. Hendricks will be really disappointed, be kicking himself on that one, but Pedro Matos is not letting anything go aside. Here he is. Big turn. Getting past that middle section now, letting those fins loose as you saw there, really kicking out that back leg. Just rail to rail, every turn, just one after the other. The burn in the legs must be surreal as he comes towards the back end of this wave and ejects. Another nice score coming for Pedro. Still looking for that second wave score, so that will definitely, probably most likely, push him up into first position. And once again, it is non-stop with these waves. It is one after the other. No breathing space out here in Ponta Preta. 10 minutes on the clock. Hendrik Lopez going in once again for his fourth wave. And another wave which is starting to shape up nicely. Didn't look too big at the start, but now the face is getting a little bit nicer, but getting a little bit shallow. You can see a little bit frustrated there, not picking and choosing the right waves just to begin with. Let's just hope Hendricks doesn't get frustrated and go for everything that gets thrown his way. We know that wave selection is a key factor here. And sometimes just playing the waiting game out the back, getting a little bit of breathing space, get a little bit of composure, and that fatigue, letting that fatigue go, that's when you're going to get the good ones. That's when you're going to score the bombs. But he's put an early turn in, so he's seen something that we haven't. Let's see how this one starts to unfold. You can see that wave just starting to rise, starting to build some energy. Hendrik Lopez, current heat leader, but still a score to drop for Pedro. Dropping in. Nice first turn from Hendricks. Going for the second. That's a little bit better. That's a little bit nicer. That's 3 on the cards there. Dropping back into the wave as he's going through this middle section. Is he going to have enough speed to get through it? Goes for the air but loses the board underneath his feet. Meanwhile, Pedro on that wave behind, picking up plenty of speed. Are we going to see an air? No, we're not. We're going to see a beautiful snapback turn there. Plenty of speed going in past the judge tower now. It is just wave for wave, trick for trick, turn for turn. As he's going fins first, a little bit of style there, a little bit of variety. And you can see just looking over his shoulder, probably wanting to know whereabouts he is in the heat. As we look back on that wave from Hendricks. Dropping back in after that turn, thought he was going to get a little bit caught, and that is the difficult part of the wave where it really starts to close out quite quickly. Plenty of speed needed there on that section, as both riders now are heading back out to the competition area. Wow, whew. They can carry on heading out there. We need that breathing space. We need that break, boys. Day number 2 here at the GKA Kite-Surf World Tour. And what a day it has been. Here they are, the Qatar Airways flags. No slowing them down. The wind is in. The waves are on. And both riders probably thinking, oof, I quite fancy a little bit of a breather, because since that 16-minute mark went, it has been wave for wave, turn for turn. Just under 7 minutes remaining on the clock now. Beautiful scenes down here in Cape Verde. Busy, busy beach. 4:15 in the afternoon. And the conditions pretty much exactly what happened yesterday. Really, really good stuff. This is what our riders want on the tour. Consistent waves, one after the other. Strong wind, and with under 6 minutes to go, let's have a little look at those scores, because Pedro Matos now has fired himself into first position, and he is not messing around, because both of his scores have taken out Hendricks' two waves, a 6.60 and a 7.13. So Hendrik Lopez has some work to do if he wants to get back in the mix with this comp. 5.5 minutes remaining. Plenty of time. These waves are coming in thick and fast. And there he is. What can Hendricks do? A fantastic opening day for him yesterday on day one. He's going to need to bring some of that energy, some of those vibes into this heat, because he's chasing the Brazilian powerhouse Pedro Matos, who hasn't really put a foot wrong yet in this heat. And Hendricks going for the air, landing with the fins first and keeps it together. Lovely maneuver. The crowd absolutely frothing for that one. That's better. That's going to give him some confidence to go back out there and catch the next wave. Definitely needed to stomp that maneuver, and I'm sure he'll be super happy, but you know, he's got the laser beam eyes. He is fully focused. He's got to be picture perfect when going up against the athlete like Pedro Matos. And just waiting for some scores to start coming in and filter through for that last one with Hendricks. And I'm just having a little look. It's looking nice, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Unfortunately, just yet for Hendrik to pop himself into first position. Needs to improve on his score by 2.98. And although that maneuver was really nicely executed, I don't think it's going to be enough, as we only saw 1 or 2 turns beforehand. But it's bumped him up a little bit. It has bumped him up. 5.43 for that last wave. But Pedro Matos is on this wave now with 2 big 7 scores. And let's see how this one shapes up for the Brazilian. Nice big start. Getting nice and low, hanging off that rail. Second turn as tasty as the first. Third turn as tasty as the second. Really lapping it up, enjoying the conditions out here at Ponta Preta. Letting the fins loose a little bit, wants a little bit more power. Really engaging every part of the body. You can see how hard he's working from start to finish. As that wave starts to get a little bit smaller on the back end in that third and final section. And now here he is, the hungry chaser, Hendrik Lopez. Sitting on the top of the lip and has decided, yep, I've still a little bit more of this. Big turn of the crowd here. It's getting towards the shallows where it starts to get a little bit rocky. Still this wave. Yes, there's beautiful. Another little checkpoint goes. Wants the win. He has full. This middle section starts to. No change of scores just yet while our judges are finalising 2 ways. 2 minutes on the clock. And then once again, busy, big turn there. Come on, Hendricks, keep it going, keep that flow, keep the rhythm. Looks like he's going for some air. Lands again, Hendrik Lopez. That was clean, keeping the rhythm going, keeping it all together. That's what we want to see. Absolutely. Will that be an increased score? Because we saw that maneuver played out. Oh, it's looking good. Pressure on Pedro. Gonna fight for. Scores are dropping as we look at the replay. You could see final minute. Big score coming in. Fourth. Not in same on a We're on the edge of our... We'll see the old switcheroo, but with Hendrik definitely going to want to get another. Not enough. He's only going. This is a set and a half coming our way now. This is the biggest set of the heat. This what we've been waiting for. Is it in time? Who knows, but we're going to talk you through it. Hendrik Lopez on an absolute monster. This thing bites. This thing bites. Oh my word. This is huge from Hendrik Lopez. Pedro Matos out the back as well on another bomb. As you can see, both giving it full beans. But Hendrik's there, you can see, just getting his kite caught up in the back end of the wave. Full focus now onto Pedro Matos. Really working it up and down, rail to rail. As Hendrik's there in the wave, getting crashed around. Pedro Matos still surfing this one all the way into the beach. What an end to the heat. That was the set of the heat, one of the sets of the day. Out of nowhere, it really came through for our riders. And I can tell you, Hendrik Lopez still down, trying to launch that kite. And there is the scores. It's not looking like Hendrik Lopez has done enough. He managed to get that 7.07 with that nice air maneuver, but Pedro Matos a little bit too strong on that heat. But there's only one thing to do. Let's go and have a little look at the recap highlights from that heat. All right, well, welcome back, everybody, as we are now going to continue on heat number 2 of round number 5. Nicola Abdadjiev is going to be going up against Leonardo Grangeiro from Brazil. And this is eliminations out there. Who is going to be making it through? Who is going to be making it through to the next round? Watch out. Hold on to your hats, because we just saw one of the biggest sets of the day. Pedro Matos is going up, and he took control of that last heat, a 16.44, the biggest score so far, taking out Hendrik Lopez, who put on one hell of a performance. It is go. Now we have another set coming through, and we can see both of these athletes waiting out the back. And now just having a little look-see, because wow, have we had some action out there today. So this is all for a spot in the quarterfinals. So the first man to have made it to the quarterfinals, Pedro Matos from Brazil.
And now we are going to see in this next heat who is going to be the person to go up against him, because the winner of this heat will be joining Pedro in those quarterfinals. It is just coming up 4:30 in the afternoon local time, and what incredible action we have had out here. Day number 2 of the competition, and I tell you what, it has been non-stop, and Pedro Matos just getting the highest heat combination score of the competition so far. Little bit of a lull here, and now there we can see Granjeros is going all the way down in front of the competition area, as he has seen a little bit of an inside set come towards us as that sun is right in our eyes. But there we have the Elevate rider from Brazil, Baracuru, dropping in. What is he going to start off with? Engaging first big tier. Look, releasing the water off of Israel. Up again. Boom! There he goes. Turn number 2. This one's opening up very nicely. Oh, nothing but face. Going off the top there slightly as they continue along all the way down to the reef. A good opener there for him, as that is going to be starting off the heat, as Nikola Adavjiev is still waiting up the top. Granjero is going to be the athlete to kind of fire out that first bullet. 4-ish wave, I reckon, is what we are going to be seeing. All right, so here we can see Nikola Adavjiev dropping in a very nice set wave. Boom! Off the top. Now we are talking. As they come down, all the way down to the bottom. Here he goes. Nikola, is he going to be able to get past that section? Yes, he is. Again, engaging. A little bit of an air drop. Stays on his feet. Good wave here for the Bulgarian. Red Bull athlete RRD coming in and dropping down. Now we are talking. He has to do more than a 3.8 if he wants to get past Granjero, who's going there on his second wave. Nice turn there from the Brazilian. Copy and paste there a little bit, losing his feet. But racking around, both of these boys keep him busy down here in Ponta Preta. It is nothing but turn for turn, hack for hack down here at the moment. There we can see the replay. Adavjiev getting covered up there by the shade as that sun starts to go right in front of us. And here we can see Granjeros all the way along. Couple of decent turns. Like I said, a little bit copy and paste. Scores aren't going to be as big as he was expecting. But so far, it is the Brazilian in first position. And there we can see as the sun is starting to come down, as we are just 4:30 in the afternoon local time, about 2 hours left in the cards. Both of the athletes, there we can see Granjero's there on his Elevate kite, making his way up to the top, as they are going to be looking and fishing, cruising and perusing, as I like to say, for yet another set to come our way. Because I tell you what, the waves are starting to get bigger. That is what the forecast said. At the end of the day, they were calling 2 meters at 16 seconds and a little bit stronger wind around 18 knots. And it looks like that forecast was right on the money. All right, so here we have a dropping in. Granjado's the Brazilian. A very nice set wave there. He's looking up nice. Big turn off the top there for him as he continues along. Racking it around and moving it. There we can see him from the side view. Big hack there. Keeping the power, keeping the speed. Can he get the floater? Can he land it as he comes out? Oh, such a shame. All right, so there we can see Nicola waiting at the top and just waiting for a score to be dropped there for Leonardo, as it looks like he's going to be improving his backup score. So far, as we're just halfway through this heat, we can see that it is the Brazilian who is in the driving seat at the moment. And now it looks like Adavdiev is just waiting at the top. He has the highest wave score with a 4.8, but Granjado has a 4.33 and a 4.77. So it looks like Nikola Adavdiev is going to need a 4.30 if he wants to take the lead. All right, so both of the athletes all the way up the top. It looks like they are waiting, as it does seem like we have some motion there. Another set coming our way. It's going to be closing seconds as we are just under 7 minutes. A very big lull here, very big lull in between the sets, as both of these athletes are all the way out the back trying to wait to see. All right, so here we can see Adavdiev getting yet another set wave. Now we're talking. It was taking a while for them to make their way through. Up and over. Now Nicola really going hard there on that one. And just getting pulled off the back. He needs a 4.30 if he wants it to work. There is the replay. Adavdiev really pushing and pulling. He needs that 4.3, and I reckon he is going to get it, probably by the skin of his teeth, but I reckon he is going to be able to get it there in that one. How's it going to go? How's it going to go? Waiting for those judges to give him that spot to be making it through to the next round. And I can see my good buddy over here, our photographer Lucas, making sure he's in position to get the golden shots. All of the shots you're seeing on the newsletters and the grammar from him. Make sure to take a look. I tell you what, he even makes Liam look good. So he's definitely high quality. As we continue on, the sun is starting to come in. Let's go, let's go. All right, here we go. Finally, some sets coming through. All right, Granjero, who is in the lead with needing just shy of a 0.1 increment. So he needs to improve his scores by 0.1 if he wants to get through. And he is going all the way down, taking a risk on this wave. Is this going to be able to produce it? Looking for a round of 5. What is he going to do? All right, it closes down in front of him. I tell you what, he's going to have to get the goods if he wants this one to happen, because he is in second position so far off the top. And looks like it's going to close down in front of him. I do not think that is going to be enough. And Nikolai Adamdiev having a similar situation on this wave. We are going to have to wait for those scores to come in, because I tell you what, as it stands at the moment, it is Nikolai Adamdiev who is in that first position. All right, less than 90 seconds to go. Both of these guys are pushing to see if they can make their way back up. All right, there we can see Granjero making his way up. Are we going to be able to have another chance? We have Adamdiev in the lead by 0.97. Granjero needs to improve his overall score by 0.98. If he wants to do that, he can either improve his backup score or his front score. You just got to get one more point out there, mate. 50 seconds. And I tell you what, there are lines, so I reckon we might see a possibility of a wave coming his way. Nicola has gone a little bit in front of him to try and keep that priority, and it looks like he is going to get it. Leo has decided to turn around. Just giving you a little info out of the side of the booth, but there we have both of them on the screen. So in front, Nikolai Adamdiev. In the back, Leonardo Granjero. So here we have Adamdiev is going to be the first athlete to drop in, your current leader. There he is, coming down. Oh, missing out and falling down. Leaving the doors open for Granjero. Leonardo, can he make it happen? Have a look, and let's see. Leonardo Granjero, can he be going? Here he goes, up and over. Big turn there from the Brazilian. Can he get past this section? Yes, he does. And goes down. That is going to be such a shame, as that is not going to be the one. I reckon that he'd give him those scores. We are just waiting for numbers to be dropped, as that is the end of that heat. But while we wait, let's go to the highlights recap of that last endeavor.
So here I am down here with Muna White, who hasn't really put a foot wrong all competition. Muna, you competed yesterday. You're back after 4 years. What's brought you back to the tour?
I just love this event. I love Cabo Verde. I've had a lot of good sessions here and a couple of good events, so I just had to come back here. It looked really good for the past month. It's just been firing, and the forecast was good for this contest, and yeah, I couldn't miss it.
And coming from Hawaii, Hawaii is an island, Cape Verde is an island. Are you seeing similar conditions? I mean, it's absolutely firing today, so you must look at this and think it's a right old playground.
It does look so fun today. It's just perfect right-hand point break. It's got that power like Hawaii does, but I would say this is just perfection right now. I don't know if there's anywhere in the world that's like as nice as this right now, so it's pretty cool.
No, you cannot beat it. I mean, the guys are shredding it up, and obviously you're going to be hopefully on the water tomorrow. Conditions are looking good. What's next for you after Cape Verde? Do you have plans to continue to compete at some of the future stops for the rest of the year, or are you going to sit back a little bit and just enjoy conditions at home?
I mean, we have a little bit of a break after this event. I think the next one's not till August, so not quite sure what I'm going to do yet, but I definitely have some time to think about it, and it's for sure on my mind.
Yeah, next one's looking to be in Brazil over in Rio, so hopefully, don't know if we'll get conditions similar to this, but you'll sure have some waves to rip up. But thank you very much. We look forward to seeing you in action tomorrow, and all the best for the rest of the competition.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
And thank you, Muna. Thank you, Liam. Great to see her back in action. And I tell you what, she was absolutely ripping out there yesterday. And I reckon she would make some of the boys cry and go home as well. As now, let's go and have a little look at who is going to be going out on the water. So there are the two riders, Artur Moraes and Matthew Maxwell from South Africa and Brazil. Now these are the two guys going out. Let's get out there as we already have a heat on the water where we have just under 13 minutes left so far, waiting for scores to come our way. There we can see Matt Maxwell dropping in, going so fast the cameraman has lost him as we are going to be going with the guy behind. And just falling off there in front was Moraes. And we're just waiting for some numbers to hit the scorecards as we continue on. All right, so there we can see that replay, and here we have Moraes is dropping down. Really like the style of this Brazilian athlete, but deciding against that wave. It is Maxwell who is in the lead so far with a 5.10 total. Looking to see, he already has, I can see Moraes is going to get a second score for that wave, but it's not going to be the numbers he was looking for. Continuing on. Just coming up on 11 minutes, we are currently here. Day number 2, Cape Verde, island of Sal, just outside of the beautiful village of Santa Maria. This is the perfect right-hander, Ponta Preta, 2023 season opener of the kite-surf discipline. Now it is all about the 100% waves, and now we are going down. We are continuing on as we have already seen some big names make some big upsets and some newcomers put the fire in the water at the moment. Matt Maxwell is in first with a 5.10 versus Artur Moraes coming out of Brazil. And I tell you what, Maxwell, great to see him back. He had an injury over there in Brazil. He had hurt himself doing a show it on the lagoon and in the waves. And it is great to see him back here in full form because both of these athletes are fighting for a place in the quarterfinals. All right, there we have a set coming our way. So it looks like I can see Moraes out the back looking for something to happen. as we can see him, and there we can see Matt Maxwell making his way through. So both of these guys trying to make it back to the impact zone. It is Maxwell in first position. Let's go, let's go. All right, waiting to see, and now we have that set coming through. Now we have that set coming through. Matt Maxwell on the inside, making his way in this little inside roller. And he decides against that, and now out the back. There we have Marias. This is looking like a very nice set wave. Let's see what the Brazilian does. Set in the rail. Off the top, nice carving hack there from him. Let's see what he's got for number 2. Boom, a straight, oh, goes down. The wave giving him a slap and taking him down to a little visit to the mermaids, unfortunately. So as it stands, it is Maxwell in the driving seat. And now, who is it going to be? Who is it going to be? As those were 2 very nice set waves. 8.5 minutes left on the clock as we continue on for the second day of competition here. Ponta Preta, Cape Verde. All right, so here we can see Maxwell again. He is keeping himself busy. He wants to scavenge. He wants to go on these little inside rollers to get some of those style. Nice little tail release there from the South African. Let's have a look. Up and over again, trying to get past the foam ball, but gets pulled out the back of the wave, not having the power, not having the speed or the drive. And now he's going to try and make his way out. Unfortunately, that sun is right in front of us. So we are going to have those cameras straight into the sun. As it goes down a little bit, we will be able to start to see better again. I tell you what, I'm going to have a builder's tan by the end of this competition. The T-shirt line is going on strong as we have had 2 solid days of nothing but action here. And now we just saw a nice little wave there from Matt Maxwell. And there we can see the crowd giving us the shackers back to all of you guys and girls as well. Great to see everybody down here on the beach, and those are the smiles that we want to see. Enjoying the action that has been coming down here, Ponta Preta. I will say it, there's a little bit of a lull in between the sets, but it looks like we can see some lines out there on the horizon. And now it is go, go, go. But at the moment, the South African, Matt Maxwell, in the commanding position, 8.10 versus the 5.27. But we have seen many buzzer beaters here today. All right, here it comes. There is the set. There is the wave. I can see the South African starting to get in there. There he is, appearing in the top of our screen. Let's go, let's go. Down the line, right in front of the judges. Off the top, nice little move there from him. Making it work, keeping it easy, laying back, a little bit of a hand drag down the line. All the way, letting those fins off. Both of the athletes have had a wave, but it looks like the Brazilian, I can see out of the corner of my eye, falling off. We'll get a replay of that, but it is Matt Maxwell all the way to the bottom. And I tell you what, that is what I call milking until the very end. Wow, still waiting for those sets to come their way. Let's have a little look-see. It still is Matt Maxwell who is putting down the hammer so far. 9.73. Artur Moraes, 5.70. As we are just approaching the final 2 minutes of this heat, all of the athletes are getting ready. Let's have a little look-see who is going to be coming up next. We have Charlie Martin against the Stylemeister, Mr. Tropical. Matthew Lopez coming out of Spain. He is one of my opinion most stylish riders. I always say the Rob Machado of our sport. He's just got that flow to him. And here in Cape Verde, when we did the event in 2020, he came in second position. And already yesterday, he overtook and beat Ayrton Corsolino. So it looks like Matthew Lopez is in the flow, is in the groove to be going far in this competition, because let's not forget, everybody is looking for a place in that quarterfinals. But as it stands, it does look like the South African has the lead so far. Final 60 seconds on the clock. Both of the boys are up next to the upwind mark, but I cannot see any waves coming their way. And you know what? The gods have brought us some waves, so it's all going to come down to the final set. There we can see already Matt Maxwell once again on a nice inside roller. Got a couple of good chick turns as it goes. Up and over, all the way down. Now we are talking. Doubling it up, because there we have Moraes as well. Nice and engaged, getting that tail along. Can he get past this section? It does look like he does. Maxwell going down. Artur making the most of this final probably wave, because there it is, red flag in the sky. So it's going to come down to the final scores. Can he make it? Can he, the Brazilian, pull off the Basabita? We will soon find out, because he is going all the way down to the bottom of the competition area. And we are going to have to wait for some scores to appear here on the cards. But while we are waiting, let's have a little look-see at the recap of the highlights of that last heat. All right, so there it is, This is the first heat where we're going to see Matthew Lopez is going to be going up against Charlie Martin. There are the two boys, Matthew from Spain, Charlie from Union Island. It does look like we already have some ocean coming our way. There's some sets, they are waiting for it. But wow, this is a heat that we have been waiting for. All right, so Matthew Lopez, he was second in 2020, one of the top riders of the tour, goes backside here. He has also been a world champion himself, so knows what it is to have the pressure, and this is his home break here in Ponta Preta. Charlie Martin coming out of the Reunion Island. He has been on tour a few years, in my opinion, one of the underdogs, and when it comes to surfing, that is when he really shines. We have a battle out there on the water. David versus Goliath. Who is going to be the victory? Who is going to take that victory home? We are going to soon find out, as we are just waiting for sets to come their way. All right, so as we're waiting for action to happen out there, we can already see the crowd is starting to go, and I'm going to go down to the beach. Liam has Hendrik Lopez.
Joining me down here on the beach at Ponta Preta, I've got Hendrik Lopez, who's just come off the water about 5 minutes ago. Hendrik, you were up against Pedro Matos, unfortunately just coming up a little bit short, but one of the heats of the day. Just talk us through that, and how does it feel to be, you know, in competition for the first time at your home spot?
It was amazing, dream come true to compete here for the first time. The crowd is crazy. It's a bit of a pressure, but it was so fun, everyone screaming. But yeah, it was not really my day today, but I'm really stoked to be here. I've been training so much this year, and yeah, I'm stoked.
And just talk us through that last set, because definitely that last wave for both you and Pedro, one of the biggest, if not the biggest waves of the day. What was going through your minds?
Well, I started a bit not that great, and then I started building up, and that wave could have been the wave of the heat, but I ended up crashing my kite, unfortunately. But yeah, I'm really stoked. So.
Well, it's a busy week for you because you're one of those athletes that can do it all. You're here on the kite surf discipline, shredding up the waves, but you know we have the wing foiling coming up, and you're in the ladder, so it's all open eyes, and the excitement goes on to the wing foiling.
Yeah, now focus on the wing foil. First time riding waves. I've actually never ridden in Ponta Preta, maybe once, but yeah, let's go for it this time.
Well, the smile says it all. It's great to see you. You know, the hard work for the winter is definitely going to be paying off for the rest of the year. You've got a busy year ahead, but sit back, relax, and we'll see you for the wing foil comp.
All right, thanks, bro.
Cheers. Back to you, Joe.
Thank you, boys. Congratulations, Henrik, because I tell you what, you have been the hero throughout the last couple of days and put it on one hell of a performance. The best riding we have seen from the young Swiss rider since he has been here on tour, and I reckon that has been a confident booster for him, and there's going to be big things coming his way in the future events of the GKA Kite World Tour. But let's not forget, the sister tour of the GWA Wing Foiling World Tour is coming his way, and we are going to be seeing wing foiling action. Now, it is taking its time for these set waves to come in. I can see one of our judges, Mr. Pereira, Paulino Pereira, having a little look out the judges' tower, while we can see Matthew Lopez out there together with Charlie Martin, who is going to be victorious here. As it does look like the first man to jump in on a wave is going to be Matthew Lopez. Here he goes, going in. Let's make this happen. What's he got for us? Going backside up at the top. Oh, open, nice and hacking turn there from Matthew. Now this is that second section. Up and past the foam, going vertical. Now we're talking. Just engaging. He is not leaving anything out there, pushing the fins out. Once again, big carving hack there. And now this is where Matthew goes and turns it round to switch. So he has now gone from goofy to regular and back to goofy, hacking it out and wrapping it around. I can see out of the corner of the booth we've had Charlie Martin also with a wave, and Matthew making the entry there, and Charlie, oh, going down hard, very close to the rocks. So we can see Martin also had a very nice wave, which we are going to get on a replay very shortly. But both of these boys starting off with a bang. Who is going to get the high score? Matthew all the way down the line, turn for turn. One of the best backside surfer there are. All right, there we have the replay from Charlie Martin. You can see very nice and low surf style. It's looking very similar on both sides. I reckon Matthew will have a slight advantage, but two very good waves for both of these athletes as they continue on all the way back out. It took a while for it to start, but now we have numbers on the boards, number on the boards. All right, Charlie, going off the top, missing that set wave as we're still waiting for those numbers to be dropped. And it looks like Matthew Lopez is going to be turning back around.
Diretamente Ponta Preta, GKA 2023. Lugar cansado. Não esqueceram o que fazia de super ali. Temos água de cevada ali. Vamos. Escolha cá acima, tem limpo.
Well, welcome back, Liam. It looks like Hendrik, obviously he's on a little bit of a low because not getting through, but as I said here in the booth, he has to be proud of himself because I reckon that is the best performance we have seen from him on the kite surfing discipline.
I also said that to Hendricks afterwards as well. You could see he was a little bit down, but you know, it's just, you know, part of competition sometimes. He's super motivated for the rest of the year. He's been putting in the hard work, but you know, we'll see him in the wing foiling later in a couple of days' time. With just over 7 minutes left on this heat, Charlie Martin against Matthew Lopez. Big heat.
Yeah, and the judges taking their time here, And all right, so here we have Charlie. Big first turn, driving that edge. I tell you what, this boy's got his confidence up. There it is, driving through again, pushing off of the fins. 3 nice consecutive turns. Now, is he going to do a little bit of a cutback and go? I tell you what, he is very close to those rocks. Out the back. Look, there is Matthew Lopez.
Yeah, Matthew Lopez there. Charlie getting a little bit of air, but Matthew running that backside. Big snappy turn there, going through that white water, trying to get through, keep some momentum. But it's Charlie Martin here who really is milking this wave, getting every ounce of it. As you can see, working the kite. Matthew there going down and out. But Charlie Martin all the way past the judges, still on that wave, even in the smallest of the swell.
Yeah, yowza, that is what we're talking. Charlie, a nice air in the middle of there, pushing it through, going all the way. That is what we want to see, and I tell you what, the young athlete from the reunion has got the hype, he has got the energy, and now let's have a little look at that replay.
You can see him here just really getting amongst the start of this wave in that bigger section. 2 really nice opening turns. A little bit of a check turn there just to slow it up. And you can see there looking forward, looking at the wave ahead. What's to come? Going straight down this section, building up some speed before that little cheeky pop, little bit of an air. And then just finishing it off nicely with numerous flowy turns into the finish.
Yeah, no, really liking what we saw there, and I tell you what, he has already got some big scores coming his way. Matthew Lopez in the lead so far, as he had an 8.17 on that first wave, but now Charlie is gone and changed it up. Charlie Martin 8.0 versus Anna 0.40, so currently number 1, Charlie Martin. Let's have a little look at what is happening. All right, well, there it is. So, first position, Charlie. Second position, Matthew Lopez, 8.40. I tell you what, and there are lines coming out the back. I'm going to start standing up here.
Oh, my word, look at it, Joe. Look out the back there. There's some big pearlers coming our way.
All right, Charlie taking off on the first one, going big, going high. He is not messing around, the youngster. He has the fire, he has the groove, and look at that. Oh, got absolutely munched and spat out. And now Matthew Lopez at the back. Let's have a look at this. This is a bomb.
This is a big boy coming our way. Big backside first maneuver. Crowd's going nuts. Look at the speed Matthew's got as he goes through this middle section of the wave. Putting on the brakes. Lovely open carving turn. Really putting the pressure on the fins there.
Yeah, there you can see making it up. Vertical Lopez all the way down. This is what we want to see. The crowd is going wild. 3, 4 big open hacks. Wave selection, fluidity, verticality, flow, drive. Dotting the I's, crossing the T's. Matthew Lopez, ladies and gentlemen.
Listing every word in the dictionary there, Joe. You couldn't have said it any better. And Charlie Martin, as you can see, still managing to find another wave. I thought he was down and out there, but got himself back together. Composure. And here we go, managing to stick on one of those big waves. That definitely is one of the sets of the day. We saw a set like that in the previous heat a couple of heats ago with Hendrik Lopez and Pedro Matos. That set competes with the end of that heat. Wow, wowee.
Incredible. What a wave. What a wave. Both of these boys absolutely throwing down. That is the biggest set we have seen of the day. And I'm going to say it, one of the biggest sets we've seen of the competition.
Oh, for sure.
3 minutes to go. Just over 3 minutes. Wow, wow, wow.
Brilliant stuff. This is what we love. Let's have a little look at the replay of those absolute monsters. Matthew Lopez here picked the one out of the bunch. Great opening big turn there, and this is where he really starts to find his rhythm there. You can see just letting go and then yanking on those steering lines, getting that kite into action. Boom! That was the turn that really got the crowd on their feet. And here he is, just famous for that backside riding, making it look so simple and elegant out here at Ponta Preta.
Well, we don't call him the Rob Machado of kiting for no reason. It is nothing but style. But I tell you what, the youngster, Charlie Martin, has done nothing but push his way forward as well. So now we have Matthew Lopez a 9.0 on that last one and an 8.17. So he is in the lead, 17.17. Charlie Martin has an 8-point ride and a 6.60, but there are more sets coming our way. Go through it, Liam.
Yeah, there's some big ones. Sorry to interrupt there, Joe, but these waves are not slowing down anytime soon. We can see here Matthew Lopez getting up onto the face of that one and in the back, just behind Charlie Martin on what looks to be a bigger wave, Joe.
The youngster going to it, big open face. This is what we want to see. It's a bad, just losing the fins on that one, not being able to keep the power. What conditions we are having here. I tell you what, it is getting worthy of the 2019 edition. These are the waves. This is Ponta Preta. Ladies and gentlemen, get a cold one, get a coffee, get something that gets you up on your feet, off of your sofa. It is surfing action here in Cape Verde.
And the replay there, you can just see Matthew just losing his board, not being able to just drop in from the top of that wave there. Really, really unfortunate, because once again, big sets are coming through, and we wouldn't have it any other way. Local time, 5:15. So don't go anywhere, because yesterday on day one, we managed to push all the way through to 6:30. So I bring you not good news, but fantastic news. There's more sets on the way.
The final minute is approaching, as it's going to be at 60 seconds to go. And we can see we're getting ready to see that flag going out. Thirty seconds, ladies and gentlemen. Up and over Matthew Lopez, incredible once again. This boy is on fire, going vertical. Can he stay? Yes, he does.
He's in there.
Up and over there for the Spaniard, and there's the crowd going wild as they continue to make their way down. He is not stopping. He is not leaving anything out there as we are approaching the final seconds. There it is. Red flag is in the sky. Matthew Lopez all the way along. That was ridiculous.
I am getting my breath back from that one. What a heat that was. Unbelievable. Matthew with a 17.17 with scores still to drop. Unbelievable scenes we've just had. Ponta Preta is, to say the least, absolutely cooking. All right, these waves are burning up. It is that hot out here. Wow, Zaruni, and the replay shows it all. Matthew Lopez taking it to Charlie Martin, but it looks like he is going to be the one advancing through. And there he is on your screen, the scores on the boards. Red flag in the sky. Matthew Lopez from high and above. There, the drone is in the air, flapping its wings and following our heat leader. Yellow flag now goes up in the sky, because guess what, guys? We're bringing you more action. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! And there you can see it. Look at them. They know the conditions were firing. Matthew there upping the ante for the crowd on the beach and just clapping and really enjoying the conditions. This is what the GKA Tour is all about. And you can see, we know they're battling as fierce competitors on the water. When it comes to the end of it, they do sure know how to congratulate each other. What an amazing heat. Thank you to those two riders for delivering the goods. And here are the replays from that last heat. And welcome back, everybody, after we've just calmed down and we're just underway now with the next heat. Green flag is up in the sky. Joe's just gone down to the beach to go and grab an interview with our heat winner, Matthew Lopez, so hopefully we will be able to chat soon. But look who is up next. Titek Lopez against the local hero, the guy that won it in 2019, Mitu Monteiro, both from Cape Verde. Round 5, heat 5. Let's go down to the action, because it is on at the moment.
Wow, Liam, it is looking insane from down there on the shore. The crowd are going wild every single time both of these athletes go. But it is looking like we have already had some big scores coming our way. But at the moment, Titi Lopez having the upper hand.
Yep, upper hand he has just at the moment. And we're going to have a little look at that last wave from Mitu.
Eleven and a half minutes, still loads of time. So now Mitu Monteiro, 8.87 for that big banger. That is what we want to have. That is what we want to see.
Yeah, some big waves coming for the rest of this heat as well. Just peeping my head out of the booth as that sun continues to set. And we're going to hit that golden hour with the golden waves at this golden location, because Mitu is currently in the lead with an 8.87. Titik is on a 5.03. Both riders still needing that second wave. Plenty of time on the clock as we enter just under 11 minutes, while both riders are heading out towards that peak starting point where the waves start to form nicely. God knows how the rest of this heat's going to play out. And just for once over the last sort of 20 minutes, we're having that breather, which I think we all need down here on the beach, in the booth. And for you guys at home, it's been non-stop action, and it really has delivered for us this afternoon with these men's rounds. Still, we're going to keep pushing because conditions are firing. They're allowing us to continue on until the sunset. As right now, both riders just taking a breath, taking a moment to compose themselves for what's to come. Huge, huge set there in that previous round with Matthew Lopez and Charlie Martin, and you saw at the end the stoke was real between the two of them, and that's what we love about the tour. And when we watch these riders push each other, pushing the limits, pushing the boundaries, it's only going to get better. It's only going to get better as we see Mitu here dropping in on his second wave. First one scoring at 8.87. A local favourite knows this wave better than anyone else in the fleet. Bit of an air time and stomps the landing, carrying it on through this middle section, just putting in a couple of check turns, but he is cooking with gas, gaining speed. What's he got for us? Nice hack at the top of the lip there. Does he get swallowed up? Yes, he does. Unfortunately, not able to stick the end of that wave together, not able to put all the pieces of the puzzle, but nevertheless it's looking like another scored wave, and he's really enjoying himself out there with this local crowd cheering him on. Must be tough for anyone battling out, but good news is both Titik and Mitu, both Cape Verdeans out there on the water, so having some fun. And there you can see Mitu just grabbing the front of that board and just showing everyone, hey, you know, I'm up in the air here, having a little bit of a float. 8.87, 5.03. Those are the scores on the board for our current riders. Come on, waves. I'm ready for some more now. Let's see it come, and I can look on the horizon. There's a nice wave shaping up. Doesn't look like any of the riders are currently on it, though, unfortunately, because that's a big one coming through. You can just see the top of the lip there on your screens. Wow, absolute monster. What is behind? Because it's looking like Titik is on a wave. Wow, this one shaping up. Big wave inbound, big wave inbound. Both riders are now engaging here at Ponta Preta. This is what we want. Big hack at the top of the wave, but going down with one of the biggest wipeouts we've seen of the day, slapping down onto the water. That one's gotta hurt. As Mitu there, just cool, calm and collective, waiting for this wave to form up. Does he fancy it? Doesn't look like it. He's going to turn around and head back out towards the competition area. And right now, just while these riders make their way back upwind, Joe is down on the beach with Matthew Lopez. So let's go and have a little word with the two of them.
All right, everybody, I'm standing down here with Matthew Lopez, who has just had the best heat of the competition, the biggest score, the biggest waves, the biggest set. Matthew, the smile says it all.
Joe, insane. Insane. You guys at home have no idea what's going on here. It's just the best of the best. The cherry on top of the cake. It cannot be any better right now. There's huge waves, perfect. The wind is on the spot. It's not offshore. It's so good for me. Just two of us out there. Things cannot be any better. At the beginning, I was shaking so much because it's so good conditions. All my people is here, friends, family. I just want to do good. I just want to have fun. And then I get my first wave. I'm shaking so much that I could not find the back deck on the pad, on the board. And then I was just trying to talk to myself, think when I was going out there, trying to make sure I don't make mistakes, I make it good. I hope you at home, you're enjoying it. I'm having such incredible time. I could never say this is gonna be like this. Home proving once again that this is the best. It doesn't exist any other. And I'm so stoked. I'm the happiest guy right now in the world. Absolutely. I can go home.
I tell you what, but you are home, Matthew. Let's not forget. And looking at the action out there, we are going to go right back to the water. So, Matthew, congratulations. That was an absolute killer. Liam, back to you. Yay!
Oh, those are fun. Look at what's going on out there. This is absolutely nuts. It does not stop. The Stoke is on the beach. The Stoke is on the water. The waves are fine. Matthew couldn't have said any better. Where else do you want to be in the world right now? I tell you what, I am here at Ponta Preta and watching Mitu absolutely slap the head out of this wave. Every turn he is carving up and down, rail to rail, linking everything together. He is showing us why he is the 2019 champion, and he's not here to take part, guys. He is here to take over. Just under 5 minutes remaining. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. I'm getting hot and sweaty up in the booth. Things are booting off right now. And just hacking away at this wave. What a moment to be alive. Witnessing one of, if not the best, the GOAT, shred up this wave. And scores to be dropped as we continue to fire through. As Matthew said, the smile is there. He wouldn't want to be anywhere else in the world. Pretty much nearly speechless. And we're just going through that quiet patch. Joe has just joined me back in the booth. Did you get some stoke off that as well?
Oh, I mean, my heart is racing. Just, you can see Matthew, he can say, you know, he says to me, I can go home. But he is home. This is his home. He represents Spain, but he was coming out of here, out of Cape Verde, and the skill, getting that heat in front of his people, getting that set, and then literally every single time we could see Mitu in the background, getting away. It is non-stop. This is what we want to happen. Three minutes on the ticker. I mean, this heat has been a big one. Both of the boys open up with a banger. Mitu
8.87, almost the biggest score. Matthew a 9.0. I tell you what, that was a gigantic leap. The GOAT, as you have been said.
I have.
The legend, the man, the one and only. He is proving a point, and I know a few top riders that are starting to have a little wiggle and a little shake out there.
Oh, stop it, Ponta Preta, because guess what? There's more on the horizon. Me Too here, just backing out of one, quite close to shore, but here we go. There's some big waves coming in bound now. A few of the riders out there getting ready to get their teeth stuck into this one. What are we going to see? Because it's just over 2 minutes now left in this heat. You can see there that wave shaping up nicely, but both riders deciding against it. Time is on the clock and plenty more waves to catch.
Yes, it is. I tell you what, and now it's just 2 minutes to go. Now is when it's starting to get crucial, because anything can change up here, because Titik, he has a 5.03, but now there it is, 9.17, that last wave from Me Too. Me Too taking the highest score of the competition. This is just getting better and better.
This is getting better and better as we enter the last couple of minutes. Me Too, 18.04 as a combined score. He knows this wave better than anyone else out there, showing why he is back in the mix, back on the tour to compete at his home spot. We wouldn't have it any other way. Everyone loves seeing him back here, and the replay of that last wave, you can see big smack at the top of that lip there. Rail to rail action. A little bit of a check turn there. Bit of a cheeky barrel. That mixes it up. A little bit of variety. And the back end of this wave is even better, Joe.
Oh, it is. And I tell you what, Me Too Monteiro now has the biggest combination score of the competition. It is incredible. There they are. There's the Soak Shackers to you guys there as well. The beers are cold and the action is hot. Now we are going because there's another set coming our way, Liam.
Yeah, we're on here. We are on, and I'm standing up just because I can't sit down any longer. I just can't do it. Waves are firing. T-Tech here getting amongst this one. Nice looking wave here as it starts to really open up, heading towards that middle section. Boom! Big slap there. Behind, Me Too also on his wave. This is going to be the last wave for both riders. Crowds going nuts. You can probably hear them through our mics. Joe, how is Me Too looking at the back there?
He's already got a couple of big whackaroos down the line. Now is when the people are starting to shout as he makes his own little bit of a shampoo, getting the old dreadlocks wet. Now what is he going to do? I reckon we might see a little air coming our way.
Give it to us.
Up and over, right landing. Does he get out? Yes, he does.
What is going on here in Cape Verde? It's absolutely bonkers. Just when you think it's over, when you think they're going to not be able to keep their feet on the board, he sweeps through it, and there you can see making it back in towards the beach as the heat finishes.
Yeah, and let's get another look-see at that one, because there it is. Red flag, meaning that one is done. It is going to be official. It is going to be Me Too Monteiro that's going to take the win, making his way through. Incredible work out there, and just look at that last wave. Up and over, all the way around, left, right, center. This is what we're talking about. Day number 2, Cape Verde, ladies and gentlemen. And the legend, the GOAT, has brought it to us again. Me Too Monteiro, first position.
And just there, you can see the back end of that wave, how that shaped up. I mean, that is one way to ride in towards the beach. We'll see Me Too again in action in future rounds, most not likely today. Oh my word, this is some crazy, crazy stuff. We talk about when it all lines up. We talk about those days to remember. Last year in November, we were in Taiba. We had some good days on the freestyle, obviously. We had that Taiba Lagoon. That was an event to remember for those guys. But when it comes to kitesurf, 2019 Cape Verde delivered. 2023 Cape Verde is up there as well. A day, an event to remember. You do not want to go anywhere, and everyone on the beach at the moment is lapping it up like a dog and all of the vibes are just going to be even better. The sun is setting, the tunes are playing, the wind is blowing, and the waves are pumping. Let's get involved as Joe is going to go down and go and grab meter at some point, but we're going to go and have a little recap of that last heat. I only want to keep you waiting for just a short period, everyone. We're back with more action. Here we go. Yaris Delamo against Sebastian Ribeiro. Round 5, heat number 6. Every heat is like a final. It just, I mean, I'm getting to the point where I have no words, everyone. It's getting to that point where it's, you know, you've seen so much action. It is a day to remember. 16 minutes on the clock. As you can see, we're a minute and a half in already with both riders. They have ridden one wave each. So shortly those scores are going to drop. But I tell you one thing that's not dropping. The size of these set waves that are coming through. Because out of the corner of my eye, it is looking like we have a rider engaging in Yaris. It's looking like Delamo here dropping in. Nice first turn, little bit of a check turn, definitely wants to be more aggressive. Sebastian Ribeiro is a force to be reckoned with, so Yaris really having to be on his A game for this heat. Milking this one past the judges, pumping that board, trying to get some momentum through the fins. And there he is, Sebastian Ribeiro, you can see there, both riders riding for duotone, but both riders choosing a different weapon of choice to put under their feet. Looks like Yaris is on the whip, and Sebastian, I think, is going to be riding the wham. And here is the replay of that last ride from Yaris. Scores on the doors are going to be dropping very shortly as we go through that quiet period, but you can just see definitely wanting to have a little bit more power going into these turns, definitely wanting to get a little bit more inverted, a little bit more vertical. Judges will be wanting to see that little bit more, especially when the conditions are firing like they are. They're going to take no prisoners out on the water. 30 minutes on the clock, and there is Yaris with a good score. 8.30. Sebastian on 8.10 there in the yellow jersey, heading back out to the edge of the competition area. And just coming back left foot forward now, so making his way in towards where those waves start getting through and start really getting some height. But yeah, it's looking a little bit quiet. However, this one might have come out of nowhere. Does Sebastian like what he sees? Yes, he does. Engaged. Here we go. Nice top turn. Plenty of spray. You can really see keeping tension on those lines. Really leaning back against that kite, but that kite is parked perfectly for Sebastian Ribeiro to come down off that little floating top section. Backs it up with a nice carving open face turn. Gaining some momentum. You can see, look at the slack in the lines there, really just leaning against it. We always refer to Sebastian and we say, you know, he pretty much surfs the wave without the kite. That's just there just to tickle him along. But, you know, he really is just having that natural surf. Comes from a big surfing background, and you can really see it when it's in his riding, making it look just that little bit too easy. As the replay shows, dropping in. I didn't think he was going to drop in on this one, but it really did open up nicely. Lovely start. Look at that slow-mo. Bada bing, bada boom. And again, nice little second turn just to back up the first. And this is where it gets a little bit naughty. Dropping in, nice little floating section. And then just watch the lines, watch the bar, how he's using all that kit. Big slack in the lines there, big hack, big spray. Really is just naturally surfing that wave. And that is exactly the view I'm seeing right now. The waves are coming in. Unfortunately, both our riders are making it back upwind, and they've missed that set because this set is unbelievable as well. It's just silly how good these waves are. And just while our riders are making their way back upwind, we're going to be treated to Joe down on the beach with our heat winner, Mitu Montero.
All right, everybody, I'm down here on the beach, and this man needs no introduction. Mitu, congratulations. That was the biggest scored heat of the competition so far. It looks like the GOAT is in full form.
But it's so nice to be out there. Actually, with Titig, I just was there to have fun, you know, because he's a really good friend of mine. We spent a lot of time here in the water. It was the first time we were in the waters together. And then also everyone here support me, so it's a lot of emotion, you know. So I just want to say thanks everyone, and yeah, let's see. I'm gonna do my best, guys.
There it is. Come on, guys, make some noise for this man, Mitu. Wow, incredible there, guys. Mitu Montero, we need to say no least, taking the win in the heat. Liam, back to you.
What is going on with the vibes down on the beach? It is like someone has just won the competition. But just let me tell you, we're on round 5. Round 5 of the competition, and everyone's going absolutely nuts down there. And why not? You've got one of the greatest to ride a surfboard with a kite down there. The GOAT, Mitu Montero, has just come in from his last heat win. But, you know, all action is on the water right now. And let's just have a little look at those scores, because while we were having that interview, big scores have dropped, and if there's one person that's going to give Mitu a good run for his money, Sebastian Ribeiro is one of them. A big 16.80 score. So Yaris, plenty of work to do out there, but plenty of time left on the clock as well. Just under 9 minutes remaining as both athletes are shooting back upwind to make their place for the next set of waves, because I guarantee that the next load of waves are going to be absolutely firing. And there he is, just, you know, chilling out. He's got a little bit of a chill time now. He's been busy today. 2 impressive heats from Mitu. And there we have our current riders on the water. And just returning back to the booth after enjoying I would probably say a party down there, Joe. Just talk to me about those vibes. Mitu, what a crowd base he's got.
I mean, you know, as we've been saying, the GOAT, the legend, and getting the biggest combination heat score. So he is the man that has hit the biggest points here in Cape Verde, coming back after 4 years. And let's not forget, he won this event here in 2019 on this wave. And the crowd just goes wild. You know, to be honest, I should have just given the microphone to a couple of the boys and they would have got the hype going. It is so cool to see the energy, the vibe, and how the locals here, they look after their families. They really look after the riders, and these guys just really do have a big amount of weight on this community, and it is so cool to see them coming back.
And they haven't moved a single inch for hours, and I don't blame them, because it's been firing probably over the last, I mean, it's been firing all day, but the last 2 hours have been something to remember. And what some vibes down on the beach during that interview we just had with Mitu, a great ambassador for our sport as well. He really has been in the game since the start, and just amazing to see him want to compete at his home spot again. But, you know, Look at the scores on the doors at the moment. We talk about that big score for Me Too, but Sebastian Ribeiro at the moment is not far off either with 2 big 8-point scores.
All right, so just under 6 minutes to go. Sebastian Ribeiro out there in the yellow, the Brazilian. And I tell you what, Sebastian Ribeiro, this boy does not let up. And look at this bomb, perfectly timed. Nice open face hack. Here he comes, Seb, all the way along. The duotone athlete. Up and over, shabang! That is what I call power, yes. Right into another maneuver, nice little cutback down to the power zone. Here he goes, the Brazilian athlete, up and over, yeah! Nice hack again. This is what we are asking for. This is what the judges want. Ending it off, getting out of the way. That is going to be a top score. Sebastian Ribeiro.
Crazy stuff, and here is Yaris making the most of this wave as well. Still on an 8.30. Plenty of work to do because we're in the final 5 minutes now. Plenty of work, but plenty of time on the clock as well. And you can just see a little bit of an air, unfortunately not being able to grab that board and just place it comfortably under his feet. And both riders now are making their way back to the edge of the competition area. As the replay shows, Yaris' last wave needing a little bit more juice, a little bit more pedal to the metal. And going down there. Some nice lines starting to form on the horizon. And one thing that's in the horizon and up in the air is the drone following our riders as they make their way out. Oh no. Here we go. If you're thinking what I'm thinking or seeing what I'm seeing, not only have we got the good vibes on the beach, but we've got a few of the purling waves coming our way. Here we go, locked and loaded. Sebastian Ribeiro, this is the view that we want. This is the eyes in the sky. Sebastian Ribeiro, big first turn as he drops down, goes through that flatter section. You can see the speed he needs to generate. Are we going to see an air? Yes, we are, but doesn't manage to link everything all together. Scores still dropping, and it looks like Sebastian Ribeiro's got quite a nice one on the way.
Yeah, super consistent, Sebastian. Every single wave event, you know he is going to be a force to be reckoned with. He's got an 8.70 and an 8.10. Doesn't get much better than that, and unfortunate that he didn't get that air because that is a pure surfing air. You can see he isn't using the kite. He is using the power and the speed of his board. That's what the judges want to see. That's what the judges are rewarding, and he is getting the top points out there. So coming up next, we are going to be having Lorenzo Casati going up against Reese Marsco, and then we are going to be seeing James Carew, Ayrton Cosolino for the final heat of the day, because we are just finishing off this round, and that is going to be it for the day. But I tell you what, there's still 40 minutes of action, and that heat in between Ayrton and James, I reckon the beach is going to be on their feet, and there's going to be earthquakes over here on the island of Sal.
Yeah, the live booth vibe might just, we might just fall off this booth here. I don't even know if I can handle staying another 40 minutes if conditions are filtering through like they are. It's been absolutely insane. But the heat before is one to also keep your eyes peeled for.
All right, Yaris making his way down, trying to get a little bit more of a hack if he can, as he knows he has his work cut out for him. He already has 477. He is comboed out at the moment to be able to get that top spot. Would need to improve both of his scores if he wants to take the win. So far, as we are just on 90 seconds to go. 90 seconds, and it is D-Day, because now all these athletes are looking for that place in the quarterfinals. In the quarterfinals, we already have Pedro Matos, Nikolai Navjiev, Maxwell, Matthew Lopez, Mitu Monteiro, and we are waiting for more athletes to be coming our way. Who's it gonna be? Who's it gonna be?
Every heat is like a final at the moment. That's a great thing that we have in store, and the waves just keep coming, coming, and coming.
All right, everybody, so now we are still on in this round number 5, day number 2 here, Cape Verde, Ponta Preta, and that is the image. That is the perfect right-hander out there at the moment, 20 seconds to go, and it looks like Sebastian Ribeiro is going to be making it through to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, 16.80 opposed to Yaris on the 9.54. It's going to be tough now with just those final few seconds remaining, and it's looking a little bit flat, a little bit quiet out there, and for Sebastian Ribeiro, he's going to be making it through to the next round. That surfing style, that elegant flow that he's been showing from start to finish is going to push him through into the quarterfinals. I'm just loving every single minute being out here, Joe. Cape Verde, pumping waves, the sun's shining. I'm getting a tan. I'm British, so that's not very hard. And here we are, 2 more heats after this one. Keep them coming, keep them coming.
I hate to burst your bubble, mate. Red is not a tan. Red flag in the sky, ladies and gentlemen. There it is. That heat is over. So coming up next, we're going to have Lorenzo Casati versus Reese Myerscope. But let's have a little look at the recap of that last heat. And welcome back, everybody. Next out on the water, Lorenzo Casati from Italy up against Reese Myerscope out of Canada. And I tell you what, these boys are not hanging around as they are going to be going straight into action.
And Lorenzo Casati on your screen now, just coming towards the back end of his first initial wave. Couple of nice slaps on the peak just a second ago. Scores to be dropping soon as we just go through that first minute of the heat. One guy that's been impressing me as well in his previous heat was Reese, shredding up the waves previously. But here, the replay of Lorenzo's last wave. Here he is, the Red Bull King of the Air champion. Really having the time of his life out there, enjoying the waves. It's nice to see these riders experiment a little bit and just choose another little bit of a discipline out here in Ponta Preta, coming out of Italy, riding for Cabrina, making his way back upwind. And still just looking a little bit quiet, but that first wave for Lorenzo, bang on the money with a 5. And Reese with that 2.27. And on your screen, you can see there Lorenzo Casati making his way back to where those waves form. And a few more kites on the shoreline ready to get put up in the air.
Yeah, look at the beautiful shots there here of this location at the Isla de Sal, Cape Verde. If you haven't come to Cape Verde, make sure you put this spot on your destination. And also the main organizer here, Joe and Giada, they have the Mitu and Joe Kite School over there in Kite Beach. You have the waves, you have the flats, you have the freestyle, you have the surfing. Cape Verde has it all. And I tell you what Cape Verde has, it is vibes and no stress out there, because a man who is relaxed, calm, cool, and a smooth operator is the Canadian here, Reese Maesco, the Ocean Rodeo out there. And I tell you what, he is ripping this wave apart.
Yeah, he's about in the midsection now with this wave, so still plenty to go, but not able to get through that part. Unfortunately, will definitely be a little bit disappointed with that one. But as you mentioned, riding for Ocean Rodeo, does a lot of the product testing with them as well, fine-tuning all the kit on the surfboard side of things. And he's out there not to mess around. Really good character off the water. On the water, he means business. And this is the replay of that last wave, as you can see there, just going through that middle section, not able to keep it all together, but puts in a nice turn there before going down.
All right, so as it stands, Reese is in the lead. He's got a 5.07 for that last wave, so 7.34. Lorenzo Casati a 5.0, so his backup is almost as good as Reese's third score. So now we are just waiting to see a couple more moves come their way. 12.5 minutes still to go as the sun is starting to set. The golden vibe is starting to come over here. And Cape Verde, look at that, just right-hand point breaks. What a way. What a day two, and I'm going to say it, Liam, what has happened out there today?
I don't think there's even a point asking me, Joe, because I am absolutely baffled at the moment. I mean, what a day to remember. Day 2 of the first stop on the kite-surf year, the GKA Kite World Tour, and it's been going off like the musical instruments, and right now, Reese on his next wave.
All right, so there we can see Reese on the inside, up and over, keeping it round and going all the way. Nice and easy, smooth and chilled. He is looking to improve his backup of a 227. Going to have to wait to see, but it definitely does look like he has going to be able to do that. All right, so out there we can also see Lorenzo Casati right in the sun all the way out the back. As the wind, it does look like it's a little bit lighter. I'm seeing a few guys put up some bigger kites. It looks like James is going to be going out on a 10, because let's not forget, final heat of the day out here of round number 5 is going to be coming up next. Ayrton Cosolino up against James Carew. These boys need no introduction.
If there's one way you want to end the comp, it's going to be with that heat for day 2, because the competition's not over, but we're going to wrap things up rather nicely on day 2, as James Carew, just in front of us now at the moment, is launching that kite. But on your screens at the moment, you can see Lorenzo Casati, and there he is, Mr. James Carew in the yellow lycra, launching that kite high up into the sky. Sun is setting. Local time, it's just past 6 p.m. and then we've got one more heat to go. Just look at that skyline.
Yeah, I can see James putting up a 10 meter there as he is foreseeing that wind dropping off a bit as we are getting ready to rumble, but still 10 minutes of action out on the water. Reese Maesco is up against Lorenzo Casati, and Reese is throwing down 6.17, 5.07, and there's the golden flare coming down the beach.
Yeah, this is the picture-perfect stuff. If you want to get those images for the gram, this is the time to do it. But all systems go as it's just under 10 minutes remaining And here we have Reese on this really nice looking wave. Big hack to start off the wave, and again backs it up with a nice second. Can he keep it going? Momentum is in his favor. Nice. You can see that left hand just coming off, really opening up his stance, rail to rail. The flow, the style is there.
Wow, that was an absolute banger there from Reese. Talk about powering through those strings and letting them loose. One of the things I really like about Reese, he is an awesome surfer. We saw it in Dakar a few years ago when it came out of nowhere and won the single, then unfortunately got second position on the double, and now we can see everybody is starting to get ready because there's action coming out. But these boys out there on the water are throwing down in the lead, the Canadian, and I tell you what, he is just going to go one more time because he is entering in on the wave. Reese Maesco front and center. Look at that spray all the way over, not letting it open the hips, opening the shoulders. Again, down in front of the judges saying, how's it going? How are you? Get in the car. Comes out Reese. Nice barrel. That is what we're talking about. Not the cleanest of exits, but managing to pull it together. He is going to be stoked about that one.
But just look at what's going on at the back here. Kasati dropping in on one of the bigger waves for him. He's only got one wave on the scoreboard, so looking to get that second. Big hack there. Has dropped in nicely. Looking over his right shoulder again, but wanting to just be a little bit more. He needs a little bit more from this one. That's much better. Getting on the peak, letting the fins do the work and spraying everyone in his way.
Yeah, both of these boys throwing down, and I wonder what the scores are going to be there for Kasati as well. And there we can see your current 2 times world champion, James Carew, getting ready to go out there on the water. There we can see Bruno Kagia as well. Looks like James is out there, going to be going on a 10-meter and getting ready. He's got the tunes in the ear, and look at the little smirk on his face. Looking relaxed out there.
Yeah, but look at it. You can see in the back of it full focus. He's fully ready for this next heat. Lorenzo Casati on your screens now. 6.5 minutes. Few more scores have dropped, and there's been a few score changes, but Reese still sitting in first position with a 13.20. Lorenzo Casati, work to do when we come into the back end of this heat, but he's currently sitting at 9.87. Only the 2 scores on the board. And there you have James Carew's opponent, the one, the only, Ayrton Cozzolino, about to enter the water.
Yeah, there you can see it do a turn. Red Bull O'Neill athlete. Ayrton, he is, probably one of the guys that has put strapless freestyle on the mark. We call him the alien. The things this guy pulls off are incredible. And now he is just about to enter the water as we still wait, because there is waiting for a set to come. Wishing the best to both of these gladiators, especially these athletes in that heat to come.
And Reese there on your screens, blasting back upwind. Definitely being one of the quieter heats when it comes to the waves. Not as pumping as it has been, but we are hitting that time now where yesterday it did tend to also just drop off slightly around this time. But there he is, Ayrton Cozzolino, about to enter the water. But before that heat gets underway, we've got riders on our screen now.
Yeah, that was the shot. Ayrton looking out, and I tell you what, Liam, it looks like over the top of our screen we can see some sets coming through. It is getting hectic out here. Can you start to feel the energy and the vibe going up and up?
Yeah, I can see the bars getting full, because people are going to grab a cold one for this heat, because they want to get there, they want to be comfortable, and they want that perfect spot. But right now, whoever is on that perfect spot is Reese, because this one is shaping up to be rather nice, Joe. Dropping in first turn, but going for the barrel.
Almost coming out of that. Reese going full beans. Talk about dropping into it. Oh, that was a great one there from Reese, leaving nothing in the chamber and really going out to try and get that barrel. Great to see, and just look at those sets. I tell you what, get the popcorn, get the chips, get whatever you want. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be seeing action for the next 20 minutes, and it is looking like Reese has turned around and is going to be going for another wave. But let's have a little look at this replay. Just look at that wave.
Really, imagine if he pulled out of this one. He wasn't far off getting out of that one, but right now, this is the wave that Reese has just joined, making the most of all of it. Boom! Big spray. Pumping his way down that middle section towards where the judges are, in front of the judges. Again, nice big hack turn, rail to rail, and also Lorenzo behind him.
Yeah, there you can see whacking around as well. Lorenzo not going as vertical. That is going to make a difference, but still, the youngster getting into the strapless, and we can see him really already in this round number 5. But I tell you what, Reese at the moment is looking like he is in a zone of his own. And I reckon we're going to see an improvement on his scores. Take a look at this wave. Marks that rail, grabs it, rail to rail turn. Make sure that he is just going on a continuous speed. You can see there isn't a moment of hesitation. Grabs it, little bit of a hand drag there. Nice little double pump there to get past that section. Reese Myersco is definitely driving through this heat.
A word that's been mentioned from the start when we talked about that judging criteria, commitment. And that was a committed wave right there from Reese. And the scores are going to show that. Really nicely done there. And as you can see, that beach is getting busy. A few more kites. Those duotone kites are James and Ayrton as they head out. But right, this was the wave from Lorenzo Casati previously. Really getting nice on the lip there. But as you mentioned, Joe, definitely wanting to be a little bit more vertical and got caught up in this section.
Yeah, he does. And I tell you what, looking down at the numbers at the moment, we have Reese about to get another nice wave score. Just finalizing to see what it is going to be. But I tell you what, that was a very nice last wave. As you can see, the beach just starting to line up with that golden glow. On the left, that is James Carew up there with his 10-meter kite. He is out on the 5-3 whip, about to go out. And Ayrton has already made his way into the water as we are approaching just under 2 minutes left of this heat. And Reese already 15.10 up in the big scores. The Canadian means business here in Cape Verde.
And there he is on your screen, just having a little way out the back, because as you mentioned, Joe, we're now in the last minute and a half of this heat. Plenty more ways to potentially be caught, and it's looking like there's going to be quite a nice one here. Let's see how this wave opens up for Reese as he drops in, engages that first turn. Boom. Really nice start to this wave. Initiates a little bit more kite, goes for a bit of air, but gets swallowed up whole, not even chewed. Here he is there, just getting his board, but Lorenzo Casati must have seen that and thought, I haven't got long now, I've got to get a wave under my belt.
Yeah, there it is, 60 seconds. So let's have a little look at the recap of that one. Reese dropping in, engaging. You can see, look at him, his body's forward. He really wants to get it big, open, carving hack, making the verticality, getting the flow, and then going for that 360 air. Little wiggy deeble, but not being able to make that one land. And now I can see also out here in the front, it looks like we're going to have James Carew entering the wave, and Lorenzo Casati is just about to get on a wave as well as we're closing out the final 30 seconds out there on the clock.
Final 30 seconds of this heat, and then as you mentioned, we go right into sequence with the last heat of the day. But at the moment, Lorenzo Casati, this could well be his last wave. He needs to link it all together because at the moment he is chasing Reese, needing to do some damage, but just getting caught up on the inside there. You can see the helmet has also come off. Not the end that he was wanting, but great effort as well. Score still to drop, but it's looking like it's going to be a tough one for Lorenzo.
It certainly is, and there it is. That is the red flag, and Reese is just going to enjoy and drop in on the last wave, even though this is going to be a victory run. So congratulations to Reese. Now, ladies and gentlemen, hold on to your hats, because Ayrton Cosolino is going to be going out on the water with James Carew. But before we go to the action, let's have a little look of the recap of that last heat. All right, so welcome back, everybody. The final heat of the day, and there are the contenders, the gladiators out there. Ayrton Cosolino, James Carew, Italy versus Australia. Two powerhouse riders, two regular foot riders. I don't know what to say.
No, I'm just sort of giggling to myself here because I know how the next minutes, the next 60 minutes are going to play out. I just know we're going to lose our minds. It's going to be a heat to remember. Could potentially be heat of the day, but everything's got to align. Matthew obviously earlier had an absolute show-stopping heat against Charlie Martin, but this is, as you mentioned, Joe, the last heat of the day. Plenty up for grabs. The loser going home, the winner advancing to the competition tomorrow, and here we go. The green flag is up in the sky, and as is the drone. What have we got going on? First wave being caught now.
Ayrton Cosolino dropping in, already getting a big hack. He's going to be the one that opens up the contenders. Boom, boom. Oh, he is pushing now. This is more like it. This is the Ayrton powerhouse that we know. You can see just the body language, a little bit of an air, making his way down. Can he get it over? He's going to be going over the rocks. I tell you what, airing it all the way. Cosolino power. Now we are talking.
What an opening wave from Ayrton. That's exactly what he wanted. Right in towards where the crowd are. They couldn't be any closer to him. And what a wave to open up. He'll be feeling confident about that one. And as you can see, big first turn. Really finding the groove at the start of this heat. Leaning back, keeping the tension on the lines. And continuing on, little bit of an air pop there, going through that middle section where the wave tends to close out a little bit, but finishing it off nicely once again with another air, and then linking up a couple of nice, cute turns at the end.
Yeah, very nice. I tell you what, he was hopping and skipping all the way over those rocks, and there we have the drone shot all the way up and over, getting it from the sky. And there we can see the vibe. This is what we want to see. The guys, the girls, they're getting it up. They're getting the vibe going. Now we are talking Cape Verdean style. I tell you what, the hips, the left, the right. Now this is what we want to see. At the moment, Ayrton Cosolino, we're waiting for his score to be confirmed. That is going to be a decent score. Not the biggest wave we've seen from him. Not the best wave we've seen from him. It looks like James is just waiting out the back because, hey, we've said it before. Both of these athletes know that they have to be set waves, because if one of these two get a set waves, the percentage that they're going to get a high score is way up there. Let's not forget, both of these guys have been world champions of this discipline. It does not get much better than this.
It couldn't be closer. We couldn't have had it any other way. Both riders there, as you can see on your screen, one coming in towards where those waves start opening up and the other going out.
All right, so now we are going. James Carew entering on yellow lycra. First up, here he goes. Big powerhouse move underneath the lip. Going over, he is not stopping, keeping the speed, almost losing it there, but getting back to his feet. Now he's on this bottom section. These waves are starting to roll up, and Aiden Ivy really nicely. Little bit of a cutback. He's going to the top section, looking for the air. Perfect. Oh! What a shame. What a shame. Missing out on that landing because it was right in the spot. Ayrton Cosolino about to drop in.
Yeah, Ayrton would have seen that little mistake there from James, and he is hacking at the top of the wave, but couldn't keep it together. Unfortunately there, knows the board going into the water, and off he went. But, you know, he fell off a little bit earlier, and he's able to, hang on a minute, it looks like we've got a little bit of replay here from James Carew, tearing up that wave.
Ayrton spinning, yeah! Gets the landing on that one. Freestyle move in the perfect position. And look at the crowd, look at the hands, they're in the air. I tell you what, Cosolino has been in business.
Yeah, you can see there the crowd with the hands on their head thinking, what is going on here? Just under 12 minutes left on this heat.
Oh, let's have a little look at that jump again. Let's have a look at that replay. So Ayrton Cosolino, right, so he decided to just turn around and go for that trick maneuver. This is the wave that he did it. So here we go, up and over. First little check turn just to try and get the speed. And now this is where he was looking for it. Okay, going for that front rotation. Lands it in the flat. Not too bad, but it isn't going to be a big score. But what Ayrton is doing there, he's testing the waters.
He is testing the waters, and he's gaining confidence as well. When you're up against someone like James Carew, you need to get those early scores under the belt because that's going to build confidence. We've still got just 11 minutes on the clock, plenty of time, and Ayrton's got some 2 nice scores when that other one starts filtering through, and he's keeping himself busy. Here he is again, Ayrton Cosolino coming in towards the crowd. This wave looking a little bit more challenging, but he's making it work. Big hack turn, getting low, rail to rail, showing the flow, and just going in towards that whitewash there, but nonetheless, nice little ride for Ayrton there.
Yeah, it is, but I don't understand why he's gone for that inside roller because, to be honest, he knows those waves do not have the big scoring potential. He knows that on a wave like that with those kind of moves, I'm going to say he's maybe going to be around the 3, and he has his hands in the air. Ayrton is confidence, ladies and gentlemen. I've said it many times. Sometimes Ayrton's biggest rival is himself out there on the water. And with a crowd like that, with a vibe like this, it looks like he is in a very good mindset. James Carew is staying further out. He's taking his time, picking off his waves. A 6.63. Such a shame that he missed out on that air maneuver because that could have been a very big score. Even so, it is the second biggest score of the heat. Now I reckon James is going to be playing it patient, waiting for the set waves. But it looks like Ayrton is wanting to stay busy out there.
He definitely certainly is, and the crowds, they are just cheering. They have not stopped making noise as we enter under 10 minutes now. Ayrton in first, James in second. Time on the clock, and Ayrton once again dropping in before James on yet another wave. Not one of the bigger ones, but he's still making it work. Hacking around rail to rail, showing the flow, showing the style. Just letting go of the bar there, and unfortunately not able to keep the momentum going.
Yeah, but there it is. You can see everybody out. They got a cold one there. They're getting ready. It is a party, a fiesta down here. Baruya, 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 as they would say in Cape Verde. But Ayrton there, he is keeping himself busy. I do wonder if that is so he can keep his flow going, keep the energy, as there are not a lot of sets in this wave. James Carew, he's not in a bad position because his backup score is, his only score is higher than Ayrton's backup score. So if he has a big wave, he's going to be able to get past him. But clock is ticking. Let's not forget, more than half of the time to go. 2 different styles, 2 different strategies out there. Let's see who comes out on top.
And the issue that I could also hope, sort of in the back of my mind, is Ayrton's catching all of these waves, which is great, and it's gaining his confidence. But if that big wave comes in, that we know starts from the far right, goes all the way through the middle section and all the way to the bottom. Now look at that crowd there. Amazing vibes. But yeah, going all the way back down to the bottom, then his legs will be burning.
Yeah, but I mean, let's not forget these boys can kite all day, and just having a 16-minute heat, that's just a walk in the park for them. But yeah, there you can see the crowd starting to get, the flags are flying, they're getting their high, they're making sure their athlete, their local, their brother can feel the fire, can feel the vibe. And now we are trying to wait to see if another set is going to be coming our way, because at the moment, Ayrton Cosolino there, a 5.73 and a 7.03. So now Ayrton is definitely quite far ahead of James, but anything can happen. What a heat, what a day, what a way to finish it off, and of course that little golden glow to get it going.
Ayrton on your screens right now looks to have seen something that he wants to get his teeth into, dropping in to another wave. Let's see how this one unfolds, as it doesn't look like he wants to do it. There we have James doing the old switcheroo as well and going out towards the back.
And there's the eye in the sky, as everybody has started. Look at that, they're getting to their feet, they're starting to get the music going, the hips are going, the moves are going, the knees are going, the hands are going. And now talk about going, both of these boys making their way back out, as we are trying to see if a set is coming through, because I tell you what, we've only had one set in this heat.
One set, yeah, it's been a little bit of a quiet heat. The ones before definitely were a little bit more consistent, but yesterday it did the same. When that set does come through, though, there's nothing shy of big rolling waves peeling from the right. And Ayrton here finding a little bit of a roller. Nope, doesn't fancy that one. So staying out the back, both playing now the waiting game. Patience. That is what they're doing out there, waiting for the big wave.
Oh, I tell you, this is the moment where you really have to have your stuff together to be able to wait out there. And now I can just see Ayrton Cosolino there on your screen going back out, but looking over the screen here, it looks like James Carew is taking off on a wave a little bit further to the left, as there is starting to be some motion. Yes, okay, so James Carew is going to be dropping in. Not the biggest wave, not the biggest set, but he is going to have to start to get a groove on, as he knows those sets are not coming through. Is this going to open up? He's going to have to leg it down. There we go. So Carew dropping in. First big turn, going off the top, keeping the speed. He needs to get it if he wants to get past this section. He does. Up and over, keeping to his feet. He's going to try and over at it, but he's not. The wave not opening up for him. So that is probably not going to be enough at the moment, as he definitely needs something bigger if he wants to take out Ayrton. And here you can see Ayrton, the frustration. Both of these guys, they don't want this to be a waiting game. What they want this to be is they want there to be set after set, wave after wave, and really the best rider to win out there. Both of these boys know how to throw down. And watch out, Ayrton is turning around, and I tell you what, is he going to be thinking about it? No, he isn't. He's going against it. And I tell you what, he has left the doors open for Carew. The crowd is starting to go wild. Here we go. Dropping in the Aussie, the powerhouse. Let's see. Deciding to take this little inside roller, and Ayrton giving it to him. Is he going to be able to make it down? He's going to have to speed away. Big hack, James, off the top. Now, the wave has opened up and given him a chance. Huge handbrake turn there, midway. Now he's going up again. Little bit of a check turn, going back to the power section. This is where it starts to get hollow. He does, times it perfectly. No! Going off and losing his feet. Unusual mistake there from the world champ. And we're going to have to see how that is going to cost him, because you know what?
Oh,
there is
my word.
a big bomb out the back. Look at that, Ayrton Cosolino, ladies and gentlemen.
This one's shaping up to be an absolute cream cracker. Ayrton Cosolino engaging first turn. Big spray. Really putting all the power rail to rail. Smooth operator out there, linking it all together. Judges liking what they're going to see on this one. If he can hold it from start to finish, hitting the middle section now, keeping the power, using every element of that wave, as now in front of the judges, as the wave starts to calm down that little bit, pumping along, working on the steering line. This wave is not over yet, Joe, as we enter the back end of it.
Yeah, it is, and we're waiting for that last score from James to come up as well. Ayrton, what a absolute bomb. Talk about patience. Great wave selection there from him. Obviously, he already had those 2 scores, a little less pressure, and went back out. And I tell you what, I'm seeing some decent scores coming in. So Ayrton is definitely going to have the advantage. It ain't going to be a huge advantage, but both of these boys are leaving nothing on the cards. And now James, the 2-time world champ, in a little bit of a sticky situation because only 3 minutes on the clock. And he has to hope a set is going to come his way. And just look at that. Look at the vibes. Look at the anger. Look at the passion from the crowd. This is kite surfing, ladies and gentlemen. And this is what we want to see here on the World Tour. It is such a pleasure to just see the energy here in Cape Verde.
And the drone there, you can see there's some motion out there. James out on the left-hand side. Ayrton making his way out. There's a few little rollers there. Will we see another big set as we've got 2 minutes 20 seconds on the clock? Ayrton turning around. He likes what he sees. You can see James heading back out, but right now Ayrton is on this wave. Is it going to open up nicely for him?
I tell you what, James didn't want to go on this one, but it does look like Ayrton has decided to. This could be one of his last waves. Off the top, letting the tail loose. Now we're talking, Ayrton. Again, using that lip to get past that section. All the way down, big hack, big hack. Ayrton is on fire. He knows it is close. He knows he has the opportunity to take out the current world champ, and he is leaving nothing up for grabs. Now, all the way out the back, I can tell you, ladies and gentlemen, James Carew is waiting for that set. 90 seconds on the clock. He is going to need a big wave. He is going to need something around the 8 points if he wants to have a possibility to take in first position. But I tell you what, the ocean is throwing him a bone, and this could be the final opportunity here of James. It's all or nothing. It's all the beans. It is poker. Put it all on the table. Dropping in the Australian powerhouse, James Carew. Starting engaging that turn. Big first hack, whacking that kite around. This wave is opening up. Little turn here, grabbing that rail, making sure he can make it all the way down. He goes in again. Another big smacker. Now it's all the way to the end. He's going to try and milk this one as the wave has let him off a little bit. Going against it, he knows that might not be enough. These boys are just not leaving anything up to grabs. 45 seconds on the clock. 45 seconds, ladies and gentlemen.
And James there just heading back out. Was probably hoping that another set was going to come his way, as scores now are just coming our way. And we will soon be able to tell you. And Ayrton Cozzolino on your screen with just under 30 seconds remaining. Dropping into another wave. The vibes on the beach are there. But here he is, your current heat leader. Big top hack there on the turn. Dropping low. Rail to rail stuff. Really smooth. Bringing in the fins. Engaging every part. Going for the air. The rotation. Is he going to land it? Unfortunately not.
All right, so now each one of these boys have had a last wave. James Carew also down and to the left. He's going to want to make it happen. He is pushing it. He knows it's all here. He knows these are the beans. Going right in front of Ayrton. He's keeping it going down. Can this be? Both of these boys know how important it is. James, he does land the air. Right in the moment. It's all the way down. Can he get another couple of hacks? Can he get another? Yes, he can. This is a finish. This is what we want to see in between these two boys. Wow. What a wave. What a wave from both of these athletes. I tell you what, that is going to be down to the wire. I would not want to be a judge right now.
No, I would much rather be up here in the booth. The judges have got a mission on their hands. James coming out of the water. It looked like he had a little bit of frustration. And we're going to keep this angle here because these two riders now are coming together.
Ah, look at that. The crowd is making all the way down. They are going to the very end. This is the finish. This is what we wanted to see. And I tell you what, I do not know how close this is going to be, because it is going to be so, so close. Who is going to be the winner? Who is going to be the number one? I can see the judges just asking those questions. Two warriors, two friends, and the thing I like, both of them come out of the water, they high-five each other and go, good on you, mate.
Yeah, a heat to remember, and what a way to wrap up day 2. Scores still to drop, so Ayrton getting all that local vibe there. You can see everyone engaging and just congratulating him, as that was a fantastic heat, but scores still to drop. James really putting on a good wave to wrap things up for that heat.
Ah, the vibes, the energy. Now we are talking. Now we are talking. I am hitting this refresh bunny. I mean, I tell you, I can't even talk anymore. I'm hitting this refresh button like the Energizer Bunny. It still isn't confirmed. We can see everybody up there with the Cape Verde, but the scores are not confirmed yet. Who is it going to be? Who is it going to be? Because as I can see it, we are still waiting for that to be official. Is there something we don't know? Little birdie in my ear says it still isn't official, but this is what I like about this place. They don't mind if he's won or if he's lost. The party is going to happen anyway, because to be honest, both of these boys deserve it. It is going to be a hairline who takes it home.
I mean, look at the scenes we've got on the beach there. The vibes, the speakers are out with the music. And Joe, it's only round 5. Round 5 of the competition, but scores, as you said, still to drop. So although it's nice and fun out there, we still are waiting to find out our heat winner.
Oh, look at that. There it is. Baruya, 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 Baruya. That is the vibes. That is the vibes. There it goes. There it goes. But I have information. This is still not official. This is still not official. We are still waiting to see who has won. Is it James Carew? Is it Ayrton Cozzolino? Who is going to be the winner, making it through to the quarterfinals? I don't dare say.
I think they might have realised now that maybe it's not official and it's all calmed down just a tad out there as we're waiting for scores to drop. But as you mentioned, Joe, great vibes down here. What a way to wrap up day 2.
Yeah, what a way. And there you can see all of them starting to get the vibes. The beer are out. This is what we want. This is what we want. But I tell you what, I have of information. It ain't official.
No, it's not official. And, you know, these guys are enjoying it out there. But, I mean, I go back to it again. I just wouldn't want to be a judge. It's really popping off. Great vibes, great energy, great atmosphere. And let's wait and see as we still continue to wait for confirmation.
And there we can see James Carew also starting to get the vibes all the way down. And he is together there with Bruna Kajia, waiting to see what the event, what it is going to be. So there we can see everybody getting together. Who is going to be the winner? James, Ayrton, James, who is it? Who is it? Who is it? Come on, judges, give us the number, give us the name. While we are still waiting for those results. Oh, I tell you what, I can't take this tension anymore. I can't take this tension. Ah, come on, guys. Give us a result. Give us a result. Who is it going to be? Who is it going to be? I can see out there James Carew. We can see down there Ayrton Cosolino. Ah, James, come on. Who?
Who is it, Joe? Who's it going to be? I wouldn't want to put my money anywhere at the moment. We're all looking out, trying to find out the news.
All right, so we're waiting for the call. We're waiting for the call. They are going to announce it. I reckon it could be. It is going to be so close. So close. Incredible. And I tell you what, I think it could be a hairline of a 0.5 in between the two of them. Waiting for confirmation. I've got goosebumps up here.
Goosebumps. I've got more than goosebumps. I don't even know where I am at the moment. James Carew there on the left-hand side. Ayrton Cosolino on the right. Announcement is still yet to come. We don't know what is going on down here. Round 5, heat number 8. We've wrapped things up on day 2, but we still have the all-important result to come our way between these two riders. What a battle to finish off this day. Historic stuff.
Oh, we are waiting for it. We are waiting for it. I can't wait anymore. I'm about to jump out of this booth and go down there. Judges, come on. Who is it going to be? Are we going to be making the announcement? I tell you what, it is so close. It is so close.
A great shot there of James with Bruno whilst we patiently wait for this result.
I tell you what, it's going to be a party, know what? I'm just looking out of my booth. I can see James out here in front, Ayrton all the way back. We are waiting to see who is going to be that numero uno. Look at the faces of those two athletes, Liam. Look at them. They are trying to find out. But I tell you what, it is going to be so close, so close.
Yeah, judges still up there discussing up in the judge tower. It must be so tough for these guys when you've got two riders like that have torn it up, medal for medal. It's good non-stop stuff. And both riders just, you can see Ayrton there de-rigging his kite, James on the side.
All I'm saying is I'm nervous. I don't know what it's going to be. Whoever it is going to be, I'm going to shout it so loud, Boa Vista is going to be listening to us. And those two boys, their faces, I don't think I've ever seen them so serious. I mean, I need to get these boys a beer. I'm hitting refresh like the Energizer Bunny. It's like this. Come on, guys.
This guy is going crazy next to me. He doesn't even know where he is. I don't even know where I am. I feel like I've been out there doing the heat myself. But all the vibes are still down on the beach. No one's going anywhere. This is the most anticipated wait we've had for a result this year. Let's wait and see what is going to be coming our way, because whoever makes it through, I mean, hats off to both riders.
Okay. Wow, this anticipation is killing me. It looks like the judges are looking at every inch, millimeter, second, condensed atom, everything of this heat to see who is going through to the quarterfinals. Somebody bring me a beer. Somebody bring me a beer.
Oh, I can do that right now for you. I can do that right now. And on your screen, we can see James Carew, Ayrton Cosolino. They're both waiting patiently. I mean, the anticipation, it must be killing them inside, Joe. It's squeaky bum time out there.
Oh, I tell you what. Now, I don't like this to go on for so long because, you know, we are professional beep talkers, but we do need the results to be coming in so we can get and see who is going through. But let's not get this wrong. Being a judge, that is not easy. You have a panel of 5 judges. They are taking out the bottom score and the high score, and the 3 other scores are the scores that they are looking for. They are making sure that they're going over every single detail because it was so close. It was hairline close. It was nail-biting stuff that they do not want to make a mistake on this because they know how important this heat is. And to be honest, watching that heat out there, Liam, both of them deserved it, and it is going to be a fraction that makes the difference.
I mean, in an ideal world, I'd like to see them both go through because both heavy hitters in this competition, and it's always sad to see either Ayrton or James exit the competition, especially in round 5. But it's the way the cookie has crumbled, and it's the way the draw has played out. So both riders here just composing themselves for the result.
To the semi-finals, Ayrton Cosolino.
All right, and the winner, Ayrton Cosolino, there it is. Hands in the air, ladies and gentlemen. The Cape Verdean taking the win. Ayrton Cosolino, we knew it was close. We know it wasn't going to be easy, but a big congratulations to the Italian rider, Cosolino. What great stuff.
Amazing way to end off the day, and you can see there, he is packing up his gear, chucking it in the back there, and, you know, real shame there to see James go out of the competition.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we wanted to see. These are the kind of vibes we want to have. The beach was on fire. Everybody was ready. So now there it is. There are the reactions. The 2 hands are in the sky. The pumping is coming as we are about to go because there he is, Cosolino, taking the win. And it looks like he is going to be coming down and giving a hug to his good friend, James Carew. This is what it is. This is respect. This is what I call sportsmanship, and that is what we want to see here at the GKA.
Yeah, lovely embrace there from both athletes. Obviously disappointment for James, but it's great to see Ayrton progress. You know, more action coming tomorrow, and what a way to round off this day as the sun is doing the setting and we're having all the vibes down on the beach.
Yeah, we are, and once again, congratulations to Ayrton. Great stuff. That is the makings of champions. The 2 of them beasting it out, fighting it out. Now we are talking. Wow, what an incredible day, guys and girls, over here. That is a way to finish it off. Ayrton Cosolino taking the win, making it through to the quarterfinals, kicking out the current world champion, and it was by a hairline. I don't know what to say about today, Liam.
I mean, I'm pretty speechless now. It's what a crazy day. I mean, it absolutely was firing right at the end there. We've had some of the most memorable heats we've seen. I mean, what a day 2. And you know what? We've got day 3 tomorrow, and we've got a very similar forecast on the cards.
I mean, Cape Verde, Ponta Preta not letting us down. We have seen some absolute bombs coming our way, and it looks like they're becoming more. So on behalf of everybody over here in Cape Verde, thank you very much for tuning in. I'm Josie Ashler. Joining me here, Liam Dredd. We will see you tomorrow.
concheu e carigoso. Esse menino que o leva.
CV Móvel. Estamos ligados.